Hello, y'all. It is Friday, May 8th, and it is time for Mario Maker 2 viewer levels, as it usually is on Friday evenings. Usually, sometimes, most of the time, I will say some exceptions coming up, but never mind that. It's time for viewer levels. Time for me to play the levels that y'all have submitted. I will say, just for the people watching the VOD, I did forget to turn on my ring light, and also forgot to hide the schedule first time I tried it, and the second time I tried this intro. So we actually did do this intro twice already, but never mind all that. Don't worry about it. You didn't miss anything. This is the start of the stream, goddammit. And it's going to be a fun one, I think, a good one, a notable one. I guess let's just start. I should up front. Let me just say, personal news here in where I am in the apartment in Texas, on my end. That's the way to phrase that. I got some news on my end, which I've been sort of talking about for the last couple weeks, but as of today, I am officially employed, laid off in so many words. We'll talk about it as we get into everything tonight. I have some complicated feelings about it. I will say I had, like, plenty of warning. I had, like, a whole month and a half to, my company gave me, like, a month and a half to be like, oh, hey, apply to other jobs within the company if you like. Just because your position is done, you're not fired or anything until, like, it turns out that when they do that to, like, a whole floor full of people, it's kind of hard to get those remaining jobs, or what remaining jobs there are on other floors, it turns out, but case in point, I did not find one, and also have not found any other opportunity within the last month, so here I am, unemployed again, for, first time in like 2 years. And what a fucking job market to be unemployed in. I have some thoughts. I've been discussing, like, what I'm going to do about that, and my plans in the near future, a bunch over the last, like, month or so. I've been talking about how I've been learning Godot recently. That's been a whole big through line. You just got accepted for a DOT? You hope that DCR accepts you because you don't want to work. You want to work there. I don't. Department of Transport? I don't know what those two acronyms are, Chard. But congrats. It's hard to get anything in today. That isn't, something like a, like a gig or something of that nature, but, shit, man. Anyway, that's something we're gonna talk about a lot tonight. All the different odds and ends, how I feel about the previous job, how I feel about things looking forward, and, I'm looking forward to talking about all that, and maybe even explicitly saying the company that I worked for previously in, like, a card or two. Like a card. I'll I don't have to fear corporate anymore. I'm not some quisling, as, I can say whatever the fuck I want. They laid me off. I'm done. I don't have to worry about corporates. Like, I don't think they cared in the first place, and they probably even, I wouldn't be surprised if they knew, like, oh yeah, this, you're doing stuff on social media. A lot of people do that. You're saying things like fucking shit, and you even said twat once? Wow, okay. That's, not a problem. Go ahead, do whatever you want. Have fun. I don't know that they cared, but now I don't care if they cared. So that's fun. That's good. Yeah. Anywho, we'll get into it. We'll get into it as the night goes on. I just wanted to say up front, that's what's happening, and we will get into it. We'll also talk about other things like Steam controllers and what the fuck else is going on this week? A bunch of crap. Steam controllers. Star Fox? Y'all see Star Fox the other day? Star Fox is happening. Well, that was leaked for a while ago. That was leaked for a while, but you know what the fuck, right? We'll talk about a whole bunch of crap as we get into tonight's stream. Let's go. It's time now for viewer levels proper. Viewer levels proper start now. To say what I always say, to explain how this works. Let me explain how this works. Right, I gotta get the warp. I gotta get the first level in there. It's rock parties. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Let me explain how this works for those who are new or who otherwise need a reminder. If you are here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day. That is to say, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I will still play the level, but I will do so in very nearly, but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between, playing more levels, which I think is fun, and prioritizing people who are present, which is good policy. I usually say those in a different order, in the other order, because it's kind of fun to end on, because I think something is fun, but, whatever. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You get it. That's the way this works. That's the way it's balanced. There is also, of course, incentives for subscribers. Hey, subscribe on Twitch if you please, and you can skip the line, but you only get 3 tries, or you can refresh my lives whenever lives are in play, and you can do one of those once a stream, every Mario Maker stream. Very fun. Hey, Rictendo. Very good, bang for buck. Please give me money. You know, like I said, I mean, I got severance and shit right now, but I need money to live, you know? Hey Snow, hey Rictendo, hey Rock Party, 06i, Shard. Hello everyone, how you doing? Get those levels in there, get those levels in there. Rock Party wants us to continue with Hisses and Honey, which we've been working on for a couple months now. It's a really damn hard level, and we haven't seen past the second screen. How far is YouTube subscriptions, you think? Well, a YouTube subscription is a free thing, and you can do them right now, right away. Go, please, subscribe on YouTube, if you so please. If you're, you know, I appreciate that, but it's all a matter of watch time, and since most of my videos on YouTube are VODs, they don't necessarily get as much traction as the live streams, or maybe even the short forms. If I had, like, edited down on YouTube, maybe those would get more runtime. And I'm optimistic about, like, certain, I got you, Chart. I understood you meant premium, you meant memberships. I will say, as far as, like, memberships, I have to have certain amount of watch hours, and I just don't have those. And I think even if I unprivated all the VODs, I still wouldn't have it. Unfortunately, it is like a whole fuck ton. Meanwhile, on Twitch, all it takes is 50 followers and an average of like 3 viewers per stream. An average of 3 viewers overall to get monetization. I had that within like 6 months of Twitch. YouTube should have a policy. I thought I heard at some point YouTube was considering a policy that, oh, you know, maybe if you're premium on Twitch, you can get premium faster on YouTube, but they must have stopped that because they realized, like, who gives a fuck? Twitch is a dying animal anyway, is it not? Do we really have to concern ourselves with this second-rate, no-hoper? No, they don't. Probably not. I would say not, no. No offense to Twitch, no offense to Twitch. But, y'all aren't catching up on YouTube. It's a great website. But, like, yeah, YouTube's got nothing to fear. They don't have to make accommodations for my dumbass. I'd like it that if they did. I think that'd be nice. And, you know, memberships are just a thing where people choose to give me money. I will say, YouTube people, you can drop there is a PayPal link somewhere. You can give me money that way. And for the purpose of sub goals and things like that, I will count those towards such and such sub goals, you know? So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. You know, if you want to support, direct donation is an acceptable. Um, yeah. Well, I'm hopeful, you know, doing some fun streams in the future. I'm hoping, you know, that when I next week I'm gonna show off the Godot stuff. I'm hopeful that stream will do very well. You know, I think that's an interesting niche. I think that's an interesting thing, and I also think that that might be the kind of thing that people might be interested in watching a VOD of, just like me showing off like 1 month of working on Godot, my first project. And I do think it's quite cool and quite impressive, and honestly, over the last week, I've just been playing a bunch of it, like playtesting and all that, and just going like, man, I kind of just want to boot it up to play it. And that seems like a real damn good sign that I'm gravitating more to it than to, like, say, Saros, for instance. Like, shit, man, this is alright. I think I did good. I think I'm ready for next week. And, hopefully y'all will agree and, you know, enjoy seeing it next week. Hopefully that'll put a dent in things, you know. Like I said, there was the AYN Thor streams last year that also really helped with the watch hours. If the Godot streaming could be lucrative, and also, like, maybe it could be a means of discoverability that would help the channel out generally, that would also be nice. You know, I don't think I said up front, but, like, I feel like it's possible I could get away from corporate America during this time, and I would love to do that. And, you know, in this time where we're like an actual 9-to-5 job is so close to being able to get into that pipe. I don't know if it was the lava or the mole that got us, but that's about as well as we've done ever. Honestly, even if we used the fire flower effectively, maybe the lava would have caught up to us and stopped us from entering the pipe last second-wise, but, still, that's progress. That's as close to progress as we've, come. Anyway, I'll say, like, part of me is optimistic. Part of me sees a path. Part of me sees a way to, like, you know... Part of me sees that, like, oh, you know, if I make something cool enough and it can, like, hit some level of virality, you know, that could be synergistically, you know, that could help the, you know, obviously give me a revenue stream as far as, that could get the name out there and get me contacts that could help with, you know, if I need collaborators or want to, like, work on a small indie team or something. But also, it could, you know, give notoriety, help the channel grow, and if the channel grows by, like, you know, honestly, it'd have to be, like, orders of magnitude. Oh, Jesus. If the channel... Jesus, we're doing well tonight. If the channel grew by orders of magnitude, like, maybe the Twitch and the YouTube could be full-time things, as in addition with some amount of game development, at which point I'm as happy as can be. That's a dream come true, but, you know, like I've said over the last few weeks, right now the job market is so shit, you might as well follow your dreams, you know? A lot of people are going back to college for that reason, you know, because, like, what the fuck else are you gonna do? What the fuck else am I going to do during this time? I'm gonna follow my dreams, hope for the best, and we'll see what happens. So, please, support your local, or your, not local at all, depending on where you're located, your streamer that you like. Me? Could be me. And also, if you have Amazon, I'll say, if you have Amazon, keep in mind that Amazon comes with a free Twitch Prime sub that you can give to one Twitch streamer once a month for free, and that streamer gets, like, a couple of dollars, you know, as per what happens when someone subscribes on Twitch. It's a normal subscription. And, if you already have Prime, it's free. Don't leave those Bezos bucks on the, you should always be giving those Bezos bucks to someone. I'm not sure how easy if you can do it without an account, but like, you know, hook that shit up. Hook that shit up if you don't know. Chard says Amazon does what if you don't do Amazon, Chard. I remember from last stream you were saying that, but yeah, you know, it is a thing that they do. I don't think that Amazon really loves that feature. I heard Atriarch apparently is a big streamer that I've been watching over the last year or so. He used to work for Twitch, and apparently he was saying the other day that like Amazon hates that feature, and it's just like, yeah, no, it doesn't really, probably doesn't help Twitch or Amazon much, but it exists, and you know, while it does take advantage, I always usually make sure to give that to Dan Reichert or Team Kayla, Dan's sister. I always make sure to give it to one or the other. Generally is how I use my Twitch Prime. Ugh. Anyway, we will get into the cards here shortly. I have a bunch related to the whole layoff. Technically, I don't know, you know, if it's called a layoff, if just like, oh no, it's just like a bunch of positions were made redundant, and then after 45 days, anyone who didn't get a new position got let go, got separated. It's like, that's all technical jargon. It's a layoff in so many words, and, you know, I'll say this right before we begin talking like specifics and looking back on the job, and, talking more specifically about things going forward. Jeez, we're getting more consistent here, I think. I'll say this, it's better to get laid off than fired. And I definitely think back to like at the previous job, my first job, I remember there were a bunch of people that got laid off like around 7 or 8 years into it. Like maybe like 2018, 17, 18. Bunch of people got laid off, and like a year or two later, the job market wasn't so bad back then, I'll say, for what it's worth, for context. I remember talking to like one of my other, my scrum master at the time, and talking about like that and the other former colleagues and all that, and what he said kind of stuck with me, which is that like, yeah, man, they actually, after all is said and done, after they've went and found new jobs, they got the better deal. You know, we have to stay here and continue working, and working harder to make up for the people who are now gone. And, you know, with less support structure, less people to collaborate with, and more demand to work with people who are, you know, elsewhere to make up for lacking capacity. You know, like, they got the better deal. They got paid to go find another job. And ideally, quite possibly, quite likely, they found better jobs that pay better, that come with a better salary. I mean, I'll say, like, I'm not optimistic on that front right now. Things are bad as far as that goes. But, you know, a layoff can be a nice thing once you find a new opportunity. And I do think, you know, looking back at that case, I do think at the time that was the correct take. You know, like, I was dramatically underpaid at that first company. If I had been laid off earlier and gotten a second job earlier, I probably would have been gotten a considerable pay bump in that process, and also would have gotten paid essentially for like, you know, a month or two to find a new job, which at the time was possible. You know, that's kind of a distinction about then versus now. It's not as possible now. You know, when Fortnite dudes, when Riot gave like a year of severance recently to their recent layoffs, it's like, that sounds really good, but like, that's how much time it takes to find another job in that industry there. So it's actually kind of feels like it should be bare minimum right now if you want to be nice to employees. 5 tries left. If you want to, like, you know, get people not to be... It's stressful. If you want to alleviate stress, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. So yeah, going back to the YouTube thing, no idea, but like, hey, you know, I'm pretty excited about the Godot stream next week, and I feel like that could be a real, you know, tell your friends, I guess, I don't know. What the fuck? Oh, what the hell? Please tell your friends about this channel. Please. It's that old, Arrested Development line. Yeah, y'all know Arrested Development, Save Our Blutes. There's a great scene where they're just saying, oh wait, I gotta... Also, I fucked up this life, I won't count it, I stopped to pop the balloon, whatever. There's a great scene in Arrested Development, the episode Save Our Blutes, where, they're talking about doing, like, a fundraiser in the kayfabe of the show, and, they say, like, you know... And that whole episode is full of in-jokes about how the show is about to be canceled. Like, at one point, Arrested Development is about a family who runs a building company, right? And they're like, oh, you know, will the Home Builders Organization want us? No, I don't think the HBO will want us. And they say, okay. Well, I guess it's, I think it's showtime. Let's put on a show. Turns out to be Netflix. That was the correct answer for Arrested Development, but go figure. That wasn't around at the time when they were making that episode. They couldn't have made a joke about it ahead of time. There's a scene where they're saying, like, you know, like, hey, we just have to ask for money. Sometimes it's, sometimes you just have to beg. You know, sometimes it's the only way to stay in the game. And then the narrator says, please tell your friends about this show. And then it cuts to, like, a commercial break. So, fucking good episode. Wonderful show. I love Arrested Development. One of my top 5, one of the top 5 all-time sitcoms for me. And that's the 5 tries, I think, more or less. I might have lost count at some point while diverting into a Save Our Blutes tangent. Cool. Anywho, I should also tell my friends about this channel as well. That would be a good idea. That would be a good thing to do. I am somewhat a little bit shy about going to, friends' family and mentioning that I do it. I just mentioned to the coworkers at the last, yesterday, as I was, you know, at last Wednesday, actually, at the last lunch with the team I was working with for years, I, mentioned that I did, YouTube and Twitch, and, that felt significant, you know, I've been playing that close to the chest. But, no more, I guess. Okay, hey, thank you, Rock Party. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Pull up the next Hello Snow. I gotcha. Good luck. Oh yeah, I'm still looking, but also I'm pursuing other ends while, looking is nothing. We'll talk about it. Dismiss. Next up is 06i. Hello, Rictendo. You're actually 3 away. You're the last one to submit, most recent. I will say, by the way, for those who are new, not that Rock Party is new, of course, but let me just tell you that, you can always submit again once your level comes up. It's cool and good. Let's start right here with these cards. Start into these cards. Let's look back on the last job that just ended. So, and let's give specifics, because I've been a little bit dodgy. You know, if your teammates checked out your channel, one said he would subscribe on the YouTube and check out that Godot stream that I'm playing in. And I haven't linked any of the others. I just mentioned that I have like 1,000 on Twitch and 600 on YouTube, and that it doesn't like pay. It doesn't, you know, I can't live off that. That's what I told him basically. I'll say it, like, if they want to reach out and get the channel, I'll link them. I will. So, I've mentioned before that I kind of just want to like not say too much about it because I've always been a little afraid, a little bit worried about like, okay, sometimes I say spicy things on the air. Sometimes I say I get up to some bullshit, like I like certain anime sometimes that are big heavy on the fan service. Like, is any of those like something that anyone would go like, well, that's not work appropriate? Of course it's not. I'm not talking about it at work anyway. So I've always hesitated to say what companies I've worked with before, even though you could probably like figure out like, my name has been said before. You can probably find my like LinkedIn where it does say that the company that I'd worked for the last 2 years has been and I mentioned before when Iran said that they were targeting specific American companies. I mentioned before it was one of the 20 mentioned, and that is because it is big international bank. It was big international bank J.P. Morgan Chase for the last 2.5 years, which felt really weird as a avowed leftist and all that. Just like, oh yeah, I gotta work for the bank because they were the one who offered me a job first, and I actually did need a job that paid a good amount of money to live my life at that time, and now continue to need money. By the way, I continue to need money to live. But, like, the way I sort of thought about it then and the way I sort of think about it now is just like, okay, well, the biggest companies in the world, they have all the money, they have all the jobs. That's how it works. Like, if you want a job at a nice, small company with a good, that's not trying to take over the world, they have like 5 jobs, you know? They, 06i says, never knew software programmers, banks need software programmers like that, or AI. Yeah, I don't know either. That's the thing, that other thing, is like, I don't know what they need whole entire buildings of engineers for. They have like whole entire buildings of engineers, and that's, just here in Plano. They have buildings of engineers in other states and other cities as well, across the world, even, and they exist at a scale that doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't know what you do with a legion of engineers just when you're doing, like, regular-ass bank stuff. I'll say, like, for what it's worth, like, as far as, like, things I couldn't talk about, I guess I couldn't talk about... They said when I was working there that I couldn't talk about, like, certain topics or, like, recommend certain products, tell people what bank or whatever I was using, generally without giving disclosure that I was taking paycheck from them and such, which would have been funny because then I would have to be like, disclosure, I'm working for JP Morgan Chase. Of course, the credit card that I use, the debit card that I use, is Wells Fargo. I never never bothered to change my bank during that whole time, and now that it's done, now that they've laid me off, it's like, okay, great, it worked out. They didn't have any seeming benefit for me to switch over, and now that it's done, it's like, okay, well, I'm sticking with Wells Fargo then. They have, I like their red. I like that the debit card is red. I feel like that's a good color for a debit card to be, and that is maybe the main reason I wouldn't switch. I don't get it. I'll say, like, again, I don't know, like, why a bank needs that many software engineers. I could probably say I worked in, like, reporting, basically, which is, say, like, the part of the company that focused on, like, getting all the numbers together and making sure that we were obeying all the laws and stuff. Which is, I think a good place to be in so far as like, well, it's like if you work for like it's like if you worked for the military company and you worked in the rocket, like the aerospace division. It's like, okay, good, I don't work in the missile division. It's like, okay, well, I work in the obeying the law division, kind of. Cool. That's, at the very least, can help me sleep at night, I guess. But, all things considered, it was just a job is a job, and I didn't know anything about banking going in there, and coming out of it, I still don't know that much. And it just seems like a whole fucking mess to me. And honestly, again, I'll say I personally don't know why they need so many people, and part of me is almost kind of looks at the layoffs and go like, okay, you know, honestly, I didn't know why they needed this many engineers in the first place. It kind of makes sense for me, especially with AI on the rise. I would probably say that, like, a lot of the things that all these legion of engineers are doing, super, super rife for automation. Super, super rife for automation. Like, oh my god. Like, yeah, messing around with SQL tables and making sure that, like, and fucking all sorts of... I don't even know how to describe. It's like a whole bunch of stuff. It's all very specific, very weird, and a whole lot of annoying business. And you know, that's what they pay for. Oh, run! You gotta go fast in that bit. Okay, cool. It's... I will say, let me say, you know, I do think, aside from the part where JP Dimon, what the fuck's his name? Jamie Dimon. That's a combination of the initials of the company and the dude's name. It's he's just JP, Jamie. Ugh, get that mixed up. I will say, you know, that dude made everyone return to office last year. That was kind of suck ass. That kind of sucked ass to do, and I didn't like that. Other than that, it's been pretty alright, honestly. And compared to my first job, which got increasingly ass at a much, which got a lot more ass by the end, I'll say, as, I had fewer and fewer colleagues, and as, COVID set in, and, more and more of the work moved overseas at my first, gig. I'll say things were pretty cool and chill as far as the, as far as my, that last job goes. You know, it's been nice. I'll show you, I wrote a letter to my colleagues. You know, I also had lunch with them at Rosa's. Oh, I see. I need to go up here and hit that switch. That guy's in the room with me now. That's, I think he'll die. That means he will die. Nice. Very cool segment. I liked it. I went to lunch with all of them, talked about all sorts of crap, had a good time. It's good, good deal. I you know, enjoy hanging out with, I you know, had good colleagues and good coworkers and, basically all the work-life balance I could want. And for that, I think it was a good, think it was a real good gig, and one that will be honestly hard to match as far as, like, yeah, man, I was able to... I'll show the letter I wrote right now in between levels. Thank you, 06i, that was lovely. Here we go. Chard is up next. Chard, go ahead and, Chard just said cool level. Cool, cool. Okay, cool. I wrote this letter to all my colleagues, basically saying, like, you know, hey, and you can read it if you want. It's kind of a bit long, so I won't read it out in its entirety, but basically I said, like, yeah, you know, it was nice when it lasted. I don't know, like, honestly, I don't get the, I don't know, like, what exactly good I've been doing the last couple of years, or, you know, I don't necessarily find this work particularly rewarding, but I had good work-life balance and chill coworkers, and I think that's kind of all you can ask for in a job of that nature. Job market's real shit, and even the biggest companies are doing layoffs, even the biggest, most growing, most successful companies, such as the one I previously was working for, the one that I just mentioned. They apparently are still making more money than ever, yet they still choose to do layoffs in departments that aren't big into AI, I guess, that aren't, like, using AI super bigly. you know, or whatever. I don't know what the rationale is for our department, our floor being targeted, but whatever. What I'm trying to say is that what I tried to express is like, hey, I don't know that it's hard to find somewhere out there, but given that it is, given that like finding a job and chasing the dream is equally hard, might as well chase dream and see what happens. Hopefully, post impeachment. Feel free to connect. All that. I think that job was about as good as I could hope for from a corporate job. And as far as compensation, as far as work-life balance goes, as far as beating the traffic every day practically went, that was really nice. That was really good. That was really chill. And I appreciate that it gave me the distance I needed to like continue with my other efforts in my my evenings. And I feel like with some jobs I would have had to like push off the Mario Maker 2 viewer level stream from like 6 p.m. just later because you're probably lucky if you're getting out of the office at some places at like 5 p.m. and if you can get home by 6 and have some food and get everything set up, like good fucking luck. But I was mostly home like an hour. I was mostly home by 5, and that gave me plenty of time to eat and get everything set up consistently, and that was consistently real damn good, real damn nice, and I wouldn't have mind continuing work there. I'll say. I wouldn't have minded. I would have liked it. I kind of liked working there. I kind of liked it there, but also, I will also say that the work was pretty monotonous at times. It was kind of brain-numbing a lot of the time. It oftentimes was rote as all hell, and I would really like to work somewhere where the work is interesting, rewarding, and maybe even self-directed. That's the dream, as I've been saying, and I would like to take a stab at making that come true. I'll also say one more thing. Two more small notes I just want to say real fast. First off, like 2 years ago when there was the eclipse in Texas, I took this picture of the campus, which is like a big 5 during the eclipse and all. It's like a big 5-building campus with like 4 big buildings and a 2 large parking garages. And at the time, I edited out the logo on the building, the logos on the building, but now I can show it in its unedited glory. It's a real nice photo, and I'm still very proud of it. And the second thing I'll say is that what the hell? More Thwomp stuff today? Okay. The second thing I'll say is that when I was in Japan last, like a year and a half ago, yeah, a little while ago, I mentioned having a little bit of issue with the credit card, with the debit card. I wasn't able to get my money out of the bank for a bit. That was Wells Fargo's fault, I think. I don't know. I kind of regretted not switching over when I was at the bank when I was at the 7-Eleven in Japan and I couldn't get my money out. I don't know if Chase would have been better on that account, but next time I go to Japan, I will have to check to see, like, hey, did y'all fix that shit? If you didn't, well, I guess I would probably still have to plan around that and be like, okay, well, I know I just have to go to the post office to get money in that case, but I hope that they did fix it, because that was a real fucking troubling thing, and I kind of wished I had switched over at that point. But now I never will, and I'm done. And I don't know. What banks do y'all like? Should I switch to a different bank? I know that Wells Fargo like had some they ripped people off before, but I don't know. It seems like every time they've had to pay it back eventually, right? I don't know. I just don't worry about it, I guess. Also, again, I like the color red. That's my rationale there. Oh, apparently I need to go to the I need to take that thwomp the other way. I see, Chard, I see. Anyway, I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about that, and I feel like I started seeing the writing on the wall as far as like, oh, you know, with AI and automation and this work being like 80% rote. I feel like those jobs were not long for the world. I feel like I started seeing this coming like a few months ago when I saw some AI stuff that really looked like it could do a lot of the crap that we could do in a lot less time, and with, you know, it's all very root. If it's all very like brainless, mindless anyway, and like, yeah, no, that's kind of something that AI can take care of. Also, it was mostly about using AI as like glue to plug it into scripts. And it's like, okay, well I can see how that wouldn't be a problem. You know, whatever. Sure. Hey, Judo, you're on a 35 stream watch streak? Hell yeah, Judo. How you doing? I appreciate that. You and Rock Party, always with the activating those, I say you with. I think this is your first time activating one, but I appreciate it. How you doing, Judo? I remember you were unemployed like a year ago. I hope you found something in your area eventually, right? Let's hope. Let's hope. Things are bad right now for it, you know. I wish everyone luck in general in all their pursuits, you know. Wall jumping into pipes is difficult from a thwomp. That's a fun fact. That's a fun reality. I mean, I guess reality is fact, but you know, that is the reality we are facing right now. Wow, yeah, we did it! And now we have to do it again. Okay. Okay. I bet we don't go into that pipe. I bet we just go under. Anyway, that's probably the last time I'm gonna talk explicitly about the previous job, the previous company. When I lost the job before that, I never talked about what I did there because it wasn't interesting, and though the previous company was also a multinational, which, you know, I occasionally still see trucks labeled with the name of the previous company. Siemens was the previous company that I worked with for 10 years. The PLM division, which apparently changed their name or something, it doesn't matter. Apparently they're more known for gas in this area, but I was working on more software to design cars or stuff. Cars and planes and stuff in the first 10 years of employment. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You still haven't found anything but you took a break from looking? Gotcha. That's nice. That sounds real nice to be able to take a break. I'd like to take a break as well from looking at some point. And I'd honestly like to be able to just stop looking altogether, but you know. I suppose once the unemployment runs out, like why, you know, you might as well just, if you got the unemployment pushing you, that's reason enough to look. But once you know, once that's out, it's like, yeah, I don't know, take a break, take a breather, go somewhere if you can. That's a reality that I have to face as well in the next year or so. What was I saying? You know, that company was just another company. Chase was definitely weirder, and definitely a case where, like, you know, just driving around, you see a bank and you go like, oh, that's my employment. That's my employer there. What the hell? That feels weird. But again, I'll say the biggest companies have the most jobs, and personally, as far as like, do I believe that big banks should exist and swallow everything? No, I do not. Generally, I would say that trust busting would be really good for everyone. And also, I feel like if something's too big to fail, then that's a problem that just gets bigger over time. And, you know, it's like a cancer, right? Like, if you don't pop something when it's like, you know, oh, they have 10,000 employees, we can't deal with that. Pretty soon they'll have 100,000 employees, and you definitely can't deal with that. And then they'll have 1 million employees, and you definitely can't pop that. And it's just like, that problem just grows and grows and grows and becomes more and more intractable. You shouldn't allow companies to become too big. Hey, Criggy, how you doing? I will say I did see a interesting video from Spectacles, which is a video essay channel that does some pretty interesting, like, they use 3D models to like illustrate their points, which is pretty neat, pretty novel. I think that's probably the best use of 3D printing I've seen out there. Spectacles, that channel. They were making a video where they made the point of like, oh, you know, used to be that when companies became national, states couldn't really handle them anymore, and they sort of overpowered the government at the time. And the solution to that was the government getting bigger. The government existing at a national level such that it could contain the ambitions of national companies, whereas one individual state couldn't stop another state from undercutting them, from making deals, from fucking everything up. And the point that Spectacles was making was like, we now live in an international world, so what we need isn't national solutions. What we need is international law that affects the big companies and the tax rate and all that. And it's like, I guess that makes sense, and like, no one wants their big company their companies to shrink. Oh, I see, we gotta go into the pipes then. Any of them? Yes, any of them. No one wants their big companies to shrink, and like, if the Spectacles did make a good point insofar as like, yeah, the statewide companies that the national companies replaced, they were failures. They were inefficient. They couldn't compete with national companies, and also couldn't render the same amount of support that national companies could. So it made sense and was like good policy for them to go away. But oh, this segment is quite neat. Look, it's an auto-scroller section where we're wall jumping and we're going up and down to avoid bonsai bills. And it's really clean. And the setting's right there. And intuitive and feels good, and you can mostly do it all in one shot. And now we're back at the start. No checkpoints. Cool. Okay. Okay. I'll have another shot at that. We'll have another shot at that. Spectacles was making the point that, like, national companies sort of rendered them obsolete. And also, you don't want to exist in a world of national companies with a statewide company. And if your country is depending on, like, small-scale companies to compete against international... Like, if we were to make things all insular and like, take things back, we wouldn't be able to compete on the international level with Chinese companies that are international, you know? And that's a good point. But also, I don't know, man. Something about the idea of a world government... such a thing has not really been attempted before. Such a thing doesn't really exist. Do you want to be just like a vote of nations? That sounds like it's all rife with all sorts of issues. I don't necessarily think that would be fair for everyone. I feel like you'd want to have... I don't know, man. I don't know that there's a good system or even a idea about how you would do that. I know the UN exists, but I don't think that they can really legislate or make decisions on a grand scale. And I don't think you necessarily would want them to be able to. So, that's a fun little tangent. I don't think that banks should be that big. I think that things should be all split up and, you know, trust busting and monopolization, I think, can't exist without things being out and out like, you know, out and out monopolies. You can be so big that you can pressure the government as a group, and I think that's all fucked up. And, you know, I personally think, like, if I have, like, one financial opinion, it's that it's fucked up that, like, 2 credit card companies can just take a big chunk out of everyone's paycheck. You know? Basically, like, all the card action that happens in this country, 2 random companies take, like, 1-2% out of. That's tax. That's a tax at some point, once everyone's doing exclusively digital money. Like, that should be governments. That should be paying down, that should be funding roads and stuff, rather than lining pockets. And, I think that, it really severely should be nationalized, and I don't give a fuck about, like, you know, if the big companies would rather they line their own pockets. Like, that's... I don't think that obviously, a lot of companies just exist to line their own pockets, and I think that they are, it is a great evil in this country that so many of them continue to exist. We have 5 tries left. We have 5 tries left. We basically have finished the level, but, let's see if we can do it in these 5 tries. We already fucking basically finished the level already. But... yeah. Anyway, let's do this. The transparent pipe jump is the hardest bit, I think, is the hardest bit of this level. If we can get that in the next 4 tries, I'll be feeling good, and we will, I believe, finish the level. God damn it. Next time. I want to pay attention to the levels, of course. I want not to give them short shrift just because I'm talking about such things as employment, being employed, previously being employed, being unemployed, looking for work, etc. I don't want to give them short shrift. And also, you know, low-key, I do want to leave myself some stuff that I can cut into content later on. Like, if I'm just talking about banks, like, that's harder to make into content. That's harder to make into content later. But, you know, you can sometimes see when I'm playing a level when that clicks into my head of just, like, gear shift, like, oh, hang on, content. Sometimes I'll even give, like, a little bit of an intro and be like, hey, look at this! And, you can sort of just see that being very natural as the start of a short, you know, or the midpoint of that short. Or the midpoint of a short. We have 1 try left. 1 try left here. Let's make it count. Last try. Last try. This is the part that's killed us 5 times in a row. Fuck! And it killed us again. What do you know? We were so close earlier on! We were so close. Well, you're welcome to submit that again, and I bet we'll finish it the next time, Chard. We'll see where we're at as far as everything goes. This has a low enough clear rate where during the lightning round we'll get the new bonus helmets later on. Oh, I guess I didn't say when the lightning round will be. 8 p.m. Let's make this a late lightning round. I feel like we're going through the cards at a slow pace, and I kind of got a bunch related to all this crap that I want to go through and talk about. Let me dismiss and bring up the next level. Good tries. Yes, I agree. Good tries indeed. Snow is up next. Go ahead and confirm for me, Snow. If Snow is not here, it'll be sudden death, but I'm confident Snow will be here, so let's hide those sudden death heads. Hello, Snow. Perfect. Speak of the devil. Well, if you ask the devil to speak. Of course, if you ask the devil to speak, the devil will speak. That just makes sense. I will say, I feel like I've said some things tonight that would be perfectly good stream titles, VOD titles, if the title didn't already have to reference being unemployed and all that stuff. Anywho, hey y'all, did you hear that the job market's dead? Yeah, shit is dry out there, and it's kind of bad. It's kind of really troublesome, you know? Sucks out there right now. For the last couple of weeks, I've been, submitting more and more to external places primarily, and more just getting nothing back, hearing nothing back, getting nothing back other than a stock email that just says, like, thank you for your interest. At this time, we are going forward with other candidates. 2 years ago, when I was looking for jobs and I was job hunting, it took me a couple months to find a job, to be clear. It wasn't like an instantaneous thing. It took, like, from October to December to find something good. From, like, I think it was, like, late September that I got laid off. That I separated from the previous job. That circumstances conspired, whatever the fuck happened there. At that time, it was a couple months, and that was a whole thing. But during that time, I was getting interviews. Like pretty much every week, I had like 1 or 2 interviews, sometimes as many as 1 or 2 a day. Whereas for the last month, fucking nothing. No callbacks, no nothing. Just like one test. I got sent one test from a big company to do, and I didn't hear back from that company after that, so fucking who knows. And I talked to a recruiter who turned out to seemingly have no actual... I talked to like a recruiter who was like, okay, I have a job for you, but listen, it's at JP Morgan Chase, and you seem to work there already. And I was like, wait, then what the fuck? What? That dude was just wasting my time because I told him, like, I have the Eternal Jobs Board. I know what they got, and I'm applying to all that shit, so fuck off. What the hell? Wasting my time here. Like, bring me something real or don't bring me something at all. It's been dry as shit, and from what I understand, a lot of that is just that this is Coconut Mall, so we're shopping, we're buying some power-ups, and are we trying to solve puzzles, or right? Yes, we're trying to kill the guys. And maybe I should like grab a cannonball or something, kill these guys. It's dry as shit out there, and, what is the shirt? It's, Starman from, Earthbound. It's the Starman from Earthbound. Pretty cool shirt, I think. I like it a bunch. It's cool. Probably from a GD... I forget if it was from a GDQ or... It's just from the Yeti for sure, but, I don't remember if it was from GDQ or, otherwise. I'm going to have to restrain my donations this SGDQ, and also constrain myself as far as the shirts go, I guess. I don't know if killing this guy actually does anything for us, so we should continue looking for the actual enemies that we're looking for here in the mall. Powerball can hit Lemmy? Probably, but like I said, there's no point to it, they're just, it doesn't, get us anything, I don't think. Unless there's, like, a guy hidden in that block. Anyway, it's shit out there. Things are not calling back. I think a lot of it comes down to, like, the influence of AI. Last time I was looking for work, last time I was out of work, AI had not gotten to the point it was now. Back then it was just like a ha-ha kind of thing, where you looked at, a generated image of, like, Star Fox, And he went like, haha, I made Star Fox, but he's got a burrito. What do they think of next? And then we all realized a lot of us realized the pernicious, the pernicious possibility of slop, and also just like the economic impact and not the economic impact so much as the power and such impact of it, and sort of like pulled back from that. But right now there's a big proliferation of like AI being used to write resumes and basically make the most perfect resumes you could imagine, the most matched up to the job, just the kind of shit that's hard to compete with and hard to filter out. And as a result, like now when people are applying for jobs, they apply for thousands of them. You know, there was a story earlier. There was a story I saw like a week or two or three ago, where a guy made an AI assistant, right, that would automatically modify a resume, match it up perfectly for every job they were applying to, and send in like thousands of applications. And after a few months and tens of thousands of applications, dude found a job. That's how fucked up it is. Like, that's, you know, cheat code product that dude made only found him something after like a months of nothing. That's an issue with how you apply for jobs in general. Well, it's also an issue with like the companies are getting overwhelmed. You know, they're getting so many applications and so many of them are so polished that it's hard for them to filter it out, to the point where they've basically given up, it seems, and have just turned to, oh, it's like a lap 1, lap 2, lap 3 thing. Snow? Oh, thanks for the tip. Oh, I see, right. This is of course a remake of a Mario Kart track. So this is matching, I guess this is matching the same layout and all that. This is matching the same layout and beat for beat. Where's the third one? Eight Deluxe. Yes. This is the 8 Deluxe version. That's cool. That's cool. I like themed... Leave? Leave? What does that mean? Do I need to leave it off? Maybe leave it off. The bro didn't spawn? Oh, dang. Okay, we'll start over. We still have time left. And you know, I know what to do now. So I can do it faster. I kind of got all lost there in the various... I was shopping around. I was looking for deals. Maybe I missed it on the first lap. Oh, what the hell? That dude spawned early. That's weird. Average Mario Maker glitch? Yeah, we just got a free lap as well. We got a free lap. We're gonna finish this in 2 laps. This is like one of those, turn off comments? Okay. This is like one of those, like, glitch videos where, they show off how to beat, like, a Mario Kart 64 track by, like, going back over the finish line to get, like, a free lap. Except we only get 1 lap rather than 3 free laps. They get all their laps for free. Yeah, the comments would have explained how you're supposed to do this. The comments are helpful. Two lap finish. Wait, continue going down. Don't go up the escalators. Those are explaining what the things are, the various things that we're seeing. Please drive up the ramp carefully. And then we'll do this. And we'll get the ending. Flagpole, good, okay. Thank you, thank you. 2 lap finish, 2 lap finish. Hello, Monsieur Clunky Dong, how you doing? Monsieur, I hope you are doing well. Good day to you. Let me hit complete, and we'll bring up the next level, and the timer as well. And yeah. Rick Tendo just said hi to Monsieur Clunky Dong. Hello. That's like Monsieur is like French or whatever, so you have to say it a little bit fancy. No, Clunky Dong, Clunky Dong, sir. How you doing? Get that level into there, Q. Okay, cool. Next card. Job market's all fucked, is what I was saying about the previous card. A lot of people are submitting perfect resumes with AI, and a lot of employers are rejecting 99% of them also with AI, so it's hard to even speak to a human these days in the job application process. It's not good. Next card. What other options are there these days? Gigs? One thing that you do have to think about when you're, unemployed, newly unemployed, and facing the prospect of like, okay, unemployment runs out, the severance, that also runs out. What do you do next? What are you doing? And thing I'm definitely wondering about is like, what exactly options are there? Does anyone do gig work here? My understanding is that, like, yeah, I feel like, from what I've been hearing, a lot of software engineers in this time have had to turn to things like Ubers and do things like drive Ubers, and that is definitely the one thing I think of as far as, like, the gig work that anyone can do. I've been told by family members of, like, oh, there are stuff like, there's, like, gigs where you solve problems and sort of train an AI in so doing, where they'll pay you some pittance to, like, do math problems in front of it or something. That's probably not good pay, but it is pay, and anyone can do it. What other crap is there? Does anyone use any of that? Is any of that, like, worth pursuing? I know that some of my family, I know that there's other side hustles. Obviously, this could be one of them. Should, the YouTube be monetized and the Twitch make more, 10x in size, let's say, for, like, obviously, this and other pursuits, independent pursuits would be those, but, as far as ones that actually immediately, reliably make money, I see, this is like an auto-scroller, we're avoiding the fish. Very nice. Challenging. Let's not be fish food. Yes. Good thing that fish can't jump super duper duper high. Oh, fuck. What am I doing? Also, I gotta set the timer. Okay. I really want to refrain from any of that work. I will say I do know that there are other gigs out there, other side hustles that I do think are cool. Like my ma and my sister, I think they're both teachers, so they both do that like thing where you like upload homework stuff and you can sell that. That's their side hustles. Though my sister says she'd like to get a 3D printer, which is another very respectable side hustle, though I feel like that one's just really oversaturated, and it's much more... I feel like that's hard to make bucks with. I feel like you're just gonna be way, in over your head, and over... I say that as a Twitch streamer who is in an oversaturated space. I feel like that one's another such oversaturated space where probably can't hope to turn that into a full-time thing quite so easily. But there are things out there that you can do some side hustles with. If you had the money to start it, maple syrup would be a fun side hustle. What, like going out into the forest and tapping trees? Is that a thing you can legally do? You can just like take a tap and just go tap, hammer, 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 and just wait for the sap to come out? Indeed. Wow, that must be regional to some degree, right? Like, depending on if your area has the right trees. You're like from the north, Chard. I know this. You talk about snowmobiles during the winter. I'm from the south. I don't know if we had the same natural resources. Maybe you could make like Winnie the Pooh and be like, I have found a beehive. No, that can't be right. That can't be right. You can't possibly make money just like going full Winnie the Pooh and being like, I have found a beehive. Let me go get the honey. I'm doing more of a Yogi Bear. I don't have a Winnie the Pooh, it turns out, in my repertoire. Hey, hey, hey. I see a beehive waiting to be harvested. You can also tap the very northern tree, sugar maple. You can also tap walnut and some birches, but they have less sugar. It takes 5 gallons of sap to do 10 Oz of syrup. I don't know much about fluid units. I know a gallon is like a gallon of milk. I don't know what an Oz is. A fluid ounce is when you get like the little travel sized. Isn't it like 3 ounces can go on a plane? And that's not like a tube of toothpaste. That's like smaller than that. So I guess 10 ounces is like a bottle. So like, oh, I think I remember this being like 30 ounces or something. My water bottle here. This is like 30 ounces. A soda can is like 12. Okay. So it takes a lot to make a little. Gotcha. About half that. About half that. Okay. Hey, KMFD Damien. Let's just say Damien. That's definitely how you parse that. Hello, how you doing? Thank you for the level. Hello, hello. I'm, you know, right now I sort of by obligation have to be somewhat interested in side hustles, but also I feel like with unemployment being the way that it works and how it sort of encourages you to like stick to your profession, stick it to your guns for a bit, I do feel like I can at this point just like take it easy and focus on, you know, software engineering gigs as far as like what I'm applying to, and in my free time I could focus on actually trying to develop skills that might get me out of this whole rigmarole that aren't necessarily like, you know, doing weird gig work. I do think part of it for me is that I do feel like gig work is fundamentally fragile. As fragile really as the, as any other work, really more so. Insofar as like, yeah man, like Uber especially, right? Uber is what people I feel like are turning to right now more than everything. And let's face it, you know, they're not quite there yet with the self-drive. That's we all know that. That's it's obviously very limited in what examples are there out there are like fucking up regularly in comedic fashion. But like they are trying as best as they can to replace every Uber driver with an automated equivalent. And that just means that what the hell's going on there? Most maple syrup in stores is just corn syrup, so real syrup is expensive. Oh, okay then. So it's like you do that harvesting and then you get a little, but it actually nets a high profit because like Elon Musk is buying it, basically, and Peter Thiel and other evil people. Jamie Dimon, for instance, to name an evil person. Is that gonna be a new... I got eaten by a fish. Yeah, yeah. He did hit me when I was on top of the tree last time, so I'm trying to be a little bit lower on the tree. Trying to be a little lower. I feel like part of it is very vulnerable and very much just like, oh, you know, we'll pay a bunch of people to do a bunch of crap, but like the instant that that crap is done, that crap will be done, and you won't have that job anymore. And also, like, other industries are also threatened bigly by it. Like, man, like, right now, engineers are losing jobs at a unprecedented rate. You know, what with AI automation and the whole companies focusing more on that and tokens than on people and manpower. And people who don't specialize in AI in particular. But like, shit, man, when trucks can drive themselves, I don't know what people are going to do. Honestly. Like, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't trucker the biggest job in a bunch of states? Isn't trucker like the #1 job in a bunch of states? Like, once that's automated, what the hell is going to happen to the economy? How are people going to make ends meet? And at that point, you won't be able to just go, oh, I'll drive an Uber. No, that's what's being replaced. That's what's being eliminated. So, I guess what I'm saying, one of the things that I'm sort of wondering about all that crap and the whole gig economy and all that crap is like, one, what options are there? And two, what options will be there 5 years from now? Any? One really wonders, like, you know, if there will be universal basic income in like 5 years, you know. One seriously really wonders that because, like, man, how the hell are people going to live if AI takes every job? You know, other than creative pursuits that AI, that like, you know, creative pursuits that are patronized by people who care about what they're consuming, and maybe manual labor for now until there's robots that can do that. Yeah, this level's hard. This level's very hard. Cool. Cool. So I don't know what's up with all that crap. Honestly, you know, my folks keep telling me about, like, oh, you know, you can do this crap, you can do that crap. Maybe you could get a job as like this sort of thing, you know? Oh, this field is hiring. You know, I wouldn't put it past my ma to be like, you could train to be a hairdresser or something. And it's like, yeah, I guess you could do other things, but for now, you know, I got my idea about how to go forward. I'm going to pursue that, and in the meantime, I will submit job applications and proceed not to hear back, and probably once the severance, you know, I gotta wait until severance, like, severances before I can start unemployment, but, you know, I'll collect unemployment once that starts, and, once I can do that, and, hopefully that'll help me get through to the point where other things can start coming online, you know? I'm working on stuff. You could grow meat chickens as a side gig, Chard. That's an interesting side gig. I feel like farmer is like a full-sized gig, but that's just me. I guess also you could do stuff like, you know, if you wanted to grow your own vegetables, start a little garden. If you grew your own vegetables are cheap. How much work does it take to make, like, a, you know, like a, checkpoint, hell yeah, let's go, to make, like, a side garden, and, probably more than it really costs. It's probably more of a hobby than a hustle. Or at any rate, you know, it's there to save on, shopping. You can't necessarily turn around and sell all that crap at a big profit. At least not one that makes up for the, time it takes to, like, window shelf grow it. I also need the space and the window shelf. and the know-how to grow things. Not gonna Stardew Valley my way out of this, I don't think. That's not the side gig for me. I've never grown a plant, nor an animal. Not something I've done before. Time is running short. There's just a little bit of level left, though. Let's see if we can do it. You have been gardening small scale. Things like lettuce and squash yield by the dozen if you're skilled. That fun? Is that like a side gig for you? Do you make money on that, or do you just use it to like save on groceries chard? I bet that's really healthy. You know, homegrown lettuce and stuff. I bet that's real damn healthy. And I think that's I do think that's pretty cool. I do think that like characters in fiction and anime that do that sort of thing are like, or like, you know, Artie Bucco, whatever. Let's go, we did it! I like it when Artie Bucco, he's got his little garden out there, and he shoots the rabbit, and he makes rabbit stew at the restaurant with that rabbit, or something. That's cool, and I like it. Good shit. Thank you, Rictendo. That was a solid level, and we were able to get through it just in time. O6I, you are up. O6I just said GG. O6I is here. Excellent. Let's talk about another topic. Been working on a Godot project. It's almost done. I'm showing it off next Thursday. Yes, that's right. I've been discussing this for a while now, and if you look at the calendar, you can indeed see next Thursday has been scheduled. A Godot stream has been scheduled for that. That will be me showing off what I've been up to for a month, showing off the game in excess, showing off like the whole thing that I've created, and playing it for a while. And then I'll get into the nitty-gritty and show like a bunch of code and stuff, and a bunch of like things that I learned and systems that I put together, all sorts of crap. It's gonna be good. If you're wondering, it is sort of a let me see, which MS is it? There's yes, this one, and the next one is yeah. So it is like a top-down Earthbound fan game that I've been making for the last like 3 weeks, where it was a thing that I made as a kid in high school. I made a top-down Earthbound action game, which I have decided, it didn't have a name until recently. I've decided the other day it should be called Earthbound Arena. That's the name of it. There we go. Now it has a name. Just sort of like a top-down action game where you have a bat, you have yo-yos, and you have PK Flash, and you can run around and hit enemies and kill them. And you know, a counter goes up for every enemy you kill. There's 12 enemy types in total, which I made an image to show them all off. They each have like slightly different behavior. They all have different behavior. Like to go through the list real fast. And I'll do this again, of course, on the thing. The crow flies left and right. The cultist sort of wanders around and then charges at you randomly. There's a mimic that disguises itself as a power-up. And then walks at you if you get too close. There's a car that drives at you in perpendicular lines. There's the whatchamacallit, the big eagle motherfucker that is just like a crow but beefier. There's like the guitar. There's that shoots notes at you. There's a UFO that is like a crow but it leaves lightning in its wake. There's a bear that charges at you and also jumps to your location when it's too far away. There's a lady that jumps to your location in big groups. All the ladies jump at once. There's a pitcher who throws balls at you. A starman, hey, just like my shirt, that casts magic spells at you. And is that all? That's all 16? Am I forgetting one? There's a trash can that like hangs out and hides for a bit, and then runs at you full speed and bounces off the wall when it misses, which is pretty cool. I've been spending the last month working on it and fleshing it out and adding a bunch of crap and making it so that, like, right now it unfolds randomly. Every 10 kills, an enemy is either added to the thing or taken away from it. Like, an active enemy is removed from consideration or added to consideration, and every time one is removed, it also spawns like 3 or 4 extra that go above the typical enemy limit, so it really can, you know, you get like big surges of enemies. There's like an ebb and flow to it. There's like different enemies that pop up and you suddenly have to deal with. It's pretty fun, and I've been enjoying, you know, fleshing it out and making it again. And I'll say, like, the game that I made like 20 years ago, 18 years ago when I was in high school, was really neat and cool. I really went above and beyond with that project and implemented something that, like, you know, basically at the time we were only given like an engine insofar as it was like a for loop that could display an image and like an image wherever you wanted to on screen. And I fleshed it out where it's like, okay, I figured out how to do animations within that just because I could be like, okay, I defined this array list of indexes and, you know, it's like 1, 2, 1, 2, there's an animation. 3, 4, 3, 4, there's the second animation, and, you know, I animated them like all weird style. See you later, Snow. Your phone is dying? Ah, that's too bad, that's too bad. Plug that shit in. It was a lot of work then, and I'm kind of really pleased as hell that this thing has come along so well, and suddenly exists again. You know, I for a while I'd been thinking like, oh man, you know, I would love to find that old thing and show it off, but I don't know where it went. I don't know if it is like existing anymore. I don't know if there's like, if it's in like a hard drive or something that I have. But remaking it from scratch and making it like 5, 10 times better than it was back then, you know, it has a lot more things like more authentic Earthbound effects, more authentic, like, more sound effects in general. Went a lot heavier on the sound effects this time. It has screen shake and uses shaders to do the effects that they did in the original Earthbound. Some of them, not. I didn't end up doing the background thing and the battle background. I just ended up using like a Onet background, just like Onet Town, which is fine and it works. But you know, honestly, I'll say I would prefer if I could do like the background where it's all fuzzily and stuff. But that seems like, it seems like they do a lot of weird random math to make the trippy backgrounds in Earthbound. And, I feel like since I have a week left, that's not something that I want to spend the next week, working on. Basically, where I'm at right now is I just need to make the high score screen. I'm like halfway done with that. I figured out how to save the high scores and how that system all works. I already have it so that it can save the last name you enter. And I also already have it so that you can enter a name. So all I need to now do is fix a couple glitches, and it'll be done. And I'll be showing it off next Thursday. And I hope y'all will check out that stream and, you know, give the thing a look. And I'll also put it on itch.io, and I'll put it on itch.io when it's done, as well as I need to be shooting this guy. I need to be back up so I can shoot this guy. Oh, can I? Okay, I gotta shoot downwards. I gotta line it up just so. Here we go. This is neat. I mean, it's taken us a couple tries, but so long as we line it up properly out of the door and just fire all these arrows to begin with from the start, when they hit... What? Really? Maybe this isn't arrows. Maybe this is bombs. Could this be bombs? I assumed that this would kill this guy. Maybe bombs. Maybe bombs. Let's try bombs. Oh, I can only throw one of them. I can only throw one bomb, so it's definitely not bombs. More arrows. More arrows? I'm giving them I'm giving her as much as I can. More arrows! More arrows! Yeah! That was enough arrows. Okay, okay. That was neat. That was a neat thing. Looks like there's more. Anyway, I'm really enjoying... What's the deal here? Oh, maybe I bomb the thing or something. No? What do I do with this? What's the indicator indicating? I can do that, but that doesn't give me access to the... Can I kill the... What's the deal here? What's the gimmick here? Yeah, that was a unique section. I agree. We have all the time in the world and all the tries that we can get in the time that we have, so we might as well just trial and error this. Does this... Can we shield it? You can shield a flame guy? Box is a little precise. Oh, you can shield a flame guy. I didn't know that. News to me. Okay, I'm stuck up here. But hopefully that's fine. It's not fine. I need the thing. Okay, we got it. We know what to do. In fact, I might as well do this part first because this is the harder part. Now. And then go and do this. Works. Got it. Good. Anyway, really been enjoying working with Godot. It's been, like, 10 times more enjoyable, interesting, to, you know, puzzle out these problems, learn stuff, than, like, anything in the last year or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 have been as far as, like, the boring professional work goes. I will say, as far as, like, game development goes in general, I'll say, I am not really quite looking at game development other than a personal capacity. Personally. Like, I'm learning Godot and having a good time, but I'm not learning Godot just to, like, you know, oh, I can go work at, Gearbox or something. You know, that's not what I want to do. That is not my priority and also not my, end goal. You know? It's sort of a thing where the industry is such a nightmare. Hey, Snow, welcome back. Welcome back to the stream, the channel, etc. The industry is such a nightmare out there that, like, it seems to me like the man who's, like, the video game industry man is a lot worse of a man, you know, like the corporate. Video game corporate is a lot worse than boring other engineer corporate, so, like, as dystopian and, like, bad condition-wise as other companies can get, game companies can get worse. So, I'm not necessarily jumping or feasting for the opportunity to work for, like, Gearbox or id or, you know, I guess those would be the two that would be in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that I can think of, so remote aside, those would be the choices. I mean, I'd take an indie studio, no question, but as far as, like, big corporate crap goes, it's like, it doesn't seem like it's really, the way. But, like, the idea, the prospect that I could do something independent style is a very tempting notion, and I'm feeling very hopeful so far. You know, this is turning out so well, and I think I have something pretty cool to show off next week. I think it's gonna be one hell of a stream, and I'm hoping that people will tune in and check all that out and enjoy it next Thursday. I'm genuinely optimistic. I feel like this is a great, you know, like I was saying earlier, I think that layoffs and things of this nature are scary and terrible and just leave you feeling unstable as hell, but they are also opportunities to do something else. To turn around and say, okay, fuck all this shit. I'm gonna go do something fun. And that's what I'm gonna do. For now. And also, I'm gonna apply for jobs in the meantime, and probably none of them will call back on me, but I do need money to live, so if one of them did call back, I guess I would, you know... I mean, we'll see how things are going at that point. Ideally, I would love to be able to just, like, delete my fucking LinkedIn. You know, I would love to be able to go, like, fuck all this noise, fuck all this shit, fuck having contacts over here. If I could have my way, I would say, like, okay, I'd rather network via, like, I'm gonna say Discord in particular, though I guess, you know, Blue Sky would be another option. I don't really skeet on Blue Sky that often. I just use it passively. I don't got I feel like every time I try to skeet, it doesn't really give me the positive satisfaction. It just goes nowhere. Feels like it's just skeeting into a void. But maybe, you know, maybe that still would be a way to, like, get in touch with people and figure out what's what as far as options go, you know? I think Godot is really cool so far, I'll say. It's very user-friendly, pretty damn user-friendly, and I've been having a pretty easy time working out how to do things, figuring out the ropes. I've enjoyed the amount of tutorials and things of that nature out there, and also looking at a little bit of, like, the content out there as far as, like, Godot tutorials and tips and tricks and stuff. And definitely am sitting here thinking, like, I could do that. I could do that. That's, the ballpark of what, you know, as a Twitch streamer who, you know, is an engineer. It's like, okay, well, I can definitely monetize the creation process. That's sort of the thing about, like, looking at that space, looking at that scene that makes me go, hang on. Hey, Snow. Hello again, Snow. Is like, nowadays with indie games, if you share all your crap on social media, on YouTube, on Twitch, etc., you can monetize the creation process, you know, and, you know, do content around it, like I do with when I make the viewer levels, and I sometimes previously would show off the process and give sort of a devlog of the viewer levels coming along, or my levels, I mean. Like, it's basically the same principle, except with a game rather than a Mario Maker level, which sounds rad. I maybe should figure out a better way to show it off, like, you know, on other streams, if I want to give context to what I'm working with and say, like, hey, you know, this is the current project, have a look. Rather than just being like, here's some sprites, here's what it kind of looks like, and let me describe it. It's you know, it's like a action game. You sort of run around hitting enemies and projectiles at them, and they sort of wander around attacking you. It's fun. Pretty fun, actually. Timer's up. That means we're on our last, we're about to get our last tries here. Let's make them count. Or maybe we won't need them. Maybe this'll be it. Let's find out. Let's go. This jump's been the tricky one. And we got it! Progress! Let's see the next room! What is this? It's a boss. Okay. I see what we gotta do. We gotta hit the on-offs on the left, then on the right, and deal with the fire from Bowser as we do. We got this. It's done! Bowser's been dropped off a cliff, and we can climb up to the end of the level. So long as we can do a little shield bounce. Ah! Ah! you can't see the shield bounce. I'm in front of the shield bounce here. Well, suffice it to say, Mario, please show yourself. Look at that. That's not Link. That's not Link. That's Mario. That's a different guy. Five tries. 5 tries left. Fuck! 4. 4 tries left. Hello, Supernova X. How you doing? Thank you for the level. I appreciate it. You have a long series of, fuck me, I forgot to jump into, I just need to die here. There's no, there's nothing doing. 3 tries left. Let's do them. Let's make them count, etc. That was a near win. That's definitely going into something. Content-wise, yes, Chard. You have correctly identified content. Ow! What the fuck? Wait, I could go back through the door. I could go back through the door. The bullet bill there fucking covered up the door. Fucking blocking the door and shit. Don't make it too high. Don't make it too high, lesson learned. But you can fix it. You can fix it. Woo-hoo-hoo! Here we go! Here we go! We just gotta do Bowser again? Easy, easy. That was what, like 5, 6 hits? Not very many. Like 3 or 4. And now... Here, so you can see. So you can see my moment of glory. That's right! Look! Glory! Glory, we've done it! We've done it now. There. I love it when a short has a happy ending. And now that short has a happy ending. I should not have moved while I was in the middle of saying that. I love it when a short has a happy ending. And now that short has a happy ending. Okay. It's always a pain in the ass to move the thing in the vertical when I'm verticalizing, and if I have to move my my face from one part of the screen to another part of the screen, it's a whole pain in the ass. I made it hard for myself by saying the conclusion while I was moving. Yeah, I didn't know I could shield past fireballs. Chompers I've seen before. I've seen that plenty. I've seen that plenty of times. We are nearing the lightning round here. I have 2 more cards related to unemployment and the current state of things and content and things of that nature. I'd like to get through them before we go to the lightning round. So we'll do those 2 cards, I think, and then we'll move to do lightning round. Okay. Complete. Thank you. Next up is Chard, who has been chatting. I appreciate that. Did you know you have ADHD? I didn't know that, but it's quite common. Quite common. Don't worry about it, Snow. It's not that bad. You can have a successful life, even if you don't want to over-medicate on that. Let's see the next card. Speaking of money, I've decided on birthday sub-goals. That's right, next Sunday, not this weekend, next weekend, is my birthday. Next Sunday, a week and change from now, And for that stream, I'll be doing Ocarina of Time plus Majora's Mask Randomizer, but mostly Majora's Mask. Just one dungeon's worth of Ocarina, and everything else will be out of logic. And I have decided on some sub goals for that stream, which will be cumulative and will include any subs that are subbed in the next, honestly, any subs that will be subbed at the time of that stream, which is to say, any subs made in the last 2 weeks or updated, refreshed in the last 2 weeks. Let me show the thing. Oh, also, previous conversation Godot-wise, I have been thinking, like, I don't know, like, where the Godot stuff is going to go as far as, like, if I am going to find collaborators and work with them on stuff, or if I'm going to find an existing team and work on it or stuff, or if I'm just going to be on my own. But I will say, I thought of this idea for, like, a name and, like, a logo treatment. Unemployment games, I need money to live. And that is just very funny to me as a name goes. I think I'm going to make this a little bit fancy style. Exactly this, including the I need money to live part, and have it be like the starting screen of the Earthbound fan game. And anything else I make in the near future until such times as things feel a little more secure, a little more stable, or whatever happens. That's right, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask randomizer. It's a combo randomizer that has both games in it, but I'm going to eliminate most of Ocarina of Time. That's just an idea I have. I think it's pretty funny. I think that's a funny logo, and it's also very funny to me just to see the I need money to live under the title. And also I'll say, I bet that's, I feel like unemployment games might be taken, but I feel like if you say that the full title is Unemployment Games I Need Money to Live, and you have to say the full title every time, then that's not taken, and that's definitely available, and, obviously that's distinct. What I was gonna say, goal-wise, as far as the birthday sub-goals will be, here's what they're at. And they're gonna be 10 subs per incentive because, again, I need money to live. It's a whole, to do. We gotta have some higher sub goals on account of unemployment. For 10 subs, when Donkey Kong 64 is added to Nintendo Switch Online, I will commit to an any percent playthrough of it whenever that happens, instantly. No questions asked. It's the next playthrough. Lock it in. For 20 subs, I will do a single stream where I play Grow Home and Grow Up, two Ubisoft platformers that are short. I think both of them are like 3 to 5 hours each, and I will play them in one stream. That'll probably take around 10 hours total. At 30 subs, I've been thinking about doing Wind Waker Randomizer next month, and also Mario Sunshine Randomizer. Wind Waker would be the third time doing it. And I'll say, if we get 30 subs, that Wind Waker Randomizer will be max settings. Everything in logic. I've never done a max settings randomizer before, so that would be a cool thing to do. And I'll say, whatever happens, we will do a Wind Waker randomizer, but it will be a lot more conservative if we don't hit that sub goal, which is a pretty damn big sub goal for this channel, I'll say, so don't count on it, So, hey, support early, support often. I'd appreciate it, and I think it'd be cool if we could hit these things. At 40 subs, Sonic 06 full playthrough will be unlocked. It will be the next playthrough, I guess, after Toy Story 2 and 64. Sonic 06 will be played through in full. Whole game. It's a bad game. I'll be playing the bad original version, and I think that should be some goofy fun for y'all to enjoy if we hit it. And at 50 subs, I will say I have never beaten Donkey Kong 64. Oh shit, I forgot to... It's Donkey Kong 64 101%. But if we get to 50 subs, that playthrough will upgrade to 100%. 101%, meaning I will have to get every golden banana, every single one of them, every blueprint, every banana even, in every world across the whole game. I do think you know, as like DK64 randomizer has become a thing that I played a bunch of times, I think I have come around on like DK64 being a good game. But also I'll say there are a lot of golden bananas in there that I don't know how to do, that are impossible, that are brutal. I am wondering, of the 101%, how fair it would be to be able to use the rewind to do things like the beetle. I hate the beetle. I don't think I've ever beaten the Ice Caves beetle, but I think we'll see what we can do, and we will, you know, that'll be on the docket, and we'll figure out like whether I'm allowed to rewind. If we raise that many subs, I will leave it up to y'all, and I will ask y'all. I will go on hands and knees like Majima in Yakuza, and I will say, please, let me use the save states. Let me use the rewind. You're not gonna like necessarily a whole 5-hour stream of just the beetle, are you? Are you? You might. That's going to be alarming. I'm a little worried about all that. We'll see what happens in the future there. So those are the 5 goals. Those will be, you know, those will be the goals for the stream. That this level again, very nice. That'll be coming up the weekend after the next Sunday. Not this Sunday, next Sunday. So, you know, sub now, and I'll say it all will go towards that. I do believe we have some subs currently in there, and those will count if they don't expire by the 17th. But, you know, I appreciate everyone. Oh, hey, we got it on the first try. On the second go round here with this level. This level is back now. This level is back now, and this time we're gonna finish it. We almost finished it last time. We're finishing it this time. We got a second try at it. We got a second try of it. It's later. It's later. Right now, it's later. Context. Context is important for shorts. Now they understand that time has passed. Oh, no. That jump's still hard. That jump's still damn hard. Anyway, one more, I believe I have just one more card related to stuff going on, related to work and efforts and all that, and things what are changing. Actually, I believe I have 2. So let me just do them. First off, Cedar Point. I mentioned in the last few weeks that I want to go to Cedar Point, want to do a big trip, and I was thinking, like, should I do that right now before, you know, like, airplane prices get too out of control, before flights start getting canceled, before, you know, I don't know how things are going to be like at the end of summer, for instance, or where I'm going to be at. You know, it'd be nice to do that trip while I don't have any obligations to do work, you know. It's all free time off right now, and provided things work out, I can just do it. I will say, though, I was looking at the calendar, in particular I pulled up the forecast, which is a little early to know, like, you know, like if I wanted to go right after birthday, for instance. I was thinking like right after birthday originally. I was looking at the forecast and it was like rainy, kind of rainy. And it's like, okay, well, you know what? If I'm only getting 2 or 3 days in Cedar Point, I don't want them to be rainy days. So let's put a pin on that and say like June or July and try to find a nice like a nice time of year, you know what I mean? So that's where that's at. I think sometime in June I'll make that arrangement, make that trip, and I'll figure out if I want to go to like both parks over there. I'll say, how about we see how that Godot stream goes, and how well the you know, the metrics of that all are, like, when that's all said and done. If I'm feeling like... If I'm feeling pretty confident from that to say, like, okay, you know, I think this is gonna work out, I think maybe I won't have to do, you know, maybe I'll be good going forward. Maybe then I'll be like, okay, well, let's go Kings Island as well. And maybe if I'm more, like, undecided, like, you know, just save the... You know, I don't know how much money Kings Island would add, but, you know, like, if I'm getting a season pass to all the Six Flags parks, which includes, you know, Cedar Point and all that, because they got acquired later. They got acquired recently. If I'm getting a season pass, I might as well. The only cost will be, like, 2 days hotel, get a cheap one, like $100 a night, and, the extra days of rental car, which I don't know how much that'll cost. But yeah, probably total about $1,000 or two. I can do that, and that's fine. You know, I feel like that might be a little bit, you know, generous even. Like, the first time I went to Japan, I feel like that trip was probably around about $3,000 for like 2 weeks of constant travel. I'm not sure if that math makes sense. Wait, no, it was 2 weeks at $100 a night, plus a $1,000 plane. Probably like $3-4 grand all told, and probably similar for the second Japan trip, though a little more because it was a little longer. Man. I think I do have actually... No, wait, I remember that one's later in the lineup. Anyway, I'm looking forward to that trip. I'm gonna make that trip. Last time I was unemployed, I went to Orlando for a weekend, stayed with my cousin in her apartments, and that was a great trip. That was a cheap trip. Something like that, but with Cedar Point and maybe Kings Island, I think would really go down well. But, undecided about the details right now. And, you know, with things being what they are, it's not a bad idea to wait a minute and, like, really sit back, relax, and just go like, hey, you know, I got severance. I got no hurry as far as, like, you know, once you're on unemployment, you gotta, like, continue to make applications and be available for people to get back to you. But right now, you know, I don't need to. Does that make sense? Right now, I can just be like, okay, you know, I can take a trip and I don't have to, you know, I'm still going off the severance right now, so, I mean, I will be in the next couple weeks anyway. And the money from previous years of work. I will say, financially wise, I'm doing okay. Like, I was at a point where I was looking at houses and going like, okay, can I start getting into that? And I do worry now as far as like, oh, you know, the longer I spend unemployed, the more I'm eating into that, the harder it's going to be to get back on that track and actually do things like get a house, get a dog, get a, you know, have stability. Not pay rent for the rest of my life. But, you know, it's a whole fucking thing. Man, this fucker. This fucking pipe keeps on fucking me up. I will say, feel like I'm getting a little sick. My parents apparently got sick recently. Last I heard from them, they were all sniffly and like throat sounding audibly rough. I will say right here, right now, I am a little concerned I might be coming down with it presently. Hey, we did it. We did it. Yeah. I will say I'm a little concerned I might be coming down with that right now. And, you know, I will say I'm a little concerned that I might be coming down with that right now. And if I do come down with that by the time of like next Tuesday, which I have planned for I have a stream planned for that, Bowser's Fury in full. I'll say if I'm sick at that point, We're gonna take a rain check. We're gonna punt that to, I guess, like, next month sometime. Because, like, all the other slots this month are pretty much taken by things that can't move back. And shouldn't move back, so... You know, if there's no stream Tuesday, you know why. Basically, is what I'm saying. I'm fine now. It's just a little bit, just a tiny bit sniffly, and my throat feels a little bit sore. Just a tiny bit sore. Honestly, I've been sore. You know, don't worry for today. Worry for Tuesday, I think is the long and short there. Anyway, I'll say, that's the last card, I think, that's related to all this crap, all this real shit. I will also say I have a number of cards that are unrelated to that shit that are coming up, next. News, gaming news, hardware, software, games, prices, a bunch of stuff happened in the last, like, 2, 3, 4 days. And we'll get into all that once the lightning round starts, which it will do after this level here. So, nice. This whole segment has been, this whole part of the stream has been focused on the real stuff. We'll be stepping away from that for a bit. That said, I did make more cards that are kind of related to that. Kind of a big topic of right now, and I'll say I do want to reel back on that in future streams. I do want to, like, not necessarily every stream be beating the drum as far as, like, unemployment is a thing. I am working on fun stuff. You know, I do worry, like, looking at it going like, okay, well, if I'm working on things in Godot, is every week I'm coming here saying, like, here's what I've been working on, check it out. Or am I saving it? Am I, like, you know, going like, oh, you know, I won't tell you yet. Get ready, it's going to be good, though. You're gonna like it. It's really cool. I'll say, I have already an idea. I have 2 ideas, actually. I have 2 ideas for what I want to work on next, and I think I'm gonna go with the first idea, but the second idea is pretty cool, too. And, I'm curious, like, logistically, if the second idea... I don't even know how I would do the second idea, honestly. It's probably not super realistic, but, as far as the thing I could achieve, honestly, both of the ideas that I have right now are a little bit ambitious, a little bit over the top, and a little bit just like, yeah, man, I'm gonna learn a lot, and maybe I'll come up with something so cool that people, you know, that it needs to become a real thing. You know, I'm basically just gonna make cool things and see what sticks. And what doesn't stick, I'll still show off, you know? I'll still turn it into content no matter what. And, it could be content that keeps on going, and, you know, for the next year, or whatever. Or it might be content that's just like, yeah, you know, I tried it, it didn't really work out. But hey, I learned stuff, and I think it's a pretty cool thing to try. We'll see, you know? Again, I'll say, I feel like my emotion right now is like, one, I feel very... Time's up, by the way, so... Another 5 tries. Shit, we're down to 5 last tries again! Down to 5 last tries again. And our second go. We had 12 more minutes, and we didn't even see the ending this time. Difficult. That one pipe, and the pipes that are after it. Difficult as all fucking hell. I'll say, my mood right now is optimistic, is excited. I'm doing stuff that's fun. I'm making things that I'm excited to show off, and I feel like that's a good sign. And honestly, I feel like it's something that I'd like to do for the rest of my life. If I could. If this could be the way forward. I mean, I do think I need to work on, you know, work-life balance. I need to work on just, like, finding time for exercise and things of that nature, and sleep schedule and things like that, but, I am really jazzed right now, and I just hope this all works out. If this all works out for the best, getting laid off might be the best thing that ever happened to me. You know? This, getting laid off right now might be the best thing that ever happened to me. If it doesn't work out, let's hope it's just a minor inconvenience until the economy recovers, you know, post-impeachment or whatever.
Oh no!
We got it on like the first or second try originally. Anywho, what else is new? What else is going on? We'll find out after these next 2 tries. We have 2 tries. The next time we see this level will be in the lightning round, so that was the last time we'll have, well, the last time tonight we'll have, we'll have so many tries, you know? Ah! And they both went really fast. The last 2 did, in particular. Thank you, Chard. That was nice. That was good. You do like the thwomps. They do keep on coming up in levels of yours. Cool shit. Let me hit this miss, and we'll bring up the next level. Monsieur Conkydong is the next person. And folks, do you know what time it is right now? That is right. It is time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, we will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way. 5 tries, refreshing at checkpoints, and additionally, additional heads for additional cases. For levels of clear rate below 4%, 4% or lower, we have bonus heads, which come in a variety of forms. Let me just hit the randomize thing, and you can see, oh wow, look at that. A random smattering of the random heads. Very nice, very nice. I'll hide them, and then I'll stop the thing randomly, and looks like we got Toadette heads. Lovely. For levels of 0.4 clear rate or lower, we also have helmets, bonus helmets. These are the 3rd stream where the helmets have existed. They are relatively new. If you've been here before and you don't know them, it's because they're new. The first level of the night, whose person is here, also gets them, as well as, I think for Super Worlds, let's just give them the regular bonus heads. Let's not give let's not give Super Worlds 12. Necessarily. That's a bit of overkill. 0.4% and also the first level of the night gets the bonus helmets. And also, of course, like previously, if you're not here, it's still sudden death, which I can switch to at a moment's notice. And if you want to refresh, do a subscriber refresh now. It's a good time if you want to skip the line. That's what the Express Pass is for. Monsieur Conkydong, please confirm for me in chat. Let me put the thing for you to see your name so you can know in case you're muted or something. Let me do this thing for you, Monsieur Conkydong. Let's go ahead and punch this level in, get this going. A lot of stuff in the world outside of me and my circumstances, so let's talk about a whole bunch of that crap and, continue having a good time. I will say, Beer Levels is a good time, no matter what's going on with the crap. Oh, this is a low clear rate level, so we should probably give, let me give Monsieur a moment to confirm before I start this one up. In the meantime, let me drink my water. It's only been finished by 1 person. Has a clear rate of 0.1%. Would qualify for the heads no matter what. For the helmets, full 12, no matter what. Oh, delicious. Let's get it going. Let's go. Monsieur, you can confirm at any time, and I'll convert you over to the helmets. That's how we're gonna do this. Let's just keep it moving. You don't the mushroom got away. I hope I don't need that. I feel like if I go through this door, I might die. I feel like if I hit this block, it might be bad. It was okay, but... Oh, it released a bad guy who's chasing me. But he'll, like, fuck off pretty soon. So far, this doesn't seem super bad. I wonder if this is, like... if the clear rate is just, like... Is this going to be, like, a level where the goal is to find the way and it's completely non-obvious? Like, how you're supposed to do it? I feel like that sort of level is not common at all in Mario Maker here. Like, you barely see any that are quite so unclear about how to beat them. But that is a way to make a level hard. Just by obscuring the ending. Whoa, that guy's... Look at him go. He's having a good time. He's having a good time. Wow. Wow. He's a happy fella. He's a happy fella right there. Getting blown. That's what she said. I don't know that really works. Phrasing. There must have been a more... There's gotta be a better way to phrase that! Fish nearly got me, but it didn't. Okay, so... where we're at right now is... Nothing makes sense? Nothing makes sense right now. Every time I go through this door, it looks like shit changes. Okay, so this door changes the state of the rest of the level. Adds P-switches, changes on-offs. So until the P is activated, you don't want to get the... I think I kind of can see some of the progression here. Let me first get a mushroom. We got one try at present. Let's see if we can do it. This has like a 0.1% clear rate. Unclear what you're supposed to do in here. You can watch these guys get blown, but that's not very productive. That's not very productive, is it? Is it? Okay, I want to go through this door and activate the first state. Change. I don't know what that did. It doesn't look like it does anything until... The first one doesn't do the on-off, doesn't switch the on-off or anything. It just... Wait, is that another state change? This one will activate the on-off, which releases the P-switch. Wait, but that also kills me. Looks like you have to activate the P-switch from this room by making the bomb go off while you're over here or something. I don't know. That's the last of the two sudden death heads. Monsieur did not confirm. I don't know how you do that. I don't know what it's asking of me. Let's have a look real fast. Monsieur, if you want to confirm, now's the time. I'm giving you a second longer while I just zoom in here and look. So I feel like once you get the Yoshi, you can jump up there. You can also lick up the thing once you get the Yoshi. Can you have to use the P switch to get the Yoshi? Can you not stop the egg in mid being springed into the hole? You might not be able to get the spring to get the Yoshi unless of that. So once you get the key, you can jump off the Yoshi up into this part over here, and then presumably that takes you to the end where there was a clear condition of beating Bowser, right? But it looks like he just falls into the hole and he's fine. So yeah. All right. That's it. That's that one. Thank you. months here. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss, and we'll see the next one from Snow. Go ahead and confirm for me, Snow. You know what to do. Snow in the YouTube side. Meanwhile, let's do a card. Did y'all watch the Star Fox Direct? What the hell? That sort of came out of nowhere, huh? Literally, if y'all didn't know if this is the future, if you're watching way later on, just all of a sudden on Wednesday night, there was a Star Fox Direct for the new Star Fox game, which is a remake of the old Star Fox game, literally a shot-for-shot remake of Mario 64, which apparently I hear, Star Fox 64 was a remake of Star Fox for the SNES in so many ways, and also, apparently Star Fox Zero was also a remake of Star Fox 64. This is the fourth Star Fox, the fourth time they're just telling that original story. Huh. The fourth time they're telling that original story. That's, weird. That's, a whole fucking thing. And, people have a whole bunch of fucking takes on it. Let me say. I, for my part, was watching other stuff at the time when I heard it was happening. I heard it when I heard about it. It was like 5 minutes in, so I had to take it back a little bit to go like, okay, start me from the start. Let me be a little behind everyone else. That's fine, but basically it's weirdly photorealistic. I'll say, and in this shot it kind of looks okay, but in a lot of the actual gameplay, something about it looks a little uncanny to me, and to a lot of other people as well. And I feel like a lot of it is these were set up to be like I saw a theory, and I think that's a pretty good theory, and it might be genuinely true, that like the stuff where you can use the webcam and get like an avatar, and like Koizumi showed during the direct, where you can look around and Fox will look around and look up, look down, that was probably the reason why the models look the way they do, and they worked backwards from there. They worked backwards from that idea, and I don't know. I feel like they could look better. I feel like the writing and the dialogue could be a little sharper, and I also feel like, as much as it's easy to say, like, okay, the only successful time Star Fox has ever been successful was the one time they did Star Fox 64, or the remake thereof. I gotta say, I feel like Star Fox, I want to see something new from them. I kind of want to see different planets even. Different levels, maybe? Do you have to really remake the same game over and over again? Can you not just make a new one and have it be just as good? Just as worth playing? Just as well written? Also, I feel like the English performances are a little lacking compared to the original, from what I can tell so far. I don't know if I'm going to get it. I'll say that much. I look at it and I go, I don't know. I'm not super excited. I will say, like, before the announcement happened, before the direct came out of nowhere, which, by the way, it's looking worse and worse, the idea of a general direct. It's looking more and more like there won't be a general direct anytime soon, before, like, maybe June or July. Huh. We're still pretty fucking far from a general direct if they don't just, save Star Fox for that. And, you just want to roll it out on its own thing, in its own time. Weird. I will say, before that direct happened, I was low-key trying to think of stream ideas that I could do, or have be incentives, and one idea I did have was like, okay, Star Fox 64 kind of takes like, what, an hour to go through? It'd be fun to do a stream that was like, Star Fox 64, then Star Fox 64 DS, or 3DS. Apparently, Star Fox is the same game. Okay, how long does it take to do Star Fox on the SNES? Do that one as well. Can you do Star Fox Zero in an hour as well? Like, if I could do Star Fox Zero, and if I could do all 5 of the Star Foxes 1 hour each over the course of a, like, 10-hour stream, I feel like that would be a fun, like, I don't know, big long stream, extra life, something of that nature. Would that be good? Would that be a fun idea for Extra Life? That's an idea that I have. I need to see like how long to beat is 0, how long to beat is stuff. Maybe not immediately, but maybe we have that be the Extra Life stream this year. Would that be fun? I was actually just thinking about it for like a regular stream or like an incentive, but all the Star Foxes, every version of Star Fox, except for Command, Assault, and Adventures in one stream would be fun. And if there's extra time, we can just like, you know, we can throw in, I have to see the how long to beat of 0, of Star Fox, and of Star Fox, parentheses, 2026. If the how long to beat is like an hour each, like, abso-fucking-lutely. That's like a great, that's actually a fantastic, Extra Life idea, now that I say it aloud. That sounds like the content. And also, it'll be fun to see, like, you know, the differences between each game. Would we do different routes every time? I don't know. I feel like extra difficulty would drive the length of some games up, and that might be a problem, just logistically. So maybe we just go for the most fast we can do, the most basic routes, or maybe we just play it by ear. You know, we try to do the objectives, and if we fail, you know, we go down to the next, the previous route. That level went so fast, I tangented right over it. Sorry, Snow. But also, Snow didn't do a confirmie, so I guess it's fine. Yeah, Star Fox coming out. I don't know. I'm really excited for it, but for the sake of content, I might get it. Also, it is just $50. It's not 70. It's not 60. It's a little bit discounted. Hey, that's nice. I also think it's exclusively on the Switch 2. Switch 2 needs some exclusives, so that's a good step. I'll say that much. Apparently, rumor has it that there's also going to be an Ocarina of Time remake this year as well. I'm down for that. Yeah, sure. I love Ocarina of... I don't love Ocarina of Time, but I think Ocarina of Time is damn good. And I would love to replay it again. Except with... there was already a Ocarina of Time remake that I also got, you know, back on the 3DS and I had a good time with. And I'll absolutely get that again. Thank you, Snow. I'm hitting confirm. It's KMF. KMF. Damien. KMF Damien. It's Damien. How you doing, Damien? Next card. Next piece of news. Speaking of Nintendo, KMF Damien is here. Fantastic. Speaking of Nintendo and speaking of news, hot news out today. Did y'all hear the price of a Switch 2 is going up? Sad. As of like September is what I hear. The price of the Switch 2 will go from $450 to $500. You're pretty good. How are you? Well, I'm officially unemployed as of today. Literally, I was employed yesterday. But I'm doing all right. I'm having a good time playing levels. It's one of those situations, and I'm excited about what I'm working on as far as non-work possible ventures, personal projects go. So, you know, we'll see. Yeah, price of a Switch is going up. Kind of a bummer, but the games are cheaper. How do you mean, 06i? Are they like lowering game prices? All I saw is that they're raising prices in Japan, I think, as of now. And as far as America goes, it's going from $450 to $500 with other prices in other countries. You check the news on your own. Read the level description before playing? Okay. I'll say, I feel like this is a thing that we have expected for a long time. They reduced digital games by 10 recently. Oh, is that like across the board? Like, I know Star Fox is $10 less cheaper, but it's like, is Mario Kart $70 digitally? Is Bonanza was $70 in store, right? Is it now 60? Oh, that's pretty nice then. That's pretty good. I'll say that's also a long time coming thing, and also not so affected. Okay, only new releases further on, probably. I feel like that might be a special thing for Fox for Star Fox, considering the length of Star Fox, considering you'll probably be able to beat this thing in 1 or 2 hours, you know, first time through. But if it's a ongoing trend, I think that'd be nice as well. It's honestly not, it's something that we've all seen coming. It's something that we expected from the start. Yoshi and Splatoon are doing it as well. I feel like those games also might be in sort of the discount category. You know, Yoshi being a kid's game and Splatoon. Splatoon, it's actually good. Unless it's sort of positioning itself as more of a spin-off than a mainline game, in which case it might be more of that, like, than any sort of, like, deal, specifically. I feel like this was a long time coming. We saw, we sort of have seen it coming for a long time, that they would be doing this. Tariffs have been a whole big international problem, and finally the Switch 2 will be changing its price to reflect that. Honestly, I can't blame them, and I expected it to happen. I'm glad it launched at $450, you know? Like, honestly, I kind of expected it to launch at $500 flat. And in some ways, it kind of did. You know, it bundled Mario Kart in there for $500 flat. And that was a whole... That's how much I paid, really, for it. But... shit, man, what are you going to do? It's not Nintendo's fault. I feel like Nintendo should be commended for, like, putting up with this. Pushing through it, like, farther than, like, PlayStation or Xbox did. Longer than PlayStation or Xbox did, and I hope that everyone got their chance to go get their Switch 2s before this price this price increase happened, this price hike happened. I saw my sister got one the other week, and I think she got in at the right time. I think this is the time to get in, and hope she enjoys hope she's enjoying the Pokemon. You know, the Pokopia. And, maybe she'll get more games later on. I don't know. Let's do it. Get ready to throw 2 CPs. I gotta be ready to throw, I think is what that said. Throw boomerangs. Throw boomerangs. Oh, crap! Okay, I understand now. I gotta throw boomerangs, and the boomerang is going to automatically... hit the thing. Oh, crap. Every time there's arrows, I do the boomerang. Okay. And by the way, we have 12 tries to do it on account of the relatively new bonus helmets, which continue to be brand new. 10 tries left. 10 tries left for this. Let's do this. Watch out for the arrow. Oh, not every arrow. It's the P's. It's the P's. It's not the arrows at all. Look for P. Look for P. Okay, 8 tries. Let's go. It said so in the little description. Yeah, I saw it said throw. It wasn't sure how to parse it. I was kind of rushing. Should have taken my time and understood it cleanly before I started, but also, isn't it fun to just get in and like get the feet under you? Yes, it's very, very fun, and everyone enjoys seeing it. Ooh, that's what we gotta do. 4 tries left. Yes! We got it! Oh my god! Ah! We got so far! We can't do this, right? We can't cheese dick this. We can't get past this on-off thing. I can't get to the wall below, can I? Nor can I jump cleanly under these blocks. No, no. That was a killer run. That might be the best run we get. We got 3 tries left. And we've already wasted one of them. Woo! That forced the last try, man. That was the one. That was last try. Last try. Oh! How did I do it the last time? I don't know how I hit that switch the first time. That kind of felt like I was... Hang on, 1 second. Did I do like a spin? No, it wasn't spinning. Spinning doesn't throw it. I don't know how I threw that last time. Yeah, that was going real damn well. You gotta analyze fast. Yes, I will say KMF, you know, feel free to get that back in there. The lightning round is what it is. I will also say that subscribers, Twitch subscribers, can refresh my tries once per stream, or skip the line if they so choose. And right now, the line is not very long. You just have to wait through 4 levels if you submit again. We could absolutely get another crack at that, and I'm feeling like I could do it too. And the clear rate is 0, so I would get the helmets again, regardless. Thank you. Supernova. Supernova is up next. Sucks about this Twitch 2 price. Kind of saw it coming. Hey, Supernova. What's up? How you doing? Evening. Nice. Donkey Kong dancing emote. I like it. Lovely. So we got the heads. Let me do another card then, as I'm typing this in. Did y'all also see the stream controller pre-order fuckery and updates? Yes. So, last Monday, the Steam controller went on sale. The Steam controller, as you probably know, as you probably are aware, is a lovely, well-reviewed, expensive controller that is jam-packed with features. Only works on Steam with Steam currently. Hey Barnstormer, how you doing? That's Barnstormer saying evening a second ago. Thank you for the level. Went on sale earlier this week and pretty much fucking immediately sold out. Well, that's not what really happened. What happened is pretty much immediately, every time you went to buy it, it said, fuck, shit, ass, shit's broken. It was slammed. And me and basically everyone else spent like a good chunk, at least an hour or two, just slamming on the buy button, buy, and getting this message again and again, until it switched over to say, like, it's out of stock. And for that day, that night, it would go back into stock, but only for, like, seconds at a time as someone canceled, and then immediately, like, it would say, oh, in stock. By the time you hit buy again, it said, wait, no, out of stock. It's out of stock. Fucked up. Seems like scalpers really did have a big impact, and it was kind of a big fucking mess, and I and everyone else left a little unhappy out of that whole situation. Hello, Easel. Check the pinned message. Check the pinned message for the command, how to do that. How you doing? So on Monday, I was not able to get one. I got this message for an hour. And also, I was working on some stuff at the same time. I was working on the Godot stuff, as I was talking about earlier. I'm sort of switching back and forth from doing some Godot stuff and then hitting buy on the Steam thing. You know, buy. Okay, working on the stuff. Buy. Working on the stuff. And maybe I should have just done buy, because some people got through and I didn't. And maybe lesson there is keep on hitting buy. But seems like Steam did learn a lesson from this, and immediately after they were like, earlier yesterday, they were like, hey, listen, we're going to open up for reservations now. And that opened up earlier today, at like noon Central Time. It opened up. I got in there at 11:59 Central Time, so I should be one of the first to get serviced. I should be one of the first to get a opportunity to buy a Steam controller. They also took measures to avoid letting in like scalpers and Steam accounts that are too new. So and whatever. So hopefully those measures will help, and also hopefully I'm looking forward to getting it. I guess I'll get it next week then, if what this thing says is true. Pre-orders will start, or like orders, the opportunity to buy will be sent to me sometime next week. I'll be keeping a firm eye on that. I will take that opportunity. I will make sure it's not ending up in spam or whatever. I guess I should keep an eye on my spam folder just in case. No way it'll be in spam, right? Like, this is important shit. Surely Gmail knows to not put that in spam. Anyway, I'm still excited about the Steam controller. I still am looking forward to getting my hands on it. I have not gotten my hands on it. Newest level, you got it. I'm looking forward to it. You know, like I said, I've been working a bunch in Godot, and I would like to have a controller to use for that. That's pretty good and you can plug in nicely. I've been using a this wired 8-bit Do controller the last couple days, which I got last week, and it was like just $20. So honestly, I think I'll just keep it, and it's fine. It's good. It probably can work with the Switch if you plug it in. You know, it's good in a pinch, and it's honestly not a bad controller for the money. You know, it's and I like the color as well. But I do think I would like to use the Steam controller, if at all possible, for the purposes of you know, playing games on the computer going forward, with the exception of N64 games, where I have the N64 8-bit Do controller, which is quite lovely, and I guess mouse and keyboard as well. Mouse and keyboard games probably would continue that. I hope you enjoy my level, Essel says. Trollface. Oh, that's always a good sign when people are dropping are trying to drop Trollface into chat. I don't know that works like that. What's the clear rate here? Hang on, let me see the clear rate. Are we 5 tries? Oh, 100% clear rate. We're good. Yeah, 5 tries is what we get. Let's do it. One hungry Yoshi. Got one hungry Yoshi here. Look at this. It's a Yoshi, and I'm going into its mouth. How about that? This is like Bowser's Inside Story, but Yoshi. Ah! And I'm turning off its on and off its tongue and eating the potobos. It's like a hungry hippo situation. Isn't that something? Isn't that nice? And you know what? I can see why the clear rate's 100%. You can't lose this. It's hungry hippos, and also you need to only hit a specific one, which you know, you can't tell which one it's going to be until it dies, and it you get the coin, you get the key. This is real novel. This is real nice. I love the theming. That's good shit. Well done, Supernova. I bet in this case it's one of the Wigglers. But the strategy, I'll say, you know, gameplay-wise, it just comes down to, like, it has as much gameplay as hungry hippos. You know, just keep hitting. Not really a game of strategy, hungry hippos. But it is fun. I say that, I haven't played hungry hippos in, like, 30 years? I bet I haven't played hungry hippos in 30 years. I have a nephew now. Maybe I'll play hungry hippos again. Maybe. Have you played hungry hippos recently? You can tell me if you want. Maybe you had to for, like, research for this level, if you are the maker of this level. Maybe Supernova was playing some recently. I don't know how big the hungry hippo scene is. Personally, I haven't played many board game in a while, but like I like things like Catan, and I like things like that. King Domino. That's King Domino, I think, is my favorite board game, personally. I haven't played that in like 3-4 years. So, you know, hungry hippos is right out. Nice. I hit like, apparently, without thinking about it. Good, okay. I was worried that I didn't for a second, but apparently I did. Excellent. Okay. That's that level, Supernova. Feel free to get back in there as much as you please. Let me go ahead and hit complete. And it's 06i's level. 06i is up next. Let's go. 06i just said GG. Let's do another card. Been playing Saros. Yes. I'm playing a little bit of Saros. That's the sequel to Returnal that came out last week. And it's pretty good. I like it. It's fun to play. It is a bullet hell heavy roguelike. That's the word, not Retrovania. Where the fuck was I going there? Roguelike, where roguelite really, where you go through an alien world, oppressive alien world, and you fight bad guys, and you have to, avoid all their projectiles, which comes in the form of an aggressive spam, and it's so mobility heavy. It has like aggressive auto aim to compensate. I'll say the game does a lot to sort of make it more accessible, from having a very generous upgrade system to the auto aim basically being like, you basically don't have to aim. You just have to sort of point in the right direction as you're dashing around and darting and going this way and that. And that feels really good and really fun. I will say, I do think that I think I would enjoy Saros more if it was one and done. If it was not a roguelite at all. If it was just literally, hey, you finished the level, you got to the boss, okay, you died, go ahead, try the boss again. Just keep going. I don't know that it gains that much from being a roguelite. It doesn't really have that much in the way of, like, builds or, like, comps or, like, synergy between the things you're picking up. It doesn't really have that going for it, but it is quite fun, it is quite satisfying, and I will say it does do a little bit to sort of, like, ease that roguelike-ishness, insofar as you can just start at any level at any time. You can always just start on the last level that you got to, which, honestly, at that point, why not just pull the band-aid off all the way and have checkpoints, rather than have the band-aid be half off and half on? But, whatever. I'll say, I've only gotten up to the 4th area. I was having trouble with the 2nd area a bit. Took me a while to get through the 2nd area, but I got through the 3rd area first try, and, when it's going smoothly and you keep on going from new area and you're seeing new things, it's pretty fun and good. I do think after, like, a handful of runs, you start to get a little tired. And, you're just going like, okay, I just need to beat this guy, and then I can move on to a new area that looks really nice. It's a beautiful game, and a PlayStation 5 exclusive, by the way. Yeah, it's good. I don't know. I'm definitely, I don't know that I'm as strong on it as Returnal. If I were to say a rating so far, I'd say like, 4 out of 5. It's probably like a 4 out of 5. I think I'll try to find time to finish it and get deeper and all that. What's the clear rate here? Hang on. 4,100 over 440. I gotta make sure that we have the right amount of heads here. Anyway, that's 2%. Okay, so we get bonus heads, but not the helmets. Alright, cool. By the way, I'm from Mexico, since you probably won't understand the title of the level. It's called Don't Break the Control. Okay. When we get to you, Isol. We'll remember that. You're a few levels away at present. Okay, we're digging. This is a digging level. A digging auto-scroller. A digging downwards auto-scroller. You barely see... I don't know, like, the stats as far as, like, how many downward auto-scrollers there are. But it's relatively uncommon because it's hard to make it really work. And really stressful and really, interesting. I think this does the, trick. Yeah, this is good. I like it. Downwards auto-scroller. I feel like I can think of one other example. of a downwards auto-scroller in the last, like, since I've streamed Mario Maker, the last, like, 4 or 5 years. So, sort of a unicorn. Sort of a rarity. I appreciate when makers such as when people do gimmicks and mechanics that are hard to use, you know, tricky, fiddly, hard to build around. I think it's real cool and takes a certain amount of like creativity to make them work. Hey, the Trek Bros. Takes a certain amount of creativity to make weird level types like this actually work, and I think that when people do manage it, it's real damn commendable, and probably took a lot of trial and error to find the one thing that can make this type of level work. No one's ever made it work with the car. That's not true. I've seen like 1 or 2 car levels that were good. Car, that's just as difficult as the downwards auto-scroll, if not more so. Hey, Tech Bros. Downwards auto-scroll. I mean, downwards auto-scroll is also just, like, not something you see in regular games ever. It's just a rarity even in regular-ass games, let alone, in Mario Maker. This could be a UFO 50. Maybe. I feel like the UFO 50 are more elaborate than this, but they're not that much more elaborate. There we go! That was it. That was, we did it. Oh, there's more? We get a refresh. Oopsie daisy. Refresh with the full set of heads. Let's go, second half. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, what the hell? What's the strategy here? I wonder. Vertical musical level? Vertical music level? This isn't a music level. This is, it's just using the Mario Brothers 3 music. That doesn't constitute music. Music level-wise. Okay, so I can bait them out and then I can wait a second. I can travel while they're traveling. While they're flying. I don't like this. I'm done. I'm cooked. Okay, okay, we're getting it. We're figuring it out. Let's see if we can do it. We have 5 tries left. This section is harder. I feel like baiting them is better. Better to bait than to not bait. Maybe not. Maybe better to get on the side of them. To get on the side that you need. Okay, okay, I think I got a better idea. Here's the strategy. Y'all ready for the strategy? Hope you're ready for the strategy. Here's the strategy. You go over to this side, and then that one's faster, and then the other one doesn't go. There we go. That's the strategy. Go under these. Excellent. Okay, I think we're doing it. Oh, jeez. Ah! Was right there! Ah. Thank you for the words of encouragement. I think we can do it as well. It's definitely very, very, very possible. I think we're on the right goddamn track. Why are these on-off? Why are these blocks on-off? Maybe just for visibility. Not like a reason. We don't have to pass through this a second time or nothing, right? Surely not. Okay, we get past these guys without much trouble. So close. Again, so close. Almost there. Y'all are discussing vertical music levels and the mechanics thereof. I never really made anything like that, so I don't know specifics. That try is right out. One more try. I will say that subscribers can refresh our lives. If a subscriber were to redeem that, we would absolutely be able to get another 6. Guess your sub expired, 06i? Is that what I'm seeing? I think you're currently not subbed. That's fine. You know, hey, it is what it is. I do understand times are tight for everyone, but I will say now is a great time for the support, and more than ever, I would appreciate it. You know, I'll say in general. No, times are tight for everyone right now, but shit, what are you gonna do? Here we go! Come on, come on, come on. Ah! 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 Refresh those heads. Refresh those heads. We got a checkpoint. What is this? This is sideways scrolling now. Oh, jeez. Well, it's easier. It's easier to play, I think. This is much easier, actually. It's going to be harder to turn into short-form content because of the whole I have to pan and scan now. I have to be, like, constantly panning and scanning because Mario is moving right to left to a wide degree. Whereas the last part was really ideal for vertical. Really ideal for vertical form factor, but this is so easy we did it first try. Let's go! Super fun idea. I agree. Flagpole! Yeah, that's content. That's all going to be content. Do you like it when the content is meta? Do you like it when I recognize that content is clearly happening? Do you like that? Is that a gag? Is that a jab, a jape that you enjoy? I hope it is, because I've been doing it for a bit. Thank you, 06i. That was lovely. That was well sourced. Super fun idea. I'll say what Barnstormer said in chat again. And indeed, we could do it. Hell yeah. Hitting complete. Bringing up the next level. Chard is up. Go ahead and confirm, Chard. Chard says GG. Excellent timing, Chard. Let's pop a card while we're typing in this thing. We'll another chance at the Thwomp level. Let's go. Let's do it. Been playing Hollow Knight as well. Yeah, I've been replaying Hollow Knight a little bit on the side as a idle game, as like a game to play while watching stuff when I'm not working on my Godot stuff. Been most of the time when I've been watching stuff recently, that's been the time to work on my Godot project, which has been fun, which I'll be showing off next week again. But the other thing I've been doing is playing Hollow Knight on the Switch 2, and you know, I guess it's the Nintendo Switch 2 edition. And it continues to be a lovely game, though I feel like I'm at a point now where I'm not sure where I should go next, what the next thing is, and I was sort of at an impasse for a bit. I got everything except for the Super Dash, you know, not the Crystal Dash, but the Invulnerability Dash, the Void Dash, whatever that's called, and the ability to swim in muck. There's not that many things left to find in the world as far as like big collectibles go, but also I'm not sure where to go next. You know, I've been kind of stuck on a few bosses. Like there's the Beehive boss, and also there's the room where there's a bunch of, do y'all know the room where there's like the guys that are all huddled there, and the orange comes down to them and turns them on one at a time? You know that room? That's a tough room when you don't have, like, any extra health. Hive is just an optional area. I'd still like to do it. I probably should wait, though, until I get more more resource, more, I think I only have the first sword upgrade at this point. The thing I've realized, I looked at a map real fast just to kind of remind myself and kind of think like, where the fuck are those 2 power-ups again? And then I remembered like, oh right, I go down to the basement. I got the key for the basement. That's the next thing I need to do now, is go down to the basement, do that whole stuff. And I went down to the basement and died down there, and then I was like, okay, well, the stream is in like an hour. That was earlier today that I realized that. So instead of doing that, I took a nap and I, you know, feel well rested and stuff. I had to get up at noon today, even though I'm unemployed, to like buy a thing. You can also upgrade the dream nail. Does the dream nail do damage? I haven't been doing the dream nail stuff. That's true. I can fight little bosses with the dream nail. I can do that thing where I hit the trees and then I collect the little orby things. Yeah, I need to do some of that stuff now, I guess is the main thing. I'll say I feel like it's been a while. Not another go at this. Gotcha. Okay, let's do this. Clear rate wise, this is mellow, so we get 5 tries. Okay. Let's do it. I don't know what the upgrading the dream nail gets you. Do you get like other stuff for that, or do you use it in combat? I remember this one. This one has is this the one that have I played this one? No, I haven't played this one before. But I've seen levels with this gimmick before. Was that an early iteration of this or is that like a different from a different one where there's like the one height pokies flying around? It's fun. It's cool. I really like seeing just the heads. They are just pokey heads tonight. It's cool. It's good. Good luck. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, good. I'm glad that didn't dislodge me. It's for percentage and going into dream worlds? Okay. Oh, so you need to get like, that's how you unlock like the tower, right? That's how you unlock the tower. That was a really good save, it's true. And this level is neat. Also true. I like these heads. Listen. Is that how you unlock the big tower? Or I thought that was... Is that not related to doing like the 3 dreamers? It's been a while. I'll say, I think that Hollow Knight is not as intuitive, like where to go at any given time, compared to like, say, Silksong. Silksong is much more intuitive, much more just like, I always know where I'm going. You know, it's the first lap is pretty clear where you're supposed to go. And then the second, you know, there's ways in the tower, and then it's pretty clear, like, each of the zones you need to go to, how that all works. Fuzzies, yeah, they're like fuzzies, that's true. I forgot about fuzzies. The fuzzies will be in Mario Maker 3. 99% sure of that. They can't not be, right? Right? They gotta have fuzzies. Can you jump on fuzzies? You couldn't in Mario World, so no, I don't think you will be able to. Maybe they'll hop. They were always on rails in Mario World, right? Maybe they'll be like in Paper Mario, where they sort of like hop around, go like hop, 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 hop. You know, they could be like a hopping enemy that you can't jump on other than a spin jump. Fuzzies and them grids you can change sides of. Yeah, I like those, the climbing grids. The climbing grids was really cool in Mario World. I would like out and out climbing grids. You could do vines. Vines are close. Vines are really close to those. But you know, I'll say one of the nice things about learning Godot and all that is the prospect of like, oh, if there's ever something I want in a game, in a level, if I'm doing it in Godot, I could just make it. I could just make it myself. And that's pretty cool and empowering. And I just like the prospect of that a lot. I'll say, currently, I am definitely not looking at doing a 2D platformer as like one of the first things that I do. But maybe, hey, that's the thing I already know how to do level design for, so maybe might do in time, or maybe might be the thing I end up on after I, like, you know, get some learning in and do some projects and do some fun stuff and, you know, sort of go from there. I just want to sort of try out stuff and get my bearings, and as I get more experience, I'll feel more confident going whole hog into one thing. Unless one of the things I try turns out really, really good. You know, really, really expandably good. You know, thank you, Chard. Whoopsie daisy. Thousands of the things from 3D World with thousands of fuzzies chasing you. If there isn't an entity limit. Gotcha. I see what you were saying. I was not didn't read that the first time properly, I don't think. I picture that. Yeah, like in Swarg's Fortress. Swarg? What the fuck is Schnog? Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. What is that? Snoz's Fortress? How many times can I submit in a night? As many times as you can before the queue closed, Chard. You know this. Schwonk. Good looking out, Yoki. Good looking out. Barnstormer is up, and Barnstormer just said the thing about the thousands of fuzzies. Excellent. How about the XS Express? Ooh, that's even better. I mean, those aren't... Wait. Are those fuzzies? The XS Express boss. I don't think those are fuzzies. They're like fuzzy-like. XX Express boss. Yeah, they're not fuzzies. They're like what the hell are they called? They have a weird name. It's true. Somehow it's not in the description on the Mario Wiki. It's not in the well, it's not in the first paragraph or two. Or it's not in the link. Contents. Main story. Below is a list of inhabitants. What? History. That'll be it. Smorgs. They're the Smorgs, right? They say Smorg. That's how you know. That's how you know they're not fuzzies. They're similar to fuzzies, but they're not fuzzies. Look, hang on. One second, let me do a thing. Let me show a thing. Come on, screen mirroring. Be fast, be faster. Screen mirroring is kind of slow sometimes. There we go. And now you can see Smorgs at Riverside Station. They are definitely fuzzy-like. And in fairness, you can definitely do them. You can definitely do represent them with fuzzies if you were doing Mario Maker stuff. If that was the way you had to do it, yeah, they would be fuzzies, but they're not literally fuzzies. Do you think that this says they're like fuzzies? I don't see anything about fuzzies here. Apparently Smorgs appear. Smorg is revealed to be a tiny mustache creature that guards the train in the manga of Mario. I bet it's not mentioned, and Smorg maybe comes from org according to that wiki. That seems like speculation to me. Whatever. Get that down. Get back to looking at the warp world. Anyway, I was gonna do a card. Let's do a card. I still got things to talk about. How do y'all keep going hours-wise? Do y'all keep good hours on your own devices? That's the question. That's what this card says. This is something I've been thinking about as I've started being a little bit unemployed. I'll say, the company that I was working for, they sort of gave me like an extended time where all I had to do before I got like officially unemployed was apply for different positions, or I wasn't fired but I basically had no work. So for the last 45 days I've been kind of adrift and just kind of basically unemployed, but not technically officially yet. Now I am officially unemployed, so there's that whole thing. But for that time, my sleep schedule has gotten pretty out of whack, and a lot of that is just my natural tendency to like stay up late, and also just like, I feel like I have sort of leaned into sort of a work ethic that I have sometimes. a work ethic that I sometimes have with regards to streaming, which is to say, oftentimes with OBS stuff, with stream stuff, with cool setup stuff, I will have an idea, and I will not sleep until it's done. You know, I will say like, ooh, I want to do things like, you know, the helmets, for instance. I want to add the helmets, and, I get that in my head, and I just start working on it like 1 a.m. and don't end until 4, and that really just, you know, eats into the night and results in some, you know, some bad sleeping habits, you know? Me trying to recover that, me failing to recover that, getting up early anyway and being like, okay, well, it's noon and I'm tired. Should I stay up? Should I go back to bed? If you have a good idea, that's a good thing. Oh yeah, I'll say, like, taking that energy into Godot stuff has been really good insofar as I've gotten a ton done in the last month. I will say, the last month probably has been the most productive month I've ever had, you know, which is, I think, sort of thing both insofar as balancing sleep schedule-wise and also work-life balance-wise, is something I'm going to have to figure out, especially as, like, I try to make it, like, a sustainable thing rather than just, like, oh, I want to show it off in 3 weeks, so it has to be done in 3 weeks. You know, I want to have a VOD, a video that is titled 1 month of Godot, so I need to fucking crank this month. I need to set rules for myself. I need to probably try to get to bed at 3 a.m., try to wake up at, let's say 11 a.m. Let's say 11 a.m. 11 a.m. is pretty good, I would say. And also, you know, I feel like one thing I really do when I'm, getting, Barnstormer saying that his sleep schedule never recovered after 2020. Bad habits are hard to break. It's true. It's really true. If you have an idea, that's a good thing. It is, but it is still a struggle and still something that I worry about. One of the things is that staying up late, while it's really easy to do and helps you get like a little bit more time into every night, it is boring sometimes. There's not people online at 4 a.m., at 5 a.m., and it's a little bit lonely once you're done with stuff. And also, new stuff does not come out at 4 a.m. Like, if you're looking for, like, oh, you know, here's I want to watch a stream, I want to watch a live stream, there's not that many of them during, at 4 or 5 a.m. Hey, maybe I could get into that niche. Maybe if my sleep schedule slips so far, we could have 4 a.m. viewer levels or some shit. I don't know. Point is, I've spent this month, like, really cranking on it, really going hard, and, as a result, my sleep schedule's all fucked up. And, hell, even in the morning, right, when I get up, my modus operandi right now is basically to, like, get up at, like, 10 or 11, look at, you know, if I'm job hunting, right? Go to the application sites, you know, LinkedIn and all that. Scroll around for a bit, find a couple good jobs, apply to them real fast from the phone, from bed, and then go back to bed. Roll over and go back to sleep. And, you know, you can do all that crap from bed and never leave bed. And when you never leave bed, you're not getting, This is down by his grave, by the way. We're going to do, This is nighttime, so we're going into thing. People are not online at 4 a.m., that's news for you. Well, it depends on the person, but a lot of the places I hang out in, they're quiet at 4 a.m. You know, much more quiet than, you know, peak hours, you know what I mean? Oh, I know. We gotta dig up the grave. We gotta dig up the, Dante's grave here and enter the pipe inside. Very funny. Unemployment kills your productivity, but employment kills your productivity for yard work. Maybe, you know, getting out some more would help. You know, sunlight. That's always, natural... That's always said to be a natural panacea to, that sort of thing. Oh, we're racing. Are we racing? Yes, this might be not... Bleh. This might be the kind of race where we're always going to win. We're always gonna win. Maybe, like, getting out more and trying to get, like, a walk. I'll say, you know what? Let me just say right now. I should try to get at least one walk per week. One nice, walk outside per week. I think that would be really good health-wise. It'd be better than nothing, and probably wouldn't cost me so much in terms of time I would otherwise be able to spend, working on the content, working on the Godot, working on the, oh, I see what I'm supposed to do there. Probably wouldn't cost me that much time, since, from working on Godot, working on the, viewer-level content. Do they have yet a way to edit YouTube videos from the phone? I wouldn't mind taking a walk and, editing YouTube shorts as I walked. That would be a good use of time. That would be multitasking. But I'm pretty last I checked, it wasn't very good. Actually, the YouTube studio doesn't really have much for doing traditional, like the kind of editing you can do from a web browser. If that's changed, let me know, because I would like to be able to edit a YouTube thing from bed easier, or even from the bath. I could edit them from the bath, and that would be efficient. That would be, I was just talking about work-life balance. That seems like the kind of thing where, well, traditionally I have categorized that under life, so I don't know, maybe, it can continue being categorized under life and, balanced accordingly, but, I don't know. Going outside never hurts. You always make sure to get your steps in. I was for a while. I feel like streaming, though, sort of takes up a lot of the time I would otherwise use for walking. If I were, I would otherwise use for walking. This is cool. This is a really cool dark level. Dante gimmick aside. It's just generally cool how it's like setting up all the things ahead of you as you go. All the platforms. It's natural. Feels good? Yeah. That's my thoughts on that, and also, I enjoyed a very lovely level. Hope you, hope I said enough about it as I was playing it to satisfy. It's the reverse of the actual Dompe race. Yeah, you do... in the actual Dompe race, the lights go off as you go. The lights, dim as you go. And also, you have to get through doors in a certain amount of time. That level, you don't have to do it in any time at all. It's no matter. 6K, you're trying for 6K steps a day? I don't know how many that is. That seems like a lot. How much is that in miles, Chard? When I went on walks, I would definitely go on, 2 to 6 mile walks. Probably, a good 2 mile walk a couple times a week, and then, a longer one once a week. This was mostly before I was streaming. Mostly that was my main... The time I now spend streaming, I probably would have spent walking early pandemic. Probably 2 miles. Gotcha. Easel, you're up. I remember you. You're in the YouTube chat. Go ahead and say. Go ahead and confirm. Let's go. What do weekdays mean to you when you're unemployed? This is something that I thought about last time I was unemployed, and something I continue to think about now, that yeah, there's literally no difference between a weekday and a weekend day in the most practical sense, there's nothing stopping me from cranking away on the Godot project Saturday and Sunday, and I'll say for the last month, I basically have been doing so. I have been basically coming off streams and going okay, time to work. Let's work on some Godot. I've been coming home on Saturday after hanging out with the folks and going okay, perfect time to get some work in on the project. And I do really love a lazy weekend, and to a certain degree, I feel like I would miss having the weekends be special. And Char just said the only difference to me in days is when the Master DS is streaming. Oh, thank you. When I am streaming. And honestly, that is probably a big part of what will continue to keep the week ingrained in my head. Well, obviously, anime only comes out on certain days, so, you know, I'll say, like, it's kind of nice just looking at the work week and going, like, okay, you know, I have no work days between me and the next episode of, any of it. Next episode of Dr. Stone, you know how many work days are between me and Dr. Stone? 0. Even though it's like a week from now, 0. None. The next episode of Demons of the Shadow Realm, it's tomorrow, but it would be 0 in any case. That's pretty nice psychologically, and it does make me smile a little when I think about it. But also, the key thing that really keeps the week alive in my head is just like, okay, viewer levels are Fridays, playthrough streams are on other weeknights, and right now I don't have any plans on doing that many more streams that take advantage of my having time off situation, having my own schedule situation. So I don't necessarily plan on doing big streams on weekdays, for instance. I do still think weekends are still the best policy for when to do a big stream, especially if I'm still also doing unemployment. You know, you do want to be available during the daytime. You don't want to necessarily block off and go like, okay, this Tuesday, unemployed? I'm unemployed. Does that mean you can drop a code? I'm sorry to hear that. Me too. You can drop as many as you like, provided the queue isn't closed. I'll say, I think I do have... I think once we get to the end of these unemployment-themed cards, the second set of unemployment-themed cards, I'll close the queue and we'll do last call and, we'll start winding down. But, we still got more cards left. We still got more things to talk about. I do not see Easel in chat, so it's sudden death. Let's go. There's less traffic because people at school work. Weekdays are good for errands. That's all very true. Yeah, I should be taking advantage of that for shopping, for, you know, errands, and things of that nature. For sure, for sure. Hell, you know, my parents are like retired and all that. I'm sure I could do stuff on weekdays if I wanted to, like, free up weekends for, like, more stream stuff. Like, really... Oh, I see. There's a clear condition of no damage. Didn't, see that. Really, I guess if I wanted to do more streams on, like, weeknights, or on weekends, I could easily, you know, which is when a lot of people would probably be available. Let's just at least see if we can get to the end, regardless of whether it can count. I'll say, if you confirm right now, I will have more tries, Ezel. So, you know, it is what it is. But what it is over, so jot that down. We didn't quite make it to the end, but we made it almost. I'm down for whatever, Fluffy Udders. Know this though, it is the lightning round, so we do have a limited number of tries for every level that comes our way. Sudden death is just if you're not here, but we will have a maximum of 12 lives, depending on the difficulty. So keep that in mind and submit accordingly, and do whatever you want. I like a traditional level. I like a Kaizo level. I like all sorts. A troll level, a puzzle level. They can all be real fun. Let me go ahead and hit this miss, Ezel. I'll say, feel free to, if you are still here, Ezel, feel free to get back in there. Feel free to submit again. Everyone should feel free to submit again until such time as the queue is closed. A good Kaizo light or traditional are some of the best you'll find, says Yoki. I won't judge. I won't make preference. Not very hard non-Kaizo, but given the lightning round. I mean, very hard non-Kaizo is such an interesting niche. I feel like we don't see enough of that. I feel like I'm interested in levels that are not, like, automatic, but are still... I always feel like it's interesting how you do difficulty without being in a Kaizo way. You know, a traditional level, but like, difficult, that's... You don't see that as often as you see, like, a difficult Kaizo level, or just, you know... A level that's more scripted than anything. A level where you're supposed to more just hit your marks. You know what I mean? submit whatever you like. Submit whatever you like. And I'll say, the more difficult it is, the more tries we will have. So keep that in mind. 4% gets us 7 heads. 0.4% gets us 12. So that's the way it works. That's how it goes. Was the Trek Bros the next person? Essel, I think, was the last one, right? Yes, okay, and Trek Bros is up now. I think that's correct. Trek Bros, please go ahead and confirm for me. Ah, Trek Bros in the YouTube chat says good luck. I didn't see that, Trek Bros. You were ahead of me, clearly. I was just looking at the wrong chat for that particular second. Excellent. Another card. Another thing. Are y'all optimistic things will improve when Trump is impeached? When Trump impeached? I'll say, for my part, I am kind of optimistic that A, the midterms are going to go horribly, horribly, horribly. Like, everyone is really mad, including Republicans, that gas prices are out of control because of war in Iran. And, that combined with tariffs, combined with everything else he's done, has basically tanked his support from everyone from, like, your most arch-conservative of arch-conservative cranks like Alex Jones to, like, even slightly more leftist right-wing cranks. The point where, like, yeah, man, like, even if he wants to rig it, he needs people to rig it. He needs supporters to want to rig it for him. And he doesn't have any of those anymore. It's a big fucking toilet, and he's going down it. And it's a toilet of his own making, and we're all in that same toilet, by the way. It's part of probably why I got laid off. It's part of probably why a lot of people got laid off. I mean, AI is probably also a big part of that, but I think that once impeachment happens, the tariffs will go away, the war in Iran can end, and then we can get more or less back to business as usual. And the other part of that is AI, of course. And I think we're all just hoping, independent of that, independent of all that, AI is just going to sort of peak. It's sort of going to hit the point where it can't just subsidize all this AI usage, people are paying a lot less for AI than it actually costs, and that's allowing them to think about doing things like mass layoffs. I think pretty soon, only the biggest companies are going to be able to afford vibe coding, like that's going to be way out of reach for anyone once it costs the true price that things cost, which are going to impact data centers, which is going to affect people, which is going to affect everything. And hopefully by that time, they'll come crawling back to engineers and go like, oh, we actually do need a lot of engineers. Come back and get jobs with us. Engineers, we need them again. And you know what? We stopped making new ones for a while, so actually we might be in a bad place where engineers might be in high demand again. I don't know. That all sounds optimistic, but I think at least the impeachment will happen. I think at least as far as tariffs and Iran goes, things will get better. Floody Utters has a very nuanced take insofar as the problem is lack of competition. That is very true. Competition is really what, brings prices down. And, honestly, speaking of competition, things like tariffs in general, even for stuff like electric vehicles, are bad because you're just coddling American car companies who can't compete overseas with BYD and all that. And also it means we can't get BYD cars. We can only get shit cars from shit companies like Ford. You meant political competition. Oh, right. Well, yeah, the Democrats are shit as well. It's true. But they're better than what we have right now. And hopefully will bring a little bit more stability and a little bit more... I say that, counting on the Democrats to have some balls and get things done is man, they're only really interested in having balls and getting things done when Bernie Sanders is running, In that case, they'll just nut up right now and be like, okay, we fucking gotta take care of this guy. This guy's a real threat. We hate this guy. And then when dealing with, the big companies, they're like, okay, well, we're friends with them as well. They're our friends, so how you do? We're actually just as friendly with you as the Republicans are. Really, really. You meant political criticism. You also think there's no way he's getting impeached. Oh, I think he will. I think he will get impeached. Whether things will get better, whether AI will get pushed back on, whether the gambling apps will... I imagine the gambling apps won't be able to continue, like, once they're not being advised by, like, you know, Donald Jr. What was the clear rate here? I didn't check. Hang on. I gotta pay attention to these things. Oh, we're fine. That's well above 4%. Let's do it. It's like 10, 12% or something. If my off-the-cuff napkin math estimate is correct. He dodged impeachment for 6 years already? Yeah, but I think he's done, like, more impeachable things more recently. And also, the Democrats say they're gonna do it. The Democrats say they're going to do it. Everyone wants them to do it. Is this saying something? Should I be reading? This is linked to the vast. Our sacred key. I think we're looking for a sacred key. This is some sort of setup. Get? Get. Oh, get. I was wondering. It looked like a... No, that's a G. What the hell is this? But, it's a B. But, Ganon has reading is hard. Undowed? Undoob? It's a B. Undoubtedly. That's it. People in chat got it way earlier than I did. I was reading only half the word, if that helps. Cursed it, so beware. Okay, so there's a cursed key, and it's Phanto. It's a Phanto situation. The key has been cursed. Yes, Phanto. Reading is hard. Please hire me. I need money. Please understand. I'll show off some cool shits next week. Just sneak. Just write enabled comments and it's shorter. Yeah, that's true. They're sometimes inconsistent, the comments. You know, they show up slower. I don't use them as much as I should, probably. I mean, I've used them a couple times to, like, say stuff or, like, give context or, like, say, hey, this is Super World. Stuff like that. Rarely, though, personally. I also don't play with comments, so, you know, that's probably part of it. I feel like there's a lot of reason to be cynical, and I feel like most people are kind of cynical right now. But, man, I see things changing. I see support falling out. The bucket... The shit's falling out the bottom of that dude's... That dude's support is falling away by the day. I feel like, come January, things are gonna be different. And then, we'll just see what happens. You know, that's all we can really do right now. We can see what happens. And, might be good, might be bad. We just gotta see what happens. I'm personally optimistic. But also I'll say, like, I'm optimistic that by the time, I'm hoping that by the time, what is this? Oh, there's a thing down there. What does that help me do, though? Oh, spring. There's a spring here. Gotcha. Cool. I'm optimistic that, well, I'm hoping by the time that the economy gets better and they're hiring engineers again, I'm optimistic, I'm hopeful that, like, maybe I'll be able to just go full-time on streaming and game development or something. Like, that would be a dream come true, if that could be the case. I mean, as far as the streaming goes, I'm not anywhere close to that right now. I don't even have monetization on the YouTube yet, but, you know, like, shit could happen. Maybe the Godot stuff will be will be, you know, big synergy, new niche, new discovery vector. I don't know. Do people have words for that? Like how people discover a channel? Like, I've been kind of referring it to it like, you know, I do the Mario Maker, you know, and that's a really good discovery vector and discoverability vector, maybe something like that. That's a real good discoverability cheat, just insofar as people are always looking for levels to have their levels played. You know, that's that can get you some followers and some subscribers, both. I could tell that much, but like, you know, I could get into other niches as well. I mean, I guess I could talk about that. I could definitely, like, branch out a little bit more beyond Godot stuff. The AYN... Fuck! Looked away to say things. Maybe middle-length videos would help. I mean, I could definitely, as an experiment, try, like, editing down a viewer-level stream one of these days and seeing if, like, an edited version of it really helps. I feel like for those sorts of things, people usually use multiple channels for that, and I just, I'd rather have it all be under one roof, honestly. And also, if like making a new channel would make a difference, and putting VODs there or something, I also don't want to do that necessarily. You'll have to get back down after getting the key. Gotcha, good tip, good to note. Right, we are going after a cursed key. Short clips work better for discoverability. I mean, I have found that on the YouTube side, especially. YouTube has really, really shot up after I started doing the shorts, but does that necessarily convert into VOD watchers? Does that convert into, stream watchers? And, you need one or the other to actually be eligible for like, monetization. Or you need, like, orders of magnitude more shorts views than I got, even with daily shorts. It's worked for you? Nice. Congratulations. I do the shorts. I do 2 a day. I think that's a lot. I spend a lot of time editing more than I need so that I can post, like, the ones that I think are the best ones every day. And then I get it right. I get it wrong like half the time anyway, probably, realistically. It's a whole fucking work. Yeah, I hope so too. Hey, you know, what they said earlier, you know, tell your friends about this channel, I guess. Please tell your friends about this channel. I'll tell my friends about this channel too. It would be really nice, you know? I would love to be able to just... And I'll say, like, I would definitely still do... Even if this channel were to blow up huge and the Godot stuff weren't, I think, would do Godot stuff as, like, my main use of time. I don't think I want to do, like, 5 streams a week or something. I would want to do, like, game development most of the time, and then, like, 3, maybe tops 4 streams a week. 3 a week is about what I like, as far as, the right balance of, you know, having to come up with ideas to stream. Other things. I will say, we had the VOD for the AYN Thor, let me show you my AYN Thor stream, went really damn well. I guess I could pivot into retro handhelds. That would be a avenue if I really wanted, but I feel like that's already been being done like plenty good elsewhere. Shout out to, you know, Retro Game Core. Oh wait, right, we're going down. Fantastic. Retro Game Core is the best of that. Also, the thing is about that is you have to buy, you have to keep on buying more retro handhelds. And I kind of feel like I'm happy with just the AYN Thor, you know? The reason why I did the stream of the AYN Thor is because low-key I think it's the one for me. It's the one that, it's the only one that I need. And that's part of why I would recommend it, you know? Like, if it was not the one that, for me, the one that you know, you get it and then you're done, it's like, I wouldn't, you know? I wouldn't recommend it. I would say, like, it's alright, but there's, like, there's options out there that, you know... There's, the A1 Thor is, like, the main one to recommend right now. Maybe you could get, like, Odin. The Odin 3. Maybe that one's okay if you don't want a dual screen solution, but dual screen solution is really flexible. It's really flexible, lets you do more. I think there's no reason not to go with an AYN Thor, and really go wild. And as a result, like, I don't have that much I can do as far as content. I could show off the Android emulators of 360 and PlayStation when they are better. They are getting better. They're not there yet still. They're still not there yet. Maybe I should do a stream where I show off those, but last I checked, they're still pretty early. I will say, Sonic 06 now runs on an AYN Thor reasonably well. It looks okay at like a slightly lower frame rate. It's like at 10 frames a second, which I'm pretty sure is not the normal amount. Anyway, I forget what that last card said, but I got a few more, I think. I think I got a few more of the, was that the recover post-employment one, or post-impeachment one? Or is that a different one? I forget. We had some tangents there, and they were all very fun, and I hope you enjoyed my honest, speaking from the heart here. My honest, take, my honest, opinions, all that. Hope you enjoyed every week. Let me just check. Okay, there's 2 more cards that are vaguely, that are like second order, unemployment related. Excellent. I will say, after the next 2 cards then, we will close the queue. I have 3 cards after that, which is more than enough for, last call at this current, at this rate. And, yeah. Truck Bros, thank you for the level. I'm hitting complete. Go ahead and, yeah. Is my mouse dead? No, it's not dead. There we go. Complete. How many levels in queue? You can always see they're in the lower right. 6 currently. 6 are in queue. So I have more than enough cards to cover all of them. But you know, we can have some where I'm just speaking off the belt, speaking off the cuff. That's fine and good. I am thinking about, low-key, about how I almost had gotten into a house. I'm still looking forward to that. I'm still looking forward to that someday. And doing things like getting a dog, you know. That would be nice. That would be nice, you know. I was definitely thinking, as I was working, you know, part of getting laid off, I feel like, is going to be, if it all works out, really exciting and good, but if I had been able to, like, just continue at the previous job, I would have been able to get a home loan. Also, you know, I'll say, like, working for a bank, you get percentage points off the interest rate. You get, like, a sweetheart deal, too, so I would have had a sweetheart deal, like, 0.25% or something off the interest rate. It would have been real nice. I would have had a home. I would have been moving up the, you know, hitting the milestones. And now, with things being this unstable, it's like, now don't know I can move right now, considering that, like, I don't have stable employment yet. I can either stay here or move into, like, with someone else, which I don't want to do, and it seems like a whole to-do. I mean, I have the resources to, like, maintain, and unemployment, of course, is also going to help with that as well as the severance. Severance also helps with all that. For the time being, I'm fine staying here, but I would have really loved to... Can you do lethal ejection jumps? I've heard on-off mid-airs. I think I've seen those before. I think I've done those before, but I don't know if I finished a level with that before. That's the one thing I'm really sad about, you know? Obviously, I'm not sad about, like, not getting to work with the people. I enjoyed my coworkers, and it was a cool, chill environment, but, like, yeah, you know, that's fine. You know, I don't miss working for the man. I won't miss, having to work from an office, necessarily. But I will miss the fact that, you know, I nearly got a house. I nearly got a dog. Well, not nearly got a dog, but, like, that would be the next thing to get after house is dog. That would be lovely. That would be good, but, you know, now it's, who knows how long away. You know, I don't know how people deal with rent, let alone with, Let alone with like housing when you're independent like this. Do you just know, like, okay, things are going well, they're on the upswing, actually starting to make some money, seems consistent enough, reliable enough. The theming here, I like how the lava is bubbling. What the hell? I've never seen lava bubble like this from the bottom of the screen. Look at that. That's really interesting thematically. How the hell do you do that? What the hell is that even? Is there something in the lava, like, disrupting it by moving left and right? It's probably like a dry bones or something. Probably like some dry bones mucking about down there. Huh. Yeah, it looks cool. I like to see it. You can only see a little bit yourself because of the, me and the level bar. Don't mind. Don't mind. It's nice. It might be auto-scroll only tech. Interesting. Right, to like sync it up properly. I mean, it seems like it's consistent. Seems like it lasts for a while. But maybe it only works if they're like spawning at the right time in a nice, orderly fashion. Well, also, the auto-scroll prevents the screen from going down. So it makes the lava be off-screen. So that's definitely part of it. Is that what you mean, 06i? Yeah, that's definitely part of it. But is it all of it? I don't know. Yeah, this boss continues to be cool. He can land on that? But I can't. I can't land on that. You can bounce on it like Mario is hot. You can bounce on the lava? Oh wow, you bounce on the lava! It's true! Oh, hang on. I picked the wrong pit. Let me... This one won't count. Wow, you can bounce on the lava? Look at this. Chat just told me you can bounce on the lava. Wow! Oh wait, you don't even take damage. Even if you play your cards right. Half the time you don't take... That's probably a bug. You probably are supposed to take damage. It is like Mario 64. You are correct. That's a cool effect. A cool thing. I wonder what we're not seeing. I wonder what's down there below the auto-scroll. Back up. Easy fight. Oh, they were on fire fishes. They were fishes that were on fire. What? Fishes that were on fire in clown cars. Wow. We found out what it was by the end. Hey, this YouTube short has a satisfactory ending. How do you like that? We actually found out what they were. What do you know? It could have also just ended at the look, you can jump in fire bits. That would be an option. Some good content today. Good content today. Anyway, that's all depressing. I hope that, you know, I feel like with this indie stuff, you gotta like get like you know, picked up. You gotta get published or something. Or otherwise, like, make it big before you can do things like think about having houses or dogs. You know, houses and dogs in this space is for, like, you know, the best of the best. Is for partners, basically. Basically, I have to get, like, 10x. I have to grow at an amazing rate to be able to get a house if I'm to, you know, if software engineer as a profession doesn't recover. That's a concern. I don't know. Moving on. Also, thinking about all the trips I want to do into the future. I'll say, you know, if things do work out, I'd love to get a house. I'd love to be able to take vacations on my own time. You know, if I wanted to go to theme parks. Hell, it could also more regularly be part of the content, me going places. If I'm working in an independent fashion, and I go to, like, Japan, can I work on Godot stuff independent project-wise while there? I mean, I guess I did do Twitch streams from Japan, from the hotels, not like in public or nothing, of course. When I was in Japan last time I was there, so you can do whatever you want if it's small enough, I bet. Who knows? That's something to worry about when I can do it, when I have enough, yeah, that's something to worry about God knows when. Yoki just said GG. Excellent. Good. Last card before the lightning round. Let me just say, this card sort of sums up my basic feeling right now. This is scary, but also I'm excited. If Dream works out before jobs return, I would love that. You know, part of me is just looking at this and going like, you know, like I said earlier, getting laid off sucks, but it's also an opportunity to change your life, to find something better, and really, at this point, to find something better and more sustainable, I'd have to find something out of corporate. And I'll say, like, in this world where corporations seem bent on, like, doing layoffs every 5 to 10 years, or even closer, you know, I was at my previous job for 2.5 years. You know, that's not very long. But, like, there's not that much stability to be found in corporate anymore. You know, you work your ass off to get that one job that exists. And they might lay you off annually. They might lay you off, like, the next year. You bust ass and you end up with nothing. I do feel like, personally, if you ask me, the only sustainable career, the only sustainable business you can make is your own. Where you are the boss, you and your friends are doing it together. Shout out to Independent Giant Bomb, shout out to Independent Min-Max. That's how you do it. To like Team Cherry and independent studios like that, I think that's the way. Those people, you know, provided they have an audience, provided they have people who support them, provided they can find that and get that working, that is the best way to live your life and to find a place where it's not about to get destroyed. Really, good on Giant Bomb being able to go independent and buy the thing from Fandom. Fandom seemed like a nightmare to work under, and I'm so happy for them acting independently and, you know, basically being free of that crap unless, you know, the numbers are bad. And it sounds like the numbers are always fine, so, you know, they're able to do whatever they want, and I think they're doing pretty well. I think they're doing good shit, and I hope they continue, doing it. Yoki, try newest. It's pretty easy but fun. Gotcha. Okay, excellent. Let's go. Yeah, I feel like with layoffs and with the state of the world, even when the economy does come back, how can you trust them to not try to do that the first chance they get? You know? Honestly, part of me wonders, like, is this shit sustainable? Is this shit going to continue? Is universal basic income around the corner? I'll say, universal basic income happens, like, shit, man, I'll continue working on this, I'll continue doing this, and I'll continue, like, trying to make games, and, I just won't have to worry about the financials of it. Now I have to worry about the financials of it, because I need money to live. We all do. Oh! I was about to say, like, I missed the jump, and it, worked out anyway, because the ending was right there. But, the timer was tight. The timer was tight there. This time we got it. God, I was talking about economics during that. Well, I'm sure everyone will like to hear about economics when they see that short. Sure, whatever. Yeah, enjoy some, topical anxiety. There we go, that's more like it. Enjoy some topical anxiety. Thank you. That was fantastic. I'm hitting complete. Chard is up next. Chard, just said another near-end death for the stream. Yeah, really. Fun. Got some good thumbnail options. Folks, Do you know what time it is right now? That is right. It's time for last call for levels. During last call for levels, y'all basically who have gotten levels in this whole stream have one last opportunity to get levels in, after which the queue will close, and I'll finish the levels that are there. Though I do, as policy, I do like to let newer viewers and people who are just dropping in get in a level, and I find that doesn't really extend the stream too long. What's the theme for this time? What's the theme? I also show off some of my own levels as I do this. Trying to think what's a good theme for this. Can we add more than one? You add one at a time. One at a time is what you add. If you're already in queue, you're good. And I believe, Fuddy, you are, no? Yeah, you're next after this one. You just get the one. Spy Andrew, thank you. This is the time. This is the time. How about we start the super world over? It's been a while since we went through the super world by world, and this seems like a fresh start, you know? It's probably been like a year since we did the whole super world in full, and the last time I did the super world in full, world by world, was the whole world, super world done? I feel like that was when I started having themes for these last calls. So let's just, no, not play together. Hang on. I got the one controller ready to go. Let me play through my super world, and we'll do the first world. And, we'll do this first world and go from there. I guess maybe the last time I did it, it was the full stream where I did the full super world, start to finish. That was probably the last time I did the whole super world. Which means it's been long enough where I feel okay going through it world by world again. Let's do that! Also, with the unemployment, feels like a fresh time. This is my super world, which, I think at the time was called, I think it does have the official name of, what is it? Mario Quest? It's like Waluigi's Triple Threat is the name of, is like the subtitle. I forget what the main title of it is, but whatever. It's a super world. It is full of lovely-ass traditional levels, and this is the first one. For this first one, I tried to think of what would be good as far as making a mostly vanilla level, but having some real personality to it, and I decided several things. One, it being on top of a mesa means that you're sort of looking down. In 3D World, when you're at the top of the level, you're sort of looking down on the background, angled down a little bit. Super Mario Country? Don't I have a thing? Hang on. I think I have other funks. Does this still work? Yes, there it is. Mario Country, that's it. Waluigi's Triple Threat. Out now, that's correct. I still had that button working, turns out. Yes. I never did make a trailer for that. It's fine, it doesn't need one. It stands on its own. One, you look down on the background and it sort of makes it look like you're high up. Two, because then this level doesn't have pits, instead it has yellow spike pits, which make for, you know, a slightly more generous level, which makes sense for the first in the super world. You know, it's supposed to be a little easier. Second, instead of like a big central gimmick, you have the cannon box, which sort of works like Rambi does in Donkey Kong Country, insofar as it's more just an enhancer, more just of like, oh, it just makes you really powerful and good, and gives you like a good level feel. Gives you a good level feel. Makes you feel big and strong. And at the end, you sort of slide down the flagpole, down the mesa a little bit, and it's cool. It only has a couple of ideas in it. A lot of ideas, honestly, but for most levels, I guess, but fewer than I usually put into a level. But I think it really works lovely as an introduction to the super world, and goes some real nice places as well. And it's full of enemies that are really designed, really ideal for shooting with the cannon, which helps to make the gun hat, which helps to make it feel good. Do the second level. Super Mario Country would have made sense, but I made it Mario Country because that's his name. The second level, has a really cool central gimmick insofar as it's based around these crushing platforms that, like, you know, these swamps, they crush as they're going, and the springs sort of slow them down a tick, preventing them from, the springs slow them down a tick, which allows it to be modulated a little bit, the difficulty. If they need to be slowed down a little bit to give you more time to platform, they can be, or if they need to go full speed, they can be as well. Really happy with how this level turned out and the various the variety of like little segments and little bits. One thing I really believe as far as proper level goes is that a proper level always mixes it up. Always has more ideas in it. More than one idea a level has. And in this case it does have several. It has the it has these fields of spikes over which there's like some moving platforms. It has spikes throwing things at you. It has Koopa shells that you can throw and sometimes use to get, you get that 50 with a Koopa shell, for instance. You can use to get some bonuses. There's like a mix of all the various elements. You go through doors sometimes, you get keys a bit. I think this is a lovely level that has just a lot going on. There's the jumping jumping dudes. Monty Moles. They're Monty Moles, but it doesn't matter what they are. They jump all the same because they're on rails. It's lovely. It's a lovely level. This is the first level I made for the Super World. I actually made the 1-1. I made it the last of the first world, and I think this really kicked off the Super World, got it off to a good start. Great bespoke elements, kind that you don't see anywhere else, and yeah. For the third level, it's a cave level, and my basic goal of this level, it's like a half cave level, half desert, you know? The basic goal of this level was to make a masked level, a la DKC2. Made a masked level where I wanted to make it feel, in a lot of the ways, how a masked level feels. The thing about Donkey Kong Country that is always cool is that, you know, each different archetype, I feel like, has a different structure to it, implied by its form and by its levels, you know? Like, riverbank levels have really steep riverbanks that you have to jump out of or be barrel cannoned out of to get out of. You know, there's all sorts of examples of, like, how themes feel differently. The, mass levels are full of semi-solids and, you know, upwards progression. And, I don't know how I quite would describe it, but other than, like, what you're seeing right now. It's sort of masty. There's sort of a bunch of semi-solids, as well as just a decent amount of up and down, I guess. Like, you like your power-up and enemy combinations? Yeah, I'd like, I'm always giving the player a power-up. It's traditional, you know, it's traditional to give the player a power-up. I like these guys here, and to think about how those power-ups deal with the enemies. Like, in that case, this power-up makes that particular part a little bit more perilous, because you have to thread the needle a little bit, but also it is a pretty wide needle. This is the third level of the Super World. Okay, let's get the bonus here. Get the bonus thing. Lovely. One thing that, in retrospect, I did that I don't know if it was a good idea or not, but when I was doing the Super World, I decided to make it so that the coins and their arrangements and their patterns varied per level, per world, and made it so that each world had its almost sort of distinct coin language as far as, like, in some cases it makes sense, like the pirate world being a world where pirates have stored their booty. That world makes sense for having just, like, tons of coins, extra, more than usual. Whereas, was there a world that was, like, coin poor? I forget. If any world was, like, more coin poor than any other world. It would be the factory world, right? That would be the coin poor world, because poverty. Coins! I should have done something money related. For, we restarted the super world, but I'm just realizing a great theme that, I could have came up with was coin collection. What levels cater to coin collection? I don't know. Maybe not that very many, honestly, at least on my repertoire. And like I said, it's just basically like the pirate world that can really qualify for that. This level's cool. This level, you go left against the wind, and then you backtrack with the wind. When you get a job, you can do that. Or if this works out. Either way, I would like it to work out. That's what I'm hoping for. We'll see, man. Hey, I think that Godot stream is going to be good. I think it's going to be as successful as the, that Godot stream. I have high hopes, you know. I think that stream and that VOD are going to do just as well numbers-wise as the AYN Thor did. And, you know, that might actually result in more connections and things of that nature. I also need to network some, though I don't want to network on LinkedIn. I want to network through Discord. That's what I want to do. LinkedIn is full of weirdos. I'd rather just, like, go where people cool are already. And, like, I'm sure there's Discords for Godot. Shit, I should join the Godot Discord. I'm sure there's a Godot Discord. That just makes way too much sense. Way too much sense. Obviously, I'm sure there's a big one. I'm sure there's all sorts of indie development Discords out there where people hang out and, you know, you can make some connections there. I bet. Anyway, this level's real cool. I didn't even mention the floating platforms and the winds that put the enemies on top of them. I thought it was really cool to make the moles like pop up the platforms behind you, pop up in front of you. That's you know, probably the best use of the whirly dudes that I've ever had in a level. And it was just like one small part of one level that, you know, I'll say again, I believe that every level, a good actual level in an actual game, has more than one idea. And it's all about interplaying all those ideas, building all those ideas, and creating something that feels meaty and substantial in its, like, you know, in its, form. I don't know where I'm going with that sentence. This is a 20-second level. I did 20-second levels instead of boss levels because, honestly, I kind of prefer them. And also, I thought, you know, I had cooler ideas for them. In this case, you have to go and hit these blocks to kill the dudes. You can finish it in 20 seconds, but we didn't do that because we were a little bit slowed down. And once you do, you can get the last set and finish. Okay, that's the first world. Lovely. Lovely. Remind me in 8 weeks, coin theme for tonight's, viewer levels, assuming that you're done with the 8 world replay thing. Close enough. Yeah, we'll remember 8 weeks from now, I guess. Eight weeks from now, you know, that should be, we should know by then how things are going. Things might have changed, things might be more dire, they might be more optimistic. I don't know. We'll see. Personally, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling happy. I feel like I have a weight off my shoulders. I feel like I have an opportunity here, and I want to make the most of it. Let's go. That's last call. Last call is now over. We're closing the queue, and we will now finish off the 7 levels that are in the queue. 7 levels that are in the queue. I have, I believe, 3 cards currently to go through. They are mostly media-related. 3 media-related cards. I say they're entirely media-related. And we will go through them in good order, level by level. I believe this is the Thwomp Slide, the level that we haven't cleared yet, and the level for which we get the helmets. Not that many helmet levels tonight. I do feel like, you know, we're finding out that 0.4% is a pretty low hurdle, or pretty low limbo bar, I guess. It's hard to fall under. I say it's hard, you just have to make a hard level. We don't see as many of those as you'd think. And I guess that means it's a good threshold, I guess, you know. Only the levels that most need it get it. Which is nice. 11 tries this time. 11 tries this time. 12, really. We've already wasted one. I would like to beat this, and then it can be the thumbnail. If I don't beat it, it can still be the thumbnail, maybe. Except it has to compete with the level where I got to the end, and then there was the... With that level, I have to convey that the time ran out. Oh, I can like put the timeout over the... You know what? I can put the timeout in the thumbnail. That timeout can totally be in a thumbnail. I don't think I've ever had the words timeout in a thumbnail. That would make for a good thumbnail. You know what? Sorry, this level. And also, I feel like I did one of the charged levels last week as well. Last week's level was the other Thwomp level we beat. For variety's sake, I think that's a good argument for that other one earlier on. Yeah. This one is one of the levels of the stream for sure, though. This one is definitely a level of the stream for sure. One of the many. Of course, all the levels are levels of the stream. I don't discriminate. One of your levels I built around game design concept, but it's much harder and longer than the easiest one. Tempted to switch? You do whatever you want, man. Keep in mind, you'll have the helmets, and I do like the helmets. They are brand new, I'll say again. The helmets just came online 2 weeks ago. This is the third time they've appeared on the channel. I was thinking maybe maybe wait before I jump the first time. I'm not sure if that's effective. Ooh. I also would have liked to move out of this place, this apartment. I don't love it for a couple of reasons, but I just gotta live with it now. It's fine. It's good. I'll manage. And hey, maybe shit will change. Maybe I'll find a job. Maybe I might find a real job. I wouldn't be opposed to going back to how it was previously, but, you know, I also would like to take this opportunity to change things. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not missing out on unemployment, though. I feel like right now, you can do unemployment, and you're probably still not going to get calls back. You know, it's like free money. You're going to submit like 5 applications a week at least, and then no one's going to call you back because of AI, and then, you know, and then hope for something else to come through. Whatever. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm still getting used to counting these. 6 tries left. If I get on the other side, I won't be able to follow the guy back. I won't be able to follow the guy back, so I can't get back onto that side once it's over, so got that down. I didn't pop the wrong head, did I? I need to make sure that I always pop the helmet first, and then pop the head under it. They're like 2 separate hotkeys, and again, it's all new, so excuse me if I ever forget. I can fix it if I do. I got another hotkey to fix.
Oh no!
This one. Yes, okay. It was good. It was correct. You can't see Teach's typing head under the shoe, so you sort of have to just know it's there. Hey, Spy Andrew. That's right, I died. Let's do this. There's 4 tries left. If we can get past this shit, we can get past this. Maybe next week. Maybe next week. There's always next week. There's always another stream. I will be... Whatever happens, I'll be streaming. and I'll be doing the thing. Why is the clear pipe giving trouble? The timing is tight. The hitbox is weird. I don't know, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Oh! Down to 2 tries left again. One last time tonight. We almost had it. We almost had it earlier. Alas. Right? We saw the ending, right? Was that what happened? Yeah, we saw the ending, we were riding. We just got hit the last second on a sequence that was otherwise pretty damn doable. Ah!
Oh,
Yeah, Bullet Bill got us. Relax, relax, wait for the thing. Alright, last try. Last try.
no!
Fuck. Crushed to death. That's it. I'll say Twitch subs do have the option to refresh our lives once per stream. If any Twitch subs are around and feeling generous, I'm sure Chard would appreciate that. I'll say, Chard, in lieu of memberships, maybe we could, I could like just, you know, if you did like a dono, and I would totally try to remember and write down like Chard gets the incentive too. We could definitely do that for YouTube in the time being, though. I guess maybe let me get a pencil and paper and remember and like write it down. Who has that? If we just do it like you know, through PayPal or whatever. Maybe I should offer that, and I'll say like any direct donos will count towards the sub goal for the birthday stream in a week's time. But time being, looks like that's it for now. Time being, it looks like man, that one last we could have finished it. We could have finished it earlier, but alas, I'm hitting dismiss. Let's keep this moving. Let's get this going. Did I accidentally hit? It should be closed. The queue is closed. I think I accidentally hit the open button with my pinky. Roger is up next. Roger the Gala God. Go ahead and confirm. And yeah, I got 3 cards left. Let me pull up the first one. Wait, was that the first one? I thought the first one... Let me check that real fast. I thought the first one was going to be a different card. But that's fine. I can do them in whatever order they're in. Let me see here. Is that really? I thought they were in a different order. I always manually order these. Try to order them in a way that makes sense. That's weird. Oh, is it because I didn't hang on, I know what I did wrong. Hang on, I got it. I must have made that card after I opened OBS, so it didn't pick up. I need to... 1 second here. Let me fix that. Okay. Stop and restart. And let me get to the correct thing. There's 19 of these cards total. And now we are at... What the hell? What the hell? Where is it? xmore.jpg. What's wrong with X? That's... A card didn't get picked up, and I don't see why. That's... Do I have to... I probably have to, like, actually go into properties and hit up. Okay, now there's 20. I got it. Here it is. Okay. I watched My Hero Academia more. 5 out of 5 with a heart on it. I don't have the anime thing to show y'all this time because I literally remembered this like 5 minutes before the stream. I went, "Oh shit! That special aired, and it was really good. I need to talk about that as per the contra as far as like every time I finish an anime, I need to discuss it on the stream, assuming it's a new one that just came out. And My Hero Academia More is a new one that just came out. And it kind of was just exactly what I was looking for. It was a lovely bit of 20 minutes of additional stuff. It was 20 minutes more My Hero Academia, so we're giving more context and more information about like how things are post in the epilogue world, how life has gone for everyone, and is mostly just a bunch of catching up. Feels like a reunion episode, which is fun and cozy, and I really liked all the information that was there. I liked seeing everyone in their new designs. I liked that, characters were noticeably older and noticeably new. Yeah. My Hero Academia needed more epilogue, and this is exactly that. It also, I will say, ties up one plot thread that was just sort of, in general, My Hero Academia was generally weak on. They got around to it. I won't say which plot thread it is, but when it starts to really manifest, it's like, oh, right, yes, okay. This is the spoilers. This is like the moment from FMA where Ed says, it's spoilers until my hands go down, by the way. This is like that moment where Edward says, like, I'll give you yours, half of, what the fuck does he say? Still spoilers. He says, equivalent exchange. What's her? Winry. Equivalent exchange, Winley. Let's date. Let's be boyfriend girlfriend. It's like, okay, you're not Dan to Dan. You sort of forgot about that plot thread, and most shonen do. And yeah, they remembered at the last second there. And good use of time. Good use of time. Okay. I should probably just have it. I can totally make a thing that says spoilers that I also sometimes do, but, the hands up strategy works in a pinch. It was a good special, solid, little bit of action in there. The action looked real nice. I feel like they're going to do a movie. I feel like there's money to be made. Apparently there is another special that is like a short special that is, what's her face? The horn girl. Her high school experience, basically, in this, new future that they find themselves in. And I guess that'll be nice too. It doesn't sound like it's particularly long. It's one episode and it's described as short, so it'll probably be like 10 minutes. I feel like they're gonna make a, movie. Hey, Roger. That's right. Oh, hey, Roger is here, by the way. Perfect. Challenge. Yeah, a character side story is coming as well. That got announced, like, right after More hit. You should add Ichabod for your list for Halloween for Disney movies. Been only doing the 2D ones, mostly, or the animated ones from Animation Studio. The main Animation Studio, especially, but, And I didn't do any of the anthology ones, which would include Ichabod. But maybe I should, I don't know. Maybe. Excluding anthology, excluded Winnie the Pooh and Ichabod and all the musical ones from like the 40s or whatever. Those ones, not really fitting my definition of movie. Ooh, that was some good jumping. How do you like that? Ooh, that was some good jumping. That was some good falling. How do you like that? What is in the pipe?
Oh no!
Oh, this level's hard. That was cheese? I did some cheese there? I detected no cheese. I feel like all the things I did there were above boards. Normal things to do when you're, platforming.
Oh no!
Was I supposed to go down and get that on-off, maybe? There is an on-off down there. Maybe I was supposed to do that. I didn't see that. Hello, Crafty A. I will say, Crafty A, the queue is currently closed, but a new viewer like you, I like to generally let folks like you get one in. So if you do have, oh, you can go down this way. That also really works. Huh.
Oh no!
Yeah, but it's optional? Yeah. If you want to get one in, let me know, Crafty. I'll, someone who just arrived, you know. Not necessarily a new viewer. I can see that you have chatted before. But, let me know if you want to get one in. I can accommodate. Options are cool. Options are cool in level like this. I agree. Definitely agree with that, statement there.
Oh no!
Last try. Here we go. I bet they'll do more My Hero Academia, and I'm looking forward to more My Hero Academia. I'm really curious about, like,
Oh no!
Deku's powers in the present day. How, you know, I'm really curious, like, the full extent of those and how they all work and, you know, all those details. I'd love to see a movie. And I bet they'll make one, and if the original mangaka is involved, it'll be good, and if not, it'll probably be pretty mid. And, I bet it'll be on the mid side, knowing I feel like the My Hero Academia movies have been more mid than not mid, generally. There's that one on the island that was really fucking good, and the first one was, like, okay, I would say. They are movies that you don't have to watch again when you see the show again, you know? You can skip them. But, hey, you know, if they do a new one, if it's they should make it as good as Broly, I guess. I think all the MHA movies are on Crunchyroll, yeah. I think they're all there. Thank you, Roger. We weren't able to finish it, but that, level seems pretty difficult, you know? I think we gave some pretty good attempts, and, yeah. Let's go. Let's do it. Let me hit this miss, and we'll bring up the next. Barnstormer was just mentioning Disney movies, which, yeah, let's talk about Disney movies. And I'll say, are we down? Wait, we're down to the last 3 levels? Wow. I thought we had more than that. Huh? Those levels went fast. Did I accidentally fat finger someone? What the hell? I accidentally fat fingered a bunch of people. 1 second, let me, fix that real fast. Okay, yeah, I guess it looks like I accidentally hit the ban button a couple times, so that's why the number dropped precipitously. Let me check who's actually up next. By selecting Star Blast Sam, looks like they're the actual next one. Sorry about that. My, you know, it's all, the ban button is right next to the next button. And it's very easy to fat finger sometimes. No worries, no worries. Okay. Hey, Bloog. Here you go, Bloog. I got you. Get ready to get that back in there. Get ready to get back in there. Okay, ready? Here you go, Bloog. Now. Card. Where's the card? Whatever. There's the card. I am looking forward to... Not looking forward to, I guess. That's not the word. I've been watching a lot of Disney movies. I finished the 2D ones and went on to 3D. You can't send it? Yes, you can. I believe in you. You can add more, you can change the end a little bit if the filter is getting you. Just put the add code and then add, like, okay or something at the end. That'll get you around it. Or just waiting like 10 seconds also does that. See Daisy? Okay, let me get that closed again. I've been watching a lot of Disney movies. The last time I was on stream on Monday, I just watched the last 2 bad 2D movies. I had just watched, whatchamacallit? I watched, yeah, you have to wait a minute before it lets you do a repeat message. Don't worry about it. And you can always modify the message a little bit if you want to get through that. Heyo, how you doing? Thinking for a second. Give me a second to think. Give me a second to think. I watched The Black Cauldron and Sword in the Stone. Neither of which I liked very much. Those were the last two 2D movies I had on the docket, and I'll say both of them were exceedingly mid, exceedingly bland, exceedingly, like, boring, not good movies. I think with the second one, with Black Cauldron, which is the one I watched second, I think they thought they were cooking, but it is so boring. It feels like, you know, it feels like they wanted it to be The Hobbit, and it so clearly wasn't. Then I watched The Lion King, and that was all the 2D ones. I saved Lion King for last. And more recently, I've been watching the 3D movies. I've been watching all the 3D movies, so I got, like, just one more card after this. It's like 85 minutes of filler and a fun fight at the end. I can't even... oh, right, the lady, right. It's such a lot of the Disney movies from the 2D era... Let's just talk about that for a second before we move on to the 3D. We have plenty of levels to talk about all the 3D movies I've been watching. A lot of the early 2D movies and a lot of the, like, Bronze era in between the Renaissance and the good stuff, the Golden era. A lot of that era, there's always a kid in it, right? Like a little Anakin Skywalker type kid who's just like, I'm the main character. Yes, I am. I'm the main character. Hello. I'm so cute and adorable. Look at me. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. This is all my personality is, and I'm like hanging on for the whole adventure. And Sword in the Stone is a great example of that because, like, yeah, he's fucking King Arthur, and yeah, he's like a kid or whatever, but he has like zero personality, zero gumption, and the whole movie is just him going like, I don't know, man. It's kind of fun having Merlin as a best friend, and then he accidentally pulls the sword from the stone, and it's like, oh, I guess I'm King Arthur. Like, motherfucker, you didn't earn any of that. You're just there. Just hanging on. The actual narrative is a mess. Yeah. Like, really? Once you find out your pig is like a prosthetic pig that, like, the bad guy wants to get his hands on and will end the world, it's like, yo, bacon, right now. Fucking cut that boy open and go to dinner. Go to town. What happens if, like, the bacon gives you prosthetic powers? That's fine, too. Eat it all. And then the Dark Lord can't have any. He's not gonna know who ate it. He's gonna be like, oh, fuck. Who ate my pig? At one point, they threaten the pig. And he says, like, fine, I'll kill him then if you're not going to do it. They literally hostage situation the pig. And he's like, no, don't kill my pig. Okay, I'll let you end the world. Such a dumb thing. Such a terrible character. Didn't like that at all. And yeah, just sort of emblematic of that Bronze Age tendency to be like, you know, Great Mouse Detective, good movie, but like that little kid didn't need to be in it. Rescuers, you know, feel like that's some of the best little kid that they did in that era. As far as like, that little kid's all right. Not a bad little kid. Kind of has a little bit of personality. And I get that saving him is kind of saving him and her from the original and down under him is kind of the whole point and all. But, you know, 9 times out of 10, it's like, just make the main character the main character. Like, if you want to make a show, if you want to make a movie about Sherlock Holmes as a rat, you can just do that. You don't have to be like, here's a little Dorothy mouse who's like, Mister, I need you to solve a mystery for me. Oh, yes. You, at the end of that movie, dude is like, I will never forget you, little girl. And then you're just sitting there going like, why? What do you mean? She's just, you've seen one of them, you've seen a million of them. I mean, I'll say my nephew is cute, I guess. I'll say like the little ones that I'm related to, I do enjoy seeing. And I do think that's neat and all, but like, I guess it's also the thing of like, I watch a lot of anime, right? I do feel like cute girls in anime, like cute little girls in anime, cute little girls, boys in anime, they do a much better job than they did in the old Disney movies. Like your average slice of life protagonist or, you know, little sister, little brother of protagonist is a lot more personable, a lot more charming. Like, you know, 06I will know what I'm talking about, but you know the kid, the little sister character from Gals Can't Be Nice to Otaku? That's a good little girl. She's fun. I like her personality and how she serves as a foil for the main character. She has like a point. There's a point to her character. Not the case for a lot of these Disney movies. They're just like, they almost feel like they're like, we gotta have a little kid in it, so little kids will like it. It was the only way to make movies appeal to little girls without including an actual princess. Well, once they did start doing that, there's a reason why people think of the Disney princesses and not the Disney little kids, because the princesses were way more successful. I will say Lilo is like the biggest exception to that. Obviously, Lilo rules, and you know, I don't know if you noticed, but yes, Lilo is a little kid, and you know, part of why she works is she has a wonderful personality. The movie is about her, really. It is about her and Stitch in equal measure, the way that like Great Mouse Detective wasn't. She is like the one exception that proves the rule and just shows like how wrong they got it during the Bronze era, during like the shit era, during like the decline. Did I watch any others since last Friday's stream? I think I mentioned that Little Home on the Range last time was like low-key kind of okay. I didn't mind it. I mean, it was pretty mid, but I kind of like the yodeling bad guy. I like the yodeling bad guy. He was alright. Moana is technically not a princess. Yeah, but she's in that mold, though. I think she's close enough. It's close enough for, government work. Let me see, I got the Disney Plus here. What else, 2D, did I watch, this week? All my apps are in different places because I had to, I moved all my work apps to a thing. Most overrated Disney? Oh, probably like some of the original Disneys. So like, oh, you know what? I'm not a big fan of Encanto, honestly. I feel like Encanto might be pretty overrated. But no, it's probably, Sleeping Beauty. I thought Sleeping Beauty was pretty shitty. I did not like Sleeping Beauty, like, at all. Sleeping Beauty was like Seven Dwarfs. It was like a shit version of Seven Dwarfs, really. It's way overrated. I would put it like at the same level of some of the ones that from Bronze era, really. Do people like Sleeping Beauty? It's not very good. Doesn't have that much to it. It's basically an hour of filler. 90% just to get to the kiss, which doesn't even make sense. From a true love's kiss, what the fuck is that? They met once. They had a meet cute, and then you can just skip to the true love's kiss, apparently. Because the rest is just like an evil lady farting around. Maleficent. Most underrated. Now that's an interesting one. It is for little girls. Yes. Well, a lot of them are supposed to be. And a lot of them can still be good, regardless. Dumbo is interesting. Pinocchio. I don't know any others that I watched since the last one. I think basically I covered them all. Hunchback's pretty good. I liked Hunchback. I think that was one of the last ones I saw before getting into the 3D. Hunchback's real good. And, yeah. You can make a good movie and it still be for kids. Yes, that's correct. I agree with that, Boog. I think it could have been good. It's very much just like a fairy tale, but with some bullshit added around the seams, you know? Which is kind of what a lot of them are, but I think Cinderella's good. Cinderella's okay. Though, by mass, Cinderella is like a weird... By mass, Cinderella is like mostly mouse. Did you know that? Like the first half hour is exclusively like mice running around being kooky little weirdos. It's, you know, I think a problem with it is that a lot of the stories that they're telling are very short. So they have to really like, go like, okay, what are we adding? I don't know. And then, you know, when they do the Disney remix, everyone gets mad because they have to add more things. Well, it turns out like, a third of Dumbo is like just, you know, some black people being stereotypically black people for a bit. Some crows. You can't have that in your Dumbo remake, and that's like a third of the movie. After what Pink Elephants, it's like, oh, that's by weight, so much of Dumbo. A lot of those older movies, they're just lightweight. You can kind of tell that they were just like winging it, and just like, you know, this has never been done before. Definitely Pixar had a better first attempt than, a more complete, a more movie-like first attempt than Disney did. You know, it definitely feels a little bit weird, disconnected, feels like a bunch of little skits stuck together. Snow White does. But, you know, obviously, it hadn't been done before. And this was before movies were good in general, so I think for the time, it's batting 100. You know, I think that, also I think it's better than Sleeping Beauty. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's definitely better than Sleeping Beauty. Some of the OG material is atrocious. Aged poorly, I would say. You know, you sort of have to just say like, okay, well, they hadn't really figured out movies in general at this point, so I can't blame them for being weird. Can't blame them for being weird. Most underrated. Most underrated is hard because I feel like most Disney movies are correctly rated. What would you say? What would y'all say are the most overrated movies? I'm just realizing I didn't ask for confirmies here, but I did accidentally hit the ban button at some point, so this level might have been delayed a little bit. So I think you get a pass for that, Star Blast Sam. Fuck. And we get as many tries. We get these last 2 tries, and that's it. When they need filler, they need filler. Sometimes it's peak, like Mike Myers' Cat in the Hat. Yeah, I do think it's fun sometimes. I like the Sonic movies. The Sonic movies have a lot of filler in them. Just Jim Carrey being Jim Carrey. And it's fun. And it's good. You'd have to base it on box office. What's, like, the lowest performing Renaissance movie? Honestly, this is sort of a thing I think we're going to get into with the, honestly, I think this is sort of a spoiler for the next conversation, which is me talking about how I've been watching the 3D Disneys in order. But I think the answer, most underrated Disney movie, might be Meet the Robinsons. I think Meet the Robinsons might be the most underrated one, actually. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's like better Encanto. So Encanto's the most overrated, and Meet the Robinsons, which is like Robinsons, which is like very Encanto-like actually. That's the most underrated, I would say. Yes, I think that's a good pair, and everyone will agree with me. Wait, no, I said it earlier. It's Sleeping Beauty. It's Sleeping Beauty. Never mind, Encanto's fine. Encanto is definitely better than Sleeping Beauty. Though I find the music in Encanto be a little bit, I don't like it as much as some people do. Some people really like the music. It's like their favorite parts. I find it a little bit annoying. You know, I'm an old man and all that. I am allowed to, find, I'm in my mid-30s. I'm allowed to find... Are people in their mid-30s allowed to find, what the fuck's his name? That dude annoying? The guy from the musical. I'm not a big musical person, generally. Maybe part of it. I don't know. It has so much, hilarious bits. Meet the Robinsons is goated. Hell yeah, people really like Meet the Robinsons. As far as box office goes, there's, Emperor's New Groove. Oh yeah, that's a great movie. But also I feel like that's a movie everyone loves and everyone always talks about. And I've always known it's great. You know, an underrated gem. Whereas I went in to Meet the Robinsons with, like, low expectations. We'll talk about it in a bit. Let's talk about them in order. I've watched now, as far as the 3D movies go, up to, and by the way, I've been excluding the sequels, and I've been excluding, well, I've been excluding sequels because they're mostly not made by core mainline Disney, and they're, like, in a different group in the Disney app, in the Disney Plus app. But I might have to watch the 3D sequels because they are included in the, you know, they're under the same group and all that. And also, I've heard that the Frozen 2 is great, so I should actually watch it. It's probably a good idea too. I've gotten up to Big Hero 6. Did we get a checkpoint? Jeez, that was a long level. Wait, we got a checkpoint. That means we refresh our lives last second. All right, good. And then we lost one because we died. Hey. We're still in it. We're still in it, folks. Don't y'all worry. I've watched up the Big Hero 6 so far, over the last week. Mostly, you know, watching them late at night while working on my, my Godot stuff, which has been fun and, good fodder, good fodder. It's nice to always have something to put on in the background, and, you know, you don't have to think about it. You just go like, okay, I know that I'd like to watch all these. Let's just watch all these. Here we go. Wait, was that the second try? I feel like we died on that bit before. It's fine. Whenever that, it's fine. We'll just go. This is a tough boss fight, but also we can play it smart. If we play it smart, dude can't, piranha plants can't spawn when I'm on top of them. And also, this dude... Fuck. Also, this dude will kill them, which is another, makes more safe zones for me. If I can bop on this dude's head when he comes out of it... There we go. See, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. You just need, like, a little bit of strategy. Second try. That was good. A tiny bit of strategy. Okay. Thank you, Star Blast. Thank you, Star Blast. Thank you, Star Blast. Now let's talk, let's just go through them and talk about, Fluffy Udders is up next, and Fluffy Udders just said GG's. Excellent. Thank you, Fluffy Udders. It's a good name, by the way, let me say. So, the first 3D movie, let's just go movie by movie. I have 6 levels, and I watched, let's see, Dinosaur, Chicken Little, Robinsons, Bolt, that's 4, Tangled 5, Wreck-It Ralph 6, Frozen 7, Big Hero 6, 8. We can start with, we can sort of rush through a couple of them, I'll say. Dinosaur. Let's do this. Let's type this in and go. Dinosaur's a weird one. And Dinosaur is like the one where you most can tell they don't got it. An ugly movie that seems like visually it's trying to be more like those Life on Earth. Honestly, I kind of thought from the outside looking in, it was like Life on Earth, you know, like, you remember back in like the 06 around that time, right? Remember there were like, fancy CG animated, like, oh, here's what the future will look like. Here's what dinosaurs looked like. They were all the rage, and they were really, a good thing to make. But this is, Dinosaur is kind of just like Land Before Time. Land Before Time, but not. It's sort of just like Land Before Time we have at home, and also it's butt ugly. It's you know, it's not quite as ugly as, say, Butt Ugly Martians, to name a, uglier piece of early 2000s 3D animation. This is a 1-1, very nice. I'm sure it will be normal the whole way. Why was the clear rate 6%? Why did a P-switch just fall down a hole? I don't know. The end of the level should be just about here. So, Hello? No, no end of level here to be found. What? Do I need to find like a big mushroom and I think I need to find a big mushroom. I did not look at the level description. Let's look at the level description. No new hidden blocks. Almost perfect recreation. No new hidden blocks. No new hidden blocks. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. The thing we need is in the mushroom, is in the 1-up. Nope. I thought there would be a, I was expecting to find a, fuck. I was expecting to find, like, a big mushroom there. Almost no. It's an infinite staircase, that's right, just like the one in Mario, but also it's the end of the... Wait, is it the end of the overworld? Can't tell if it's the end of the overworld. If I run full speed, can I intercept the P? Yes. What would the P give us access to? I don't know, but let's find out. This way? Okay, that's the second try. This is a puzzle level, really. What about down here? Not down there, but, you know, in the one that is down. Is that block one higher than it should be? No, it's right. I think it's right. What can I do here with these blocks? Can I... If these blocks were transparent, would that make a difference? Not sure what else I can do. It's not going to unlock, like, anything at the end. Also, there's no fire flowers. There is a star. And the star probably always here, right? Trying to figure it out. Trying to think. Dinosaur's real fucking weird. I think it was very mid. I didn't like it much at all. And, honestly, there's a reason why no one remembers that one. That one is correctly memory holed. That one has been correctly consigned to the, You've seen everything you need. There are nothing hidden behind blocks. Seen everything I need. Now, what does that mean? How can that be? I've seen everything I need. There's not like a way... I think I got it. If this is... If my... I think I need to die. Tell me if I'm wrong, because if I'm wrong, that's right out then. My answer is wrong. Let me show you what I think we need to do. Okay, so we can jump. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay. Actually doesn't make us a difference. It's fine pretty much the first time if you come from the right pipe. My theory, pretty straightforward. I gotta get into the pipe. The other pipe. In the subworld there. So here, let's do it. I go down here, and now these are solid. Now I can jump up here. I hope I didn't screw my... I think I'm onto something. I think I got it figured out. Would it be better to come from the other end? Also, correct me if I'm wrong. When you go through pipes, don't P-switches refresh? So I can get into that pipe from the side, and then use that to refresh, and get a fresh P. I might be wrong there. I'm pretty sure P's get refreshed by that. They just pause during animations? Oh, is that it? They just pause during animations? I know there have been levels where the gimmick is like you can use a door to refresh. Okay. I think we just have to be fast. Yeah! Yeah! That's it! That's it! We figured it out! And, we just have to kill this dude, and then, yeah! Clever puzzle! We just barely managed to get it. That was good. Very satisfying. Very clever. Let me hit complete. And Barnstormer is up next. Barnstormer just GG'd. Excellent. It continues during pipes, but the timer does not. The music does, but the timer doesn't during pipes. So it doesn't reset, it just, I swear there was a level where doors, I think doors reset the P switch or something. I remember there being a level where doors were used, and every time, maybe it was also like triggering a P every time you went through the door or something. Maybe there was something else going on there. I don't remember. Who knows? So, as far as the other... So there's basically like three... as I'm typing in this level, I'll say there's basically three 3D Disney movies in between Home on the Range 2D and Princess and the Frog, the last 2D movie, and also Tangled, which is sort of the start of the second Renaissance. Is Disney currently in what do you call Disney's current era? Good night, Chard. But I guess 2010s to 2020, like they call it on the Disney Plus app. But there's Chicken Little, Meet the Robinsons, and Bolt. And I saw all three of them for the first time. I actually might have seen Chicken Little as a kid or something, who remembers? But I basically had no memory of it, so as good as new, as good as new. And we'll do Super World again, so heads for Barnstormer. Nice. Ooh, Mega Man. Nice. Chicken Little is real fucking weird, and I think it's possibly the weirdest 3D movie. Chicken Little... We're in the remake slop era, but the 3D movies are still good half the time. Maybe we're past, like, the era of good 3D movies. Huh. They haven't had a good one in a while, except for sequels, which have been middling. Encanto, I guess, was the last one anyone really liked. Huh. And that was, like, years ago at this point. Chicken Little is so weird. It's okay. I do think, pound for pound, here's something I will say. I think your average 3D Disney movie, is better, pound for pound, on average, than your average 2D Disney movie. They have a lot higher of a hit rate, and fewer duds overall. Chicken Little is maybe... Well, Dinosaur is a dud. And so are some of the later movies, from what I've heard, and some of the sequels, and, Moana 2, things like that. I thought Chicken Little is okay. It's more weird than anything. Here's the thing that's weird about Chicken Little, if you don't remember Chicken Little. It doesn't feel Disney. It has pop music in it, and pop references. It feels a lot more like Shrek. It feels like Shrek you have at home, rather than a Disney movie proper, and I think it really suffers for that. It also suffers from the fact that it's pretty early 3D, and it doesn't look as good as Pixar does. You know, was Chicken Little before they got Pixar, before they acquired Pixar? It probably was. And, you can tell that they're really not quite getting it on their first attempt. We're learning the minuet of forest. Nice. We're seeing Saria and all that. Hell yeah. Animated movies have been trash on the mess side recently. Last good movie you saw was Puss in Boots. Animated wise, gotcha, Bloog. Yeah, it's been a while since an animated movie was good. I mean, I'll say I like a good anime now and again. There's always good anime on movies or including movies. Though I feel like since movies are always in theaters, I just don't see as many movies as I could do. At the end of the year, sometimes people who keep up with the movies and crap, they say like, oh, you know, wait, there was some real good shit this year. Other than like Look Back, but other movies as well. And I go, oh, I didn't see them because they were in movie theaters and they were in movie theaters for like 2 days. Hey, Mathlete, here you go. Mathlete, I got you. Mathlete, you go ahead and get that in there. If you want to say it right now, you're going to have to like add like thanks or something after. Pro tip. I should put a pro tip in the open queue thing. Add thanks after to make it so that it doesn't ding you for repeated messages. That's the pro tip. Alright, Mathlete got in there. Now time to close her up. I've been streaming for a long time. It's 11 p.m. Yeah, we've been going around 5 hours now. This is a long one. We had some stuff to talk about today. Some real serious topics. And some less serious topics as well. It's been a fun stream, as it always is. Yeah, we're wrapping up. The thing we're talking about right now is Disney movies. This is The Lost Woods, getting past all the moblins and all that. I like it. Meet the Robinsons was low-key real good. I didn't know what to expect from Meet the Robinsons, and I quite liked it. I quite liked it a lot. The plot of Meet the Robinsons, if you don't know, is that there's like a boy wonder, a real Jimmy Neutron type kid, and a time traveler. He's embroiled in some time travel malarkey and goes to the future and gets involved with a wacky family from the future who, you know, have a bunch of fun, wacky stuff, fun, wacky devices, fun, wacky times. It really reminds me of Encanto, insofar as it's about a wacky family, but instead of being like the Colombian? South American, they're, instead of being South American, they're, from the future, and have, like, future fun technologies. I guess in they had, like, magic and stuff in Encanto, right? It's real good, and, I guess the twist is pretty obvious. You know, everyone but the boy sees it coming, you know. I do feel like the one note is that, like, that kid could be a little bit smarter and could have figured it out, like, wait a minute. Where am I? Hang on. I think I figured out what's going on, but he's too aw shucks, I'm just a kid to even think about that. That's my one criticism, is like, yeah, you should be like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, you know? Where like, you know, that one episode where they're like, is it just me or robot? Yes, I was thinking robot as well. Definitely she's a robot. Okay. Definitely robot, yes. It's you can't get him past, you know. The savviness is fun. That was the Minuet of Forest, that's correct. It's a good song. You looking forward to the Ocarina of Time HD remake? Barnstormer, are you gonna get it? I bet you're excited. Everyone's excited. Is everyone excited? Maybe. The 3DS one was good. This one will probably be good as well. You hope it's real? I bet it is. Star Fox and it were leaked in the same breath for like, years or whatever. So, it's probably, now that that's real, we'll probably be seeing it at not E3. So yeah, that's Meet the Robinsons. Let me hit complete, or that's that level. And also my thoughts on Meet the Robinsons. Like I said, most underrated. That might be a hot take. Complete. Thinking for a second. Processing. 06I, you're up. Bolt. Bolt is a movie that I didn't know what to expect with. And I'll say, I think Bolt is solid. It's pretty good. It's like a solid 4 out of 5 movie. After Meet the Robinsons was real good, very good, kind of 5 out of 5 good, I kind of didn't expect that much from Bolt, considering that, like, yeah, these 3 movies, no one ever talks about them, no one ever recognizes that they're good, no one ever mentions them. But, would that be good for a first Zelda gun? Absolutely. I can't imagine a better starting point than Ocarina of Time HD remake. They're going to add accessibility features, I bet. And also, it's just damn solid to begin with. Yes, I do think it's absolutely great for a Zelda game. We don't know anything about it, or if it's real at all. Most likely. Bolt is about a dog who adventures, who is sort of like what is that movie with Jim Carrey in it? Not Bruce Almighty, not Sonic the Hedgehog, where he's the Truman Show. It's a Truman Show dog, where the dog thinks he's a super dog, and as a result, he when he goes on his adventure, he thinks he has superpowers even though he doesn't. It's sort of like the part of Toy Story 2 where that delusional Buzz Lightyear is like, to infinity and beyond, and lands on the elevator and thinks he's magic, thinks he's done the thing. Yes, it's exactly that, but like a whole movie. And I think as a result, it's a little more strained. It's a little more weak. It's a little bit more like, come on, you're really stretching credulity that, like, they trained this dog such that he thinks it's real. And, obviously, since all these characters can talk to each other in perfect English, all these animals can talk to each other in perfect English, like, he does actually think it's real. I would say that Bolt is an improvement on things like Oliver and Company. And, I think it's about on the same level as Lady and the Tramp. Lady and the Tramp has more better memorable moments, but on the whole, average is, like, lower. Like, Lady and the Tramp is great insofar as, like, oh yeah, the romantic spaghetti. Everybody, he's a tramp and they love him. Like, those two things are great. The rest of that movie is mid. Whereas, consistently, Bolt is a little bit above mid. And, again, that kind of surprised me, considering that it was one I heard zero about. The Return of King K. Rool. Ooh, nice. Hang on, I didn't look at the clear rate. I should do that before we begin. We get 5 tries, 14%. Okay, cool. Tangled's good. I don't have that much to say about Tangled. It's a good, solid movie. Can't go wrong with it. Very fun. I think it is the quintessential modern age Disney movie. Just solid princess crap. Oh, this is cool. We're gonna first try this, but these fireball patterns kind of match the fireball patterns. Or second try this, sorry. Oh, got a checkpoint. Did we die? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in any case. I was talking. That's the thing I was thinking, actually. They kind of are similar to the patterns that the cannonballs make in Donkey Kong Country 2. Oh, and these things are like the bouncing balls. The rotating cannonballs that go in weird spirals. Is there anything that represents a slowdown effect? How can there be? I will be surprised if there's anything that's remotely like slowdown or reverse controls. I mean, I did just get... I gotta do the thing where I suck up the ball and return it to him. Is that it, or is there a second phase? Oh, no, that's it. Game over. We got, we're the big heroes. Very nice. Thank you, thank you. That was a great representation of King K. Rool. I think the first one I've ever seen in Mario Maker 2. How's that, never been done before? The level code is right there. The level code is in the lower right corner of the screen. It always is. Look there. Look there. Also there. Also there. Yeah, get in there. Get in there. Thank you, 06i. That was a lovely first next level, whatever. Let me pull up the next one. It's by the Trek Bros, who just said GG. I think before, during the last level, right after the last level. You're good, Trek Bros. Tangled is like the quintessential Disney movie. I think it's good. I do feel like I have some minor nitpicks with Wreck-It Ralph as far as, like, its handling of the arcade business and, like, video games. Like, all the video games that they make up themselves have, like, a little tinge of, like, this is, like, a game made up for a show, insofar as it doesn't really work quite like an actual game would. It kind of has a feeling of, like, did the people who write this really know what they were talking about? Or did they just get, like, some people on and be, like, consultant-wise, like, hey, what would Bowser say? Nothing? Okay, what would, who's the guy from Street Fighter? What would Giles say? What the fuck is that guy's name? It starts with a G. Is it Guile? Guile? What would that dude say? He's in it. I imagine those characters are essentially actors playing their role in the game. True, true. I mean, I don't have a problem with, like, the principle, just like the games feel a little bit off to me. And also, you know, they feel... I have, like, minor nitpicks with it, and I feel like it could have been done better in that respect, but that's probably just a nitpick. That's probably just me. It's the idea that the movie is a big hit and they throw the party with the cast and don't invite the actor who plays the villain. Yeah, that premise is weird, considering that they are actors. They're kind of like not. They're kind of like they're acting like it's real, but it's not real. So what even? You know? Oh, 3-3, but it's lethal injection. Okay, this is that thing that was mentioned. I mean, I think that this is a hard thing, by the way. If you don't know, you have to sort of hit the switch and jump at the same time. If we could do it, we could do it. It's just, timing is difficult. We have 10 more tries. I like Wreck-It Ralph. It's fine. I am less strong on it than I could be. I feel like all these movies, you know... There we go. That's what we need to do. I feel like all these movies suffer from the fact that the Disney movies were good at this point. They were doing good work. You like the duck jump? Oh, maybe duck jumping would help. They were all really good at this point, so, like, it kind of got less excuses, you know? Like, I feel like I went into Bolt expecting it to be crap, but, like, as far as, like, from Tangled on, the movies were expected to be good. I feel like this is harder. I feel like we're having less results. Some of the kayfabe of it is weird. Some of the setup is odd. The whole power strip gimmick, I don't know. And it seems like, I guess in the sequel, they really struggled to, like, make that connect to the greater world. And, like, Ralph getting on the internet. A weird idea. I don't know. I guess where else would you go with that? But, like, hey, don't is always an option. There we go. There we go. Damn it. We got a few jumps into that. No one has cleared this yet. So who could say how hard it is? But it is at least 12 tries hard. Thank you, Trek Bros, for the level. That's, how long is it? Let's look. Let's look real fast. It's Not that long. Doesn't take out the whole thing. And we got like, oh, say this much in, I think. We got like, you can count the number of jumps on one hand. Like 3, 4, maybe 5 jumps. We got like 3 jumps in, maybe 4. And there's like, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that one? That might be one. 9 or 10 in there. Yeah, we're like a fourth of the way. Maybe there's 12. There's not like a subworld, it looks like, so... Yeah. Thank you for the level. When the queue is open again, hey, come back next week. I'll take another shot at it. If you submit it earlier in the stream, before the lightning round, I'll have more tries if you're here. So, look for that next week. Spy Andrew, go ahead and confirm for me. Or has Spy Andrew said anything in a minute? Let me scroll real fast just to see if Spy Andrew... Spy Andrew, go ahead and confirm. One way or the other, I don't see it. There you are, Spy Andrew. Nice emotes. We got 3 levels left, and let me just go through more thoughts. I just got 2 left to talk about. Perfect. Okay. We'll talk about both of them right now. Frozen. It's good. I think Frozen is good. Honestly, I've never been the biggest fan of Frozen. I do think it has, like, a really good underlying core plot. And the twist of the prince dude being not quite on the level, and the, Frozen queen being the good guy, being on the good side. It's sort of like a Beauty and the Beast situation. That is all really smart. It is an extremely well put together film with a comic relief character who just feels like, oh, you gotta have a little comic relief there, huh? Like, I feel like even Tangled had less of that. Balanced that better. Here's what I would say. I feel like I like Tangled better. And I don't know if that's a hot take. I feel like pound for pound, like between the two of them, I'd rather watch Tangled. It's more fun with the hair gimmick than the freezing gimmick. And the adventure they go on is a lot more bog standard, but I don't mind that. It's a great movie, and I think that it does some really good things with the structure that and the mystery and like the whole villains versus bad guys. When they realized that Elsa should be a good guy and not like a bad person, and it's all about like, it has a really good core message of like, conceal, don't feel is wrong. Fuck that shit. That was obviously wrong in the first place. Though, of course, she only gets to conceal, don't feel because some fucking, like, goblin guys tell her to do it. That's the part that I sort of look at and go like, well, the trolls told her to do it. So really, it's the trolls' fault that the movie happened that way. So, yeah. You got some first clear opportunities if you want? Ooh. Grab 6 keys. Okay. All the easy ones are taken? If you say so, let's do this. Grab 6 keys and unlock the girl room. And we gotta defeat 2 Bowsers, and we get 7 tries to do it. And let me randomize those heads. You said 6 keys, right? So we need to get 6 keys? Oh, that guy went up. We have all the time in the world, so we don't have to worry about that. You had lots of fun playing this one. That's nice. It's always good when you have a nice time playing your own stuff. That's always a great sign as far as when you're Mario making. And I'm hoping, as I get into like Godot type stuff and that sort of thing, I'm hoping it's also a good sign in game development as well. I look forward to experiencing that now and again. Do we have to kill all these guys? Is that what these indicators are telling me? I'm a little bit confused about, like, why exactly I would do this. Probably more RPG coded than the average viewer level. Oh, is this like one of the ones where you have to do attack move? And those are just like your power-ups or something. I got you. I've seen levels like that before. They sort of break the mold in a way that's cool. And I think, you know, hey, if you want to break mold, like, go, please, break mold. The mold is there to be broken sometimes. It's just hard to convey to the player, like, what they're supposed to do when mold is being broken. I guess that's what comments are for. And why I, am at constant peril when I go without them. Here. Let's go, over here. Oh, jeez. Okay. So, we gotta take these shoes and get them to Bowser at the end. Okay. There were more ones earlier that would prep people for this. Gotcha. This seems like a level that isn't low clear rate because it's hard, just because it's long and you have to find the person who's willing to commit and go the distance. Also confusing, two things. Let me finishing thoughts on the last Disney movie that I watched since the last stream, the last 3D one that I've seen. Gotta say, Big Hero 6, what do you think my opinion on Big Hero 6 is? What do you think my opinion is? I don't mind if anyone wants to guess. Oh, we probably need the red coin, so... And if we lose it down there, we won't be able to recover. Okay. Okay. Good night, Trek Bros. It's been probably a minute since you said that. Probably sleeping by now. Not really. It's too soon for sleeping. Last movie I saw since the last stream would be Big Hero 6. And I will tell y'all, I really love Big Hero 6. I think it's fantastic. I think at the time when I saw it, it's like, oh shit. You know, Tangled's great, and Frozen is great too, but Big Hero 6 is sort of my shit. It's sort of like out-Marveled Marvel, I think, at the time. And also, isn't it actually Marvel? Isn't that actually Marvel? I feel like it's one of the best animated superhero movies, and I would absolutely put it on par with like I would absolutely put Big Hero 6 on par with, like, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. What do you think? Is that a good comparison? Marvel Comic is the source material? That's right. Yeah, I would put it on par with Into the Spider-Verse. For sure, so that is about as high praise, I think, as you could get for a, Disney movie, I guess. I don't know, do y'all consider that high praise? I do. I mean, at the time, Marvel movies were good, too. You know, it wasn't even like, it wasn't even going blow for blow with, like, the, later day, like, crappy Marvel movies. Oh crap, red coin. I missed it. It was going blow for blow with, like, the good ones. The ones that are S tier. And that's, I think that's saying something. I think that's commendable. I think that's amazing. And, I think the power sets of the, four dudes, the four of them. Interesting, I got a key. So, wait, I guess I gotta get 6 keys. They said 6 keys. I guess one of that does include, like, a coin key. Okay. Ooh, this might be difficult. I'll say, in the event of a timeout, if we get a timeout, that will cost all of our lives. You know, that's just how we accommodate levels that are getting over it style, where death is very rare and frequent, and we're not so likely to die. It is a good way of keeping the lightning round, you know, lightning-y. If that makes sense. Big Hero 6 is fucking good. I think it's tremendous, and I really like, Baymax is a fantastic character. Baymax is a fantastic character, as is, all of the, 6 of them, you know? And I like all the different powers that they get just from their, like, Batman-type shit. Really? is San Francisco like too weird to fit into the Marvel-verse? Could they do Big Hero 6 in Marvel? I think if they did Big Hero 6, it might be too late since it went to the animation side first, but I feel like they could absolutely do Big Hero 6 on the in their Marvel side stuff, and it would be pretty cool and good. You know, it'd be shit, like that might be the one live action Disney I wouldn't say no to, you know. But like also don't call it Disney at that point. Just call it Marvel. Just call it Marvel and make it part of the Marvel universe, and there you go. Damn, there's a lot to this level. I can see why no one's finished it yet. It's fairly obvious. Difficult. Long. We got so many tries to do this. This might be a ridiculous amount of tries for this particular level. Hey, we time out. That's it. Japan is pretty much untouched by Marvel, so they could. Yeah, you just have to set it in Tokyo. You just have to be like, just like a bunch of immigrants, I guess. You know, they don't all have to be Japanese. They can be a bunch of Americans. That's fine. Think you can run out of shoes before you run out of time? Possible. I think that's possible, but it's also possible you won't do that thing. How many shoes are there, actually? We killed that guy, right? I will say, I think this level... would really have benefited from checkpoints. But I understand how you couldn't have done that. But also, I think it could have benefited from checkpoints. But I understand how you couldn't have done that. Would have benefited from checkpoints. Not that many more Disney movies left to do. I'll say, like, the 3D side, they kind of just focused on bangers at a certain point, you know? They just couldn't do as many as they did back in the previous eras of Disney. And I think that's fine and good. And, like I said, I think they have a higher hit rate as a result. But this is the clear condition only super world. Oh, is that, that's why it's, like this? That's why it had to be this way? Okay. That's, well, I understand your decision. Maybe you'll be able to handle the easier courses? I mean, if you want me to transfer these tries to another level, I could do that. And I think, honestly, it'd be a mercy at this, juncture. Not that the level is bad, it's just that, lightning round style, it might take more time than the average level outside the lightning round, even. You know? Times like this makes me wonder why I don't have a rule that says, like, I bet when, I think when Mario Maker 3 comes out, I feel like that'll be a boom time for the channel, and I feel like I will have to introduce new rules for, to accommodate, it being the new game and all that. And one that I will probably have to do is, like, yeah, more lightning round, earlier lightning round, and also a lightning round where everyone has a 5-minute timer as well, in addition to the lightning round, just to accommodate levels like this. Or maybe just a lightning round where I'm always able to go like, okay, by some metric or some decision-making process, this level gets a timer. And we all know when it's needed, we all know when it's fair, and we can all make that decision. We can all know. Let's do this try, and then we can try a free, an easy Yoshi level. I will accept that compromise, but this try is still live. Until this try is dead, we will continue on. And if we time out during this try, that'll be that. Yeah, we should have a rule. Definitely will have to make that rule if things get busier than they are now, but things aren't busier than they are now, so fine. We can just play it by ear. We don't have to do nothing now. I mean, I'll say, like, part of the thing is just that there's not, you know, Mario Maker is pretty old. Mario Maker 2 has been around for a while, so naturally, it's people. There's a lot of people who haven't played it in years, who would probably play a Mario Maker 3 if Mario Maker 3 is the thing. I mean, I guess I'll say, speaking of leaks, thinking about leaks and stuff, I guess there's been no sign of it. And leakers have been saying things like Ocarina. They've not been saying things like Mario Maker 3. And if it was out there, wouldn't someone have said it? I think it would have made sense. Oh, damn it. All the things. Oh, go fuck. Okay, we got one. That's all we need. I'm sure Mario Maker 3 will be around one of these years. Might be next year. Maybe it just didn't leak. Maybe. I'm really looking forward to Mario Maker 3. And, you know, as far as, like, things that'll grow the channel, like, yeah, the main game being an active game that a lot of people are playing, that would probably help a lot. We're gonna have some boom times when Mario Maker 3 comes out. But maybe we'll have boom time sooner. Maybe I'll be able to, afford to live. You'd love a Mario Kart Maker? There is Little Big Planet karting. Little Big Planet karting is essentially that. But, you know, I feel like part of it is that you do want to, like, play as good as you want. First streamer to get that red coin, high five, hell yeah. Good. I just got 3 left, and I think I need several coins as well. Several coins I have no idea where are. This level is a fucking maze. Oh shit. I need that guy to go out the other way. I think. Unless I can get up that way, nope. I need that Koopa. Tell me he's back in the block. I need to jump on him. Are we cooked? I didn't realize that was... Okay. Good attempts, I think. Are we cooked, Spy Andrew? You can tell us if we're cooked. If we are cooked, then, well, we might also be out of... Are we out of the boots? We might also be out of the boots. Yeah, we're done for that try. There were 2 boots at the top of the level. Not sure if I used them. Yeah, I've seen those boots. But also, I think we need the Koopa to get up there. So yeah, which one do you want me to do? I'll do something nice with these remaining 5 lives. Let's do that. A nice, what do you want? Disastrous is what it's called? Disastrous. Disastrous delivery job. Okay. Actually does have a clear rate that's pretty low. But it's not low enough where we get the helmets usually. So let's do it. Can I kill that Bowser? Probably not. I probably need to drag the Bowser around? No. I could have killed him. It didn't make a difference. Can Bowser push us through that platform there? Push us through that to that door? Is that what we're trying to do here? Are we trying to get a bomb? Or a fireball? And take it into the pipe? I don't know.
Oh no!
It's just intended to be a one-way door. You put a set of arrows to show you where the shell is. Oh, there's a shell. Are we trying to kill Bowser? Is this a boss level? I need to get a Koopa shell. Oh, right, Koopa shell. Koopa shell is a bat.
No!
Wrong head. This head. I'm done. Okay. Okay. Why don't I just go through this? Oh, right, they're one way. These are exits. Not every clear condition is the same, so you try to use a bunch of them. Gotcha. I mean, I agree with the sentiment. It's good to build a level around a different clear condition. I will say these levels, other than the clear condition, you know, like so far, I don't necessarily see how what the shell has to do with the rest of the level. It almost seems to me like a kill Bowser clear condition would make sense. Would make more sense for this particular level.
Oh no!
But, you know. I haven't gotten to the end of any of them. So maybe it makes more sense at the end. Okay. Shell is this way. Okay, so maybe this isn't any sort of puzzle. The delivery doesn't have anything to do with Bowser. I think I see. There's just some nonsense around that's kind of confusing. Wait, no, that's, that door is gonna lead to back to the start. So I need to follow the arrows, I guess. But that's where I went, and I don't see... I mean, there's a red coin down here. There's a red coin level? You are jumping past the shell. Oh, am I just blind? Regardless, I need to find the exit as well. Oh, right. Well, it's a shell, but it's just a Koopa. Of course, right, duh. The shells belong to Koopa. I was kind of in my head looking for a shell for some reason. That's very silly. Let's do this, let's finish, and then we got 3 left. I will say I got some cards left after this. And we will do the business, do the stuff. We will go through them. We'll go through the last one. I showed it a little bit inadvertently early when I was just checking to see, like, where's the stuff? Okay, kind of looks like I need to kill Bowser. Is that right? Okay, let's just put this shell there.
Oh no!
That was the last try. You just have to get the goal now? Well, where was it? I didn't see no goal. That locked door is for big coins? Ah, damn it. I didn't see a goal to go for, and we're all out of tries, And considering this was like a consolation, considering the other one was really hard, feel free to give that code again, and I'll have another shot at it another time. I feel like we almost figured it out. We were almost there. That one certainly went a lot faster than the first one. Okay, I am hitting dismiss. Bloog is up. Bloog, go ahead and confirm. Hey, no problem, no problem. Getting to the last levels of the night, and I have one more card. Hey, what's good on Peacock? I just got access to Peacock, and I guess I will rewatch The Office. It's been a while since I rewatched The Office. I know that's on Peacock. I know the MacGruber TV show is on Peacock. I should watch some stuff. What else is on there? Is anything good on there? I feel like there's a reason why most people don't seem to subscribe to it or even bother to get access to it. Generally, it's just you know, the most third fiddle, the most like fourth, fifth fiddle streaming service that there is. I don't know. Well, I have an access to it now, as of right after my cousin came to town, and I talked to her about it. Take from that what you will. And I'll watch some of The Office. The Office is really good, and I've not watched it in years. I love The Office, and if that's all it is, maybe that's all it is. But it's always good to have something to watch, just put on and let go. And I guess maybe The Office is going to be the next thing after Disney. I still have to finish The House as well, House MD. I could go for more House MD. Bloog hasn't confirmed, so let's just look. What do we got? Troll Demo, Enjoy Boy, 1%. I ran out of DOR. Don't play this. Why would you not? Why is the clear rate so low? The flag's right there. We gotta find out why the clear rate's so low. It says don't play this, but Bloog, if you wanted to specify something, you should be present in chat. Let's do this. I see nothing weird here. I see nothing weird here. This all looks normal. Let's jump. The doors are solid. Doors aren't solid. Okay. Can I, like, jump? That one was not so solid. That's all the lives that I have. Just let's see. Let's just see. Yeah, no, they're... I don't know how you get around that. And also, we don't have more tries unless Blue can confirm. So, arrow gates? Yeah, probably hidden arrow gates or something. That would, I mean, yeah, there's like, they're the perfect shape. There's like one down, there's one to the right, and there's one on top. Yeah, definitely arrow gates. Hidden arrow gates. That's almost definitely it. I mean, hang on. Yeah, you can hear the you can hear the That's it, that's it. The best viewers are right here. Commendable free. The best viewers are right here already. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out another day if Bloog returns and submits again. Thank you, Bloog. That's all we can do for now, considering that you're not active in chat and all that. Meanwhile, the last level of the night, Mathlete, is in chat, is active, etc. There might be some hidden blocks. Oh yeah, right. That would make sense. You just have to do a deep jump? That doesn't make sense. That's not a thing. I think it's gotta be hidden blocks. Gotta be hidden blocks. Let's get the last up. It's been a fun stream, and I stretched the Disney conversation just long enough to cover nearly all the levels. That was nice and good. I came into the stream with exactly the right amount of things to talk about, and I say that, I guess it was a longer stream. The longer, the more stuff I have to talk about, the longer we go. And tonight, we definitely went pretty long. I think it's about midnight. Yep, so we've been going about 6 hours. That's one of the longer viewer level streams. But hey, You know, it's been a big week, a big day for me, a big milestone, and maybe a turning point in my life. You know, this could be a turning point in my life, and I am, feeling optimistic, feeling good, and I hope y'all will tune in next Thursday for me showing off the stuff I've been working on with Godot and going into, like, probably way too much detail about that. Also, some of the other... I'm gonna show off some other things during that Godot stream. Ooh, Bloog, we just did your level. And you just missed your chance to confirm by, like, a minute. We want to do some more Bloog? We want to see more Bloog? We can do more Bloog. We can at least that's worth a try or two, no? That's worth a try or two, no? Let's get through this and then we'll litigate. We'll litigate. You just missed your level, Bloog. Unbelievable. You were so close, you know? Anyway, that stream next Thursday, not just gonna be me showing off the stuff I've been working with in Godot. I also do plan on showing an old project that I still have from like you know, college days, and that was made in Unity like 12 years ago. And I'd like to show that as well, just for like context of like where I came from, stuff I'd done before in the past, and why I'm feeling different now versus like 12 years ago about like, you know, how optimistic I am about all this, about that possible route. I mean, it helped back then that there were regular ass jobs to be had, and it's different now. You got ad bombed? Ooh, okay. Gotcha. I don't have that much good awareness about when the ads hit, and they're always hitting, considering that y'all don't, most of y'all don't subscribe. Subscriptions get you around the ads on the Twitch side. I don't really have that much of a good understanding about when those happen, and I also don't run that many ads to begin with because, it just seems like they're, you know, pennies on the dollar. They're very, 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 very slight. There's an ad happening right now, but you can still see and hear. Oh, okay. There's some special ads like that. Is it one of those banner ads? I thought I told Twitch to not do those. You know, the kind that, like, shrink the screen or something. Did they introduce, like, a second kind of those that I have to opt out of? Do y'all want... Is that a problem? Should I? Maybe instead, if I opt out of that, I'll get more, like, regular ads, and those are more disruptive. I don't know at best. For some reason, your channel has only 30-second ads? Well, that's because I told it to do that. It's a normal commercial? Okay, yeah, okay. It's not one of the weird ones. Gotcha, gotcha. Nice little Reznor here. Tell you what, we'll take the tries that we have remaining and give them to Blorg. We'll have that be how we do. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I set the ads to be minimal. As a Twitch streamer, you decide how much ads you play, and I set them on the lowest possible setting. I mean, part of that has been, previously, that I, only had, we have Reznor at home. That was a good Reznor. That was not a bad Reznor, Mathlete. You can be proud of that Reznor. Part of that was for real, there we go, let me hit complete, and also, you know, I'm gonna minimize the thing, but this'll be, we'll give Bloogs 4 more tries. We'll do 4 more for Bloog here, and we'll call that a compromise. Usually a play tree, it's short and dumb. Okay, I did the one that was like, I ran out of door. And we hadn't figured that out. I mean, give me one more try with door. Give me one more try with door, hang on. And then we'll do tree, okay. Let's do that, that sounds fun. But you know, Guiding Star here, what's fun? Guiding Star is definitely what's fun. Hidden blocks, hidden blocks? Yes, hidden blocks. You were right, chat. It was totally hidden blocks. Hang on, hang on. I. It's still hard to make that jump. Okay, we'll do one more try. I just want one more here, and then we'll proceed. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's hard with or without the hidden blocks. Okay, okay. Tree it is. Wait, Bloog said it was easy? You said short and dumb? It's a pixel jump. Okay. Requires accuracy. A lot of accuracy. What about tree? What does tree require? I mean, I got a mushroom out of a tree. Now I can go into a door. Hot off the press. Okay. So, huh? Well, that was the one try that I got vis-a-vis the agreed upon stipulations. That was the one try for that level. Probably could have saved a few more for it, but it is what it is. We saw more than I think. That was a good deal. That was a good deal more tries than you'd get than you would have gotten otherwise. Last second there. What the hell was I saying? I was talking about stuff. Okay. That's it. That's like the end and crap. Let me get the lightning round thing out of there. Let me get that bar out of there as well. Folks, gonna make myself all nice and big and pull out the schedule because that is it. That's a stream. We're done for tonight. Let's go. It has been a fun night, a pivotal night, really. Like I said, I've been talking about the whole stream. I just lost my job earlier tonight. Well, yesterday. Yesterday was my last day at my previous job, and now I have a time while the market and the job market is shit. I guess I have nothing but time to try to achieve my dream. And to that end, next week will be an odd one. 2 streams in the middle of the week. And the first one will be a 100% stream of Bowser's Fury on Tuesday. I will say, I'm getting a little sick. My parents apparently got really sick this week. And, like, if I come down with it, if I'm, like, throat scratchy, can't speak and shit, we might have to postpone Bowser's Fury. Whatever happens, I hope I will be good and fine by the time of that Godot stream on Thursday, which I'm really looking forward to, showing off, You just started taking unemployment, athlete? I'm sorry to hear that. Good luck to you as well. And you're getting money to live. I will say Thursday, I'm gonna be showing off my all the stuff I've been building in Godot. I'll show off some stuff that I built before that as well. And I'll talk about how I'm feeling about the whole thing. And I'll go into weird amounts of detail about, like, the solutions that I've come to, debugging options that I've learned about, things that I've learned how to do in Godot, and I think that'll be a fun stream. I think that'll be an evergreen stream. I mean, I think it'll be an evergreen stream. I think that people are going to like it, and I think that VOD is going to do probably 100 times better than any other VOD does on this channel, and generally, outside of, like, the AYN Thor, let me show you my AYN Thor stream, which did absurdly well as well, because it's an evergreen that everyone wants to know about. Well, I say everyone. You know what I mean. That'll be on Thursday. Look forward to that. Next Friday will be the viewer levels as per normal, but the following 2, but also after the viewer levels on the Friday after the Godot stream, there'll be the birthday stream, which will be Ocarina Time plus Majora's Mask combo randomizer, but also it'll be mostly Majora's Mask, just one dungeon of Ocarina. I think that's going to be a fun setup, and I'm looking forward to doing it. I wonder how many dungeons I should have in Logic to make it so that we can definitely do it in one stream and not have to do a second stream. It'd be a shame if the birthday stream ended with, oh, come back next time for more Majora's Mask. That'd be a sad thing to have to do. birthday plus one stream. I mean, I guess last year we did Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, and we got halfway through that. We got 35 stars into both games, which made sense because that was the age that I was. And then we continued it like 3 months later. I guess I've done it before. Whatever. We'll see what happens next Sunday. I'm really looking forward to that. And I hope we'll get some of the sub goals as well that I mentioned earlier. Hey, I can make those go on screen again. What's that? Look at all those. Look at all those. Self-explanatory. Self-explanatory. I won't explain them as well. After that, Toy Story 2 will start. After that, there's a bunch of release day streams. If you look at the full calendar, you'll see like Bubsy 4D. You will see 007 First Light. You will see Mina the Hollower, which got announced. Its release date got announced this week. That's coming out 2 weeks from now. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Some real plans for this month. Lots of good plans, lots of good stuff. I hope y'all will join me. I will not be going to Cedar Point this month. I might go to Cedar Point next month. And I also will play Sunshine Randomizer and Wind Waker Randomizer next month as well, I think. And do more Toy Story and maybe Sonic 06 if that incentive gets in. A lot of stuff to come. A lot of stuff previous as well. It's always fun streaming, and I hope y'all have enjoyed tonight and stuff. Let me send those on Twitch out on a raid as you do. Let me see who's online. Bunch of people are online streaming and stuff. Let me think who in particular I want to send y'all to. Try to find someone I haven't raided in a bit. How about, Once Upon a Katamari, Daft Husky. Okay, yeah, send you over there. That's fine. That's good. Alright, folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. I had a good night. I talked about everything I wanted to talk about in good measure. I revealed the names of the previous 2 companies that I worked for. Not that you couldn't find that if you found me on LinkedIn or whatever. But, you know, I played it pretty close to the chest up to this point, and will probably never mention it in the future. Honestly, if I could never talk about my previous employers ever again, I would like that. I'm going to have to talk about them when I do interviews and stuff. I would love to be able to never think about previous jobs again, except insofar as, like, coworkers were cool and I liked them and I miss them, but the work itself, I could leave behind and would very much like to. We'll see how the next month, how the next year, how the next 5 years goes. Hopefully stability can be found. I will see y'all on Tuesday maybe, and if I'm not sick, for Bowser's Fury, and almost definitely for 1 month of Godot next Thursday. Viewer levels on Friday. Lots of streams to come. Give your love to the VOD and to the short form content. I will see y'all on Tuesday. Good night. Or maybe Thursday if I'm sick on Tuesday. We'll see. Good night, good night, good night.